The young man simply fell into a deep, unconscious sleep. Unexpectedly, when he opened his eyes and emerged once again, a million years had passed in the world. Even the 3 little girls he had casually taught back then were now famous across the 4 directions. The eldest disciple became the empress of the demon sect, commanding millions of demonic cultivators. The second disciple, the Azura assassin of the cultivation world. As long as there is money, she takes a life, her hands stained with countless amounts of blood. The third disciple, the goo poison supreme, refining goo and refining pills, viewing human life as merely a dose of medicine. But Chun, having slept for a million years, did not know that his name had long echoed throughout this entire continent, becoming the ancestor of evil that makes gods and men pale at the mention. After Chun came out of seclusion, he discovered that although his body was immortal and indestructible, his cultivation could not break through to the next realm. Even so, with just a light wave of his hand, he could tear apart the neighboring mountains. As usual, remember to like and subscribe to help the channel survive. The story begins on a quiet full moon night. Gentle silver moonlight poured down, shimmering against the velvet black sky. Twinkling stars dotted the heavens, like thousands of small pearls scattered across the vast expanse. Gentle breezes brushed past, carrying the chill of the night, making the surrounding scenery strangely mysterious and quiet. Amidst the dim light of the moonlit night, a girl with long, messy blue hair, her clothes tattered and covered in blood. She raised a trembling hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. Sitting beside her was Bai Xiaohe, a disciple of the 100 Flowers sect. Her face was full of worry. With tears in her eyes, she asked anxiously, "Senior sister, you're okay, aren't you?" The blue-haired girl, named Bai Qing, was leaning weakly against a nearby rock. Despite her exhausted body, her eyes still gleamed with resilience. Qing'er tried to force a response. "I'm fine. It's just, this time we can't escape." As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of footsteps rang out steadily, cold in the silent night. A group of people dressed in black appeared, slowly advancing to surround the 2 girls. A female assassin appeared, her figure graceful but full of power, her hot body standing out under the moonlight. She slowly approached, her voice threatening, every word spoken carrying a murderous intent. Offending the Empress and still wanting to run? Committing such a heinous crime, you should just obediently tie your hands and submit. Hearing this, Bai Xiaohe jumped up, her face flushed red, straining her neck to yell, "Heinous crime? That's absolute nonsense. We participated in your Wuji sect's grand ceremony and saw you using the ritual for worshipping heaven and earth to worship a person." At that time, Xiaohe had asked in confusion, "Doing that, aren't you afraid the person being worshipped will suffer the wrath of heaven and earth?" She continued bitterly, "I just curiously asked one question, and I get chased down by you guys like this." She waved her hands and feet, her voice getting more aggressive. "Your Wuji sect treats human life like grass. Clearly an evil cult, a demonic sect." The female assassin crossed her arms over her chest, her eyes sharp, coldly questioning. "Just curiously asked one question. Do you know the person you were discussing?" Her eyes became serious as she said, "Is the Empress's master?" The words were like thunder in a clear sky, making the surrounding air suddenly turn cold. Xiaohe and Qing'er both dropped their jaws, eyes wide with shock. Qing'er stammered, her voice almost a scream. "The Empress's master? Could it be?" The female assassin confirmed. "That's right." She quickly explained, "That is the legendary demonic Tao Supreme. He is not only the Empress's master," the female assassin added, "but the Gu Emperor Supreme of the South, and the Azura King of the assassin city of wrongful deaths, all received his teachings." She paused, her eyes becoming sharp as knives, her voice carrying heavy killing intent. "You dared to say that the demonic Tao Supreme would be punished by heaven and earth? The Empress not destroying your sect is already an act of mercy." Saying this, the female assassin slowly drew the long sword at her waist. The moonlight reflected off the cold blade, emitting a deadly glint. With that, the female assassin rushed forward like a moth to a flame. Before taking action, she laughed coldly. uttering vicious words. In your next life, manage your mouth carefully, making Xiaohe and Qing'er so terrified that their faces were drained of all blood. However, with the instinct of an older sister, Qing'er pushed aside the pain and weakness in her body. Trying her best to protect her little sister, she shouted loudly, voice full of determination, Xiaohe, run quickly. Let me hold her back. But right at this moment, the night sky suddenly lit up with a blinding flash of lightning. Thunder roared, shaking the very ground. Bolts of lightning flashed continuously, creating ear-piercing sounds. Lightning from high above suddenly struck straight down to the ground. Explosions echoed, shaking the entire area, sending dirt and rocks flying. The terrifying power of the lightning gave those standing nearby no time to react. They were blown away like fallen leaves in a storm. Screams of terror blended with the roaring sound of thunder, creating a frighteningly chaotic scene. Qing'er's eyes went wide, staring at the scene before her, unable to help being astonished. She stammered, "Huh? What's happening?" A strange feeling rose in her heart, and she quickly speculated, is the earth dragon turning over? Beside her, the female assassin also looked up at the sky, her sharp eyes seeming to detect something unusual in the air. In the sky, the lightning bolts began to swirl into a giant vortex, and below on the surface, the water level kept rising, creating a bizarre scene that made everyone exclaim, "What is this situation?" Suddenly, from the top of the mountain, a figure appeared. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if realizing something was wrong. A man with long, seductive black hair, standing on the peak, staring intently at his own arm, seeming to be in deep thought. Every movement he made exuded a cold calmness. This was Chun, the sect leader of the original Schwanji sect. He looked at himself, disappointment showing in his eyes. Didn't break through. Secluded for 100 years. My realm is still the same. He stretched out his hand, then retracted it. A golden power enveloped his arm. Then, he remarked to himself, but it seems my body has entered the saint realm. I guess I can be considered immortal now, right? Chun floated in midair, face smug, feeling like he had made a huge step forward. This can be considered a successful exit from seclusion. Chun looked down below, his gaze cold. A horrifying scene was unfolding before his eyes. The water level was rising ceaselessly, sweeping away the group of assassins, and Xiaohe, the lightning, continued to tear apart the sky, rumbling like a threatening warning. Thinking for a moment, he reached out to deploy his magic power. Immediately, a surging wave of power spread out. His move unintentionally targeted only the group of assassins, pushing them far away. The ground beneath their feet began to split in two, creating a large fissure, causing them to scream in panic. "What are you doing?" Meanwhile, Xiaohe and Qing'er, who had been saved, stood gaping, not understanding what just happened. The female assassin was wary, angrily muttering, "Damn it, there's an expert helping them ahead. Quickly report back to the sect master." Her voice echoed from far away. "We will kill." Meanwhile, Chun, after testing his magic power, rubbed his chin in satisfaction. Not bad. The power of the body after becoming a saint is indeed different from before. Suddenly, his gaze froze as he glanced to the left. Only now did he see Xiaohe and Qing. There are people. The mountain I split just now had people on it. He panicked internally, thinking, crap, I didn't pay attention at all. Anxiety rose within him. He quickly asked himself, I didn't accidentally hurt anyone, did I? But looking over, it seems they are injured. As soon as the thought passed, Chun rushed down below. I must confirm it quickly. Xiaohe pointed frantically at the sky and said, someone is coming this way. Chun slowly descended, but when he landed on the ground, a cloud of dust billowed up around him, creating a majestic scene. He stepped out from the dust, looking intently at Xiaohe and Qing'er, asking gently, are you two all right? Chun's power was too terrifying, making the surrounding air heavy, causing the two girls to clench their teeth, hugging each other in panic. Xiaohe, in a moment of carelessness, accidentally touched Qing'er's chest, making both of them embarrassed. But they dared not utter a word. The towering mountains, stretching out in the vast space, could not withstand Chun's might. Even the majestic peaks had to submit, collapsing before him. After everything settled, The sky turned blue again. Chun and the girls began to talk. Finally, after hearing everything, he sighed and exclaimed, "So that's how it is. You say you just accidentally misspoke one sentence, and were chased here by the Wuji sect." The two of them nodded and lamented. Chun rubbed his chin in thought. Wuji sect. The name sounds quite nice. It's almost catching up to my Schwanji sect. He was extremely curious. And the title of Empress you mentioned is also quite arrogant. With a sympathetic tone, siding with the two girls, he continued seriously. However, no matter how arrogant, one cannot casually kill people just because of slip of the tongue. If my disciple Luan Yenner were here, she certainly wouldn't accept such a thing happening. Hearing this, Xiaohe, with a delighted face, replied, "Senior is an expert. Your disciple must also be a person of high virtue. Right, sister?" Contrary to her attitude, Ching'er was still dazed, only murmuring a few sounds. Seeing they were fine, Chun turned to leave. "If you have no other issues, I won't stay any longer. You resolve things yourselves. I still have matters to attend to. Farewell." As soon as the words fell, he used lightning-fast speed to fly away, leaving the two girls standing there with admiring eyes. Both watched his figure getting further and further away. Xiaohe cheered happily. Wow, an expert is truly an expert. In the blink of an eye, he's gone. Will we be that powerful in the future, sister? Half a day passed, but seeing Ching'er not responding, Xiaohe turned to call, "Sister?" Only then did she realize Ching'er's whole body was trembling. Her legs went soft, unable to stand steady, and she collapsed to the ground. Ching'er broke out in a cold sweat, saying fearfully, "Luan Yenner. The disciple he mentioned is named Luan Yenner." She snapped, questioning Xiaohe. "Have you forgotten? The Empress chasing us is Luan Yenner." Hearing this, Xiaohe froze completely, as if struck by lightning in a clear sky. A sense of panic engulfed her. Meanwhile, Chun was still completely unaware. As he flew over the high mountains, his face was smiling cheerfully as he thought, "I wonder how my obedient disciples are doing now." In a place surrounded by darkness, a voice rang out, desperately calling, "Master, Master, Master." By the third call, Chun snapped awake. The surrounding scene looked like a hell on earth. Corpses lay scattered everywhere. The smell of fresh blood was thick in the air. Dust and ash filled the sky. This place must have just experienced a fierce battle. A little girl's voice continued to ring out, directed straight at the person who hadn't fully woken from his dream. "Master, do you really want to leave us behind and go into seclusion alone?" Chun laughed to comfort her. "Don't worry. Master has killed all the rebels. For 100 years, no one will dare to bully our Schwanji sect. Everyone, don't be afraid." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a choke from the child. She sobbed, "Don't." Chun looked at his disciple in surprise. The little girl was crying uncontrollably, tears falling like pearls. She expressed her feelings aggrievedly. "No, I don't want Master to go." Hearing this, Chun said sternly, "Nonsense." Then he stood up, turning to walk away, his eyes determined. He spoke to the disciples behind him. "I used up all my cultivation so that you can live peacefully in the days to come." He glanced back, with a look of tough love, saying, "But Master cannot always stand in front to protect you." "Understood." With that, Chun shouted sternly, "Everyone in the Schwanji sect, hear my order." Hearing the call, everyone, except for the crying little girl who was still dazed, simultaneously knelt down to receive the order. Waiting until that child also knelt, Chun announced, "From now on, all disciples in the sect must be humble and trained diligently. During the 100 years, I am in seclusion." Then, Chun spoke with a majestic voice, "Revitalize the sect and make it prosper." End of flashback. Escaping the dream of that year, the desolate Schwanji sect of those days has now become prosperous. A streak of light was rushing straight towards the mountain where the Schwanji sect was located. While flying and observing below, Chun couldn't help but marvel. He smiled slightly in satisfaction. A short 100 years, and the Spirit Mountain sect has restored its spiritual veins. A bit interesting. Chun showed interest and decided to go down and take a look. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back, leisurely walking through the massive stone gate of the outer city, not knowing if he did something wrong or if his clothes were strange. Everyone on the street who saw Chun panicked. dragging each other to run away, seeming not to notice the strange expressions of everyone. Chun continued to walk calmly on the street, looking around and commenting. Even the outer city of the sect is this prosperous. Not bad, not bad. Letting the disciples train themselves was indeed correct. He saw a stall selling wooden figures. Chun was a bit excited, saying, "Is selling this kind of thing popular now?" Chun leisurely walked over, picked up a random wooden figure, brought it close to his eyes to examine carefully. He smiled, eyes crinkling, remembering the old days. Things sold before were stuff like 1,000-mile killing talismans or water-exploding pills. Looking at the scene now, he became even more satisfied. It seems everything is getting better. At this moment, Chun looked closely at the face of the wooden figure, realizing something was wrong. Then, he stared intently again. Chun's face turned sour, freezing in place. Wait, this wooden figure. Why does it look so familiar? He turned to ask the shop owner, "Excuse me, may I ask a question?" The wooden figure your shop is selling is based on which great deity? The shop owner, who was leisurely picking a huge booger, suddenly jumped as if electrocuted. Hurriedly stuffing all his goods into a bag, he put out a close sign as if to chase the customer away. With tears in his eyes, he stammered, "My shop is just a small business. Please have mercy. Spare me." Chun stood there, eyes wide, bewildered like a deer, not understanding what was happening. Hearing the shop owner advise further, "Moreover, there are gods 3 feet above your head. Please turn back before it's too late." Hearing this, Chun was stunned, muttering, "Gods 3 feet above my head." Then he looked up. Striking his eyes was a massive statue, standing tall right in front of him. Chun shouted in surprise, "Good heavens! What is this?" He also realized, why is this statue dressed exactly like me? On the statue, Chun saw a line of text. Written above was, he mumbled as he read, then was surprised, "Huh, isn't it Schwanji's sect?" Chun stroked his chin, repeating the name, Wuji sect. Remembering something, he thought to himself, the little girl claiming to be from the 100 Flower sect said she was chased by the Wuji sect, right? Could it be? Before he could finish thinking, Chun heard a loud shout, "It's him!" From behind, a man led a group of masked people in black approaching. He pointed at Chun and accused. This guy intentionally dressed like the god statue. The man also conveniently fabricated a few other crimes. Going around stalls, impersonating and swindling, forcing the common people to close their doors and not go out. The short-haired girl leading the group of men in black heard this and stepped forward indignantly. In broad daylight, daring to cause trouble like this. "Scoundrel, confess your crimes." Chun, still clueless, let out a huh and continued, "I'm wearing my own clothes. How is that causing trouble? I actually want to ask you guys something." Saying that, he pointed at the massive statue. What is up with that big statue? And also Schwanji. Before he could finish asking, the masked group leaped towards him, holding blood chains in their hands, shouting, "Capture him for me." Chun was surprised, crying out, "I haven't finished speaking yet." The group threw the blood chains, starting the formation. Everything in chaos. 8 gates, golden lock formation. Long chains wrapped around Chun and slowly tightened, successfully binding him. Being attacked for no reason, he got angry, growling. Then, he gently dissolved the formation, glaring at the group and saying, "Listen to me, finish first." Witnessing the formation being broken so easily, the masked group was extremely surprised. The short-haired girl couldn't believe her eyes. "What? The golden lock formation personally taught to us by Her Majesty has been broken. Clearly, only Her Majesty can break this formation." Sweat streamed down her face. She panicked, reasoning, could he be? Perhaps having confirmed it. They nodded to each other, without a warning signal. Each person slowly pulled open their clothes, revealing snow-white skin on their chests. Before such a scene, Chun decided not to lose his composure, hurriedly covering his face with his hands, leaving only one eye to look. He was determined to be upright to the end. Pouting, he shyly said to them, "Talent. My talent is humble. This seduction technique won't work on me. Put it away." The last sentence wasn't even finished. He only had time to gasp when he saw the women had reversed their outfits, wearing their clothes neatly again. Black clothes turned into white clothes. Pop, pop. The sound of confetti cannons rang out from nowhere. Following that, 2 rows of people lined up neatly on both sides. Simultaneously, they bowed respectfully to Yi Chun, chanting, "Welcome Yi Chun to the Wuji sect." From just now until now, Yi Chun didn't know how many times he had been bewildered, surprised by these unpredictable developments. Letting out an ah for the nth time, the group that wanted to arrest him just now had their attitudes turn 180 degrees, smiling warmly and welcoming him, pulling his hand to invite him along. "You are the creator of the Golden Lock Formation. Supreme Yi Chun, right?" Hearing someone ask, he replied, "Ah, yes." But perhaps his voice was too weak, so he was interrupted again. Another masked girl continued, "Then please come with us to the star-gazing tower. Her Majesty is waiting for you there." Hearing someone was waiting for him, Yi Chun was even more confused, asking back, "Who is Her Majesty? Waiting for me? What does that mean? What exactly do you people mean?" They still firmly told him, "The meaning is literal. Please rest assured. Wait until you arrive. You will understand everything." At the main hall of the star-gazing tower, Yi Chun stood before a high platform, separated by a red curtain. From behind the curtain came a melodious voice. "You are the one who broke the Golden Lock Formation." Yi Chun calmly replied, "That's right. I am sect leader Yi Chun of the Schwanji sect." Then he continued to voice his question. "I came this time to ask why my sect." The curtain flew open, cutting off his unfinished sentence. A figure flew swiftly towards Yi Chun, arms wide open as if wanting to quickly touch the person in front. It was truly a great beauty. She wore a noble red outfit, with daring cuts. Her head was adorned with sparkling gold jewelry. Tears welled up in her eyes, her face full of longing, but her mouth still bloomed with a bright smile at meeting an old friend again. She sobbed, speaking up, "100 years. I finally waited for you. Master, Yenner missed you so much." Yi Chun couldn't help but be surprised. What? Remembering the crybaby appearance of his disciple in the past, he was secretly astounded. That snot-nosed girl who only knew how to cry, Luan Yenner, seeming unable to accept this yet. Yi Chun needed time to digest it, so he said to the person hugging him tightly, "Wait, you, let go of me first." But he only heard a curt reply from the girl, "No." Saying that, she slowly looked up, her breath exhaling ambiguously, her face suddenly flushing red. She continued, "I had such a hard time waiting until you came out of seclusion." Her eyes were full of madness and desire. A strange aura wrapped around, creating an incredibly seductive scene. She looked straight at Yi Chun and continued, "This time, no matter what you say, I won't let you go again." Luan Yenner declared, "Even if we die, we must be together." At this moment, in a room lit only by flickering candlelight, the light illuminated every feature of Yenner's face. With her long flowing hair, she rushed forward, pinning Yi Chun down. He struggled to say each word. "What, death or no death? Don't talk nonsense. Get off me first." The scene at that moment looked extremely ambiguous. Luan Yenner slowly moved closer to him, her hands caressing and groping all over Yi Chun's body. She shyly admired his firm chest muscles and then said bashfully, "It's come to this, and you still want to play dumb? So mean." Without waiting for Yi Chun's reaction, she pressed her body close to his, then freely bit and sucked his earlobe, not forgetting to whisper, "But it's also good. The more you are like this, the more Yenner likes it." Saying that, Yenner leaned back, delightedly using the technique. 9 turns severing gate. From her body, ribbons shot out, surrounding and tightly binding Yi Chun. He realized in astonishment that this was the 9 turns severing gate formation, the final move he had taught Yenner before his seclusion. She really is Yenner. Yi Chun was extremely surprised to see his disciple had changed so much. Now, she was arching her back flirtatiously, eyes shining bright, hands pulling gently on the silk ribbons on Yi Chun's body as she whispered, "Yenner has finally mastered the technique that you taught. Disciples seriously followed your teachings before seclusion, practicing diligently. It was all for this day of our reunion." She skillfully hooked 2 fingers to control the ribbons, pulling Yi Chun tight. The ribbon was now wrapped around his neck, pulling him close. His collar was pulled open halfway, revealing his seductive chest, muscles, and collarbone. Yenner looked at him with emotion, whispering, "After today." Then, she lay on Yi Chen's lower body, stroking his body with her leg as she spoke. "You and I can sleep together and die in the same grave." Yenner's appearance right now was incredibly provocative, looking as if she wanted to devour him whole. Suddenly, Yenner stopped playing around. She hurriedly stood up, pulling out a small knife strapped to her thigh, her tone changing 180 degrees. Before that, she brought the knife to her mouth, licking it thoroughly with a look that couldn't be more suggestive. She moved close, holding the knife right at Yi Chen's face, slowly tracing it downwards. Feeling the soft skin of her old master after 100 years of separation, she whispered, "Master must give Yenner a small guarantee." Then, bringing her face close, breathing seductive breaths onto his pale face, she murmured, "I know, Master is good at everything, but doesn't have an indestructible diamond body." Yenner slowly dragged the knife down to Yi Chen's thigh. She spoke, "Just by removing 2 legs, you won't be able to go anywhere." Her nefarious face suddenly appeared, tone cunning as she said, "Don't be afraid. It only hurts for a moment. After that will be eternal happiness." Yenner used force to bring the knife down to sever Yi Chen's legs. Her energy source creates a stream of deep pink light. Sweat beads on her forehead. Her eyes show surprise. What's going on? She didn't expect the situation to become so awkward, unable to cut through. How can this be? Yenner reassures herself. This is a sharp knife made from a meteorite. I must have used too little force. She raises her hand high, gathering strength. She continues to babble. "Ha ha ha. Now I'll get serious." At this moment, Yi Shun just bows his head and calmly replies. This look of not achieving her goal. This refusal to give up is truly Yenner's style. He scowls. He glances at his disciple and says, "If my disciple has trained to such a degree, how could I, as her master, remain stagnant?" With that, he summons the serpent break art, sending Yenner's ribbons flying. The formation creates a fierce blast of fire. Yi Shun closes his eyes. He patiently instructs her again. "Even after 100 years have passed, your master is still your master. In my heart, Yenner, you are still the disciple I cherish." Suddenly, he sees an image of a naked Yenner. He's so shocked he can't finish his sentence. He can only stammer a few sounds. Yenner is struck by her master's technique, and it shreds her to pieces. Her clothes are torn to tatters. Her body is exposed in some places, covered in others. She shyly tries to cover herself. Blushing, she whimpers, "Master, do you really think that way?" At this point, it seems Yi Shun can no longer control himself. The scene before him is too stimulating. Blood gushes from his nose like rain. He thinks to himself, "This is insane. This move is way too powerful." Yi Shun covers his face with his hand. Peeking at Yenner, he feigns panic and waves his hands, telling her, "It's true. It's true. Your master hasn't changed. Hurry and go change into some clean clothes." Yenner obeys. She turns and enters the changing room. She shyly pulls the curtain to hide her body. But she doesn't forget to peek her head out and chide her master. "You big liar. Master, you're all talk." Yenner sadly laments. 100 years have passed, and my heart hasn't changed. But you haven't mentioned the promise between us at all. You've clearly forgotten everything. Yenner's words, as gentle as a breeze, lightly touch Yi Shun's heart. It makes him freeze for a moment. He stands frozen for 5 seconds. The word promise echoes in Yi Shun's mind. His heart aches. Memories of the past rush back to him. In a vast, expansive forest, the evening sun slowly sets, its light piercing through the mountain pass. At the foot of the hill, a child's loud cry is heard. "Master, you lied." A young Yenner covers her face, sobbing uncontrollably. She's a complete mess. The clothes on her body are torn and tattered. Her body is covered in wounds. She hugs herself while blaming her master. "You clearly said this formation was unbreakable, but Yenner still got hurt. My face is ruined. I won't be able to marry anyone now." On the ground, a bear lies on its back, knocked unconscious. The little girl's beautiful face is flooded with tears. She looks up at her master with shimmering eyes. Yi Shun gently reassures her. "Who said that?" Under the soft, fading light of the evening sun, he smiles and reaches out to comfort her. In this world, strength is beauty. Yenner, you're still young, but you were able to fight a black bear demon. How could you not be beautiful? If the nine heavens profound maiden is worried she can't marry anyone, then I, your master, will stay by Yenner's side forever. Yishun's smile is like the stars, twinkling as it pierces her heart. Yishun's outstretched arm at that moment was like a key that unlocked the door to her heart. It's why Yenner's heart still flutters for him now. Yenner shyly asks again, Master, you want to be with Yenner forever? With that, the two of them make a pinky promise. Yishun says softly, Have I ever lied to you, Yenner? It's a promise. Yenner must stay with Master and everyone in our sect. Yishun suddenly remembers the phrase, stay together forever. Thinking about the promise from that year, Yishun can't hold back his emotions. He pulls Yenner into his arms. He blames himself. The promise made that year was witnessed by heaven and earth. It was witnessed back then, forever engraved deep in Yenner's heart. How could I casually forget it? After hugging for a long time, Yishun let her go. Speaking warmly, Yenner has never changed. It is Master who arrived late. Hearing these words, plus the warm hug just now, Yenner was overjoyed. Her eyes sparkled, tears welling up from happiness. Then, the two hugged each other again and whispered each other's names. Yenner choked on her words, Master, why did you only arrive now? So, after a long while, the two calmed down, moving to the window, sitting and reminiscing about old times. Yenner rested her head on his shoulder, swinging her legs. At this moment, Yichin spoke up. No wonder. So that's why you changed the sect's name. It turns out it was to avoid pursuit by the remnants. It really was hard on you. Yenner was shy. As long as Master could return, those things were all small matters. She glanced flirtatiously at Yi Chun, whispering, right, since you have returned. The promise with Yenner still counts, right? Yi Chun recalled the promise and thought, is it the promise to stay with the sect forever? Yenner is truly a good child. He nodded happily, don't worry. Master keeps his word. Hearing these sentences, Yenner happily held her face, cheering. Master agreed, being by my side forever. Isn't this a marriage contract? Yi Chun jumped down from the window and said, since we are keeping the promise, the most important thing. Yenner happily jumped down after him, hurriedly interrupting, right, Master, don't worry. I will immediately order people to choose a lucky day. Yi Chun thought, choosing a day? Also good. The sect gathering really must choose a suitable time. Then he replied, Yenner, go ahead. Although it was just a misunderstanding. Yenner was so happy, she clapped her hands. Her head was now filled with images of a wedding engagement. While the two were happily chatting, suddenly a disciple's voice rang out from afar. Report. The person knelt on one knee, reporting, Your Majesty. Scouts from the Phoenix Flower Squad report back. The heavenly tome has awakened. The entire great sect has united, advancing towards Heavenly Tome City. Yichin imagined and remembered. Heavenly Tome? Could it be? Yenner beside him replied coldly, yes. Evil thieves. Yichun felt dizzy, remembering, before I went into seclusion, I forgot to take it with me. Yenner frowned, seriously waving her hand to order. The Heavenly Tome belongs to our sect. Now, Yichun has returned. The Heavenly Tome naturally reacted. Men, send a message to the continent. I will personally go retrieve this Heavenly Tome. At this moment, Yi Chun hurriedly interrupted. Wait, he stood behind, sweat pouring down, twitching his mouth, directly saying, I'll go get it. Perched on a towering cliff, Heavenly Tome City was surrounded by rough stone walls and sharp watchtowers. This place was coldly quiet, but suddenly that eternal silence was torn apart by a loud voice ringing out, breaking the atmosphere. Extra! Extra! A paperboy girl ran frantically through the capital, shouting, the 3-year period has arrived. The battle for the Heavenly Tome's ownership opens again. Hearing the news, the title sect joins the battle, declaring certain victory. The battle for the Heavenly Tome has lasted 100 years. Can it be put to an end today? The girl happily invited the cultivator in front of her. This cultivator, do you need a copy of the Heavenly Tome? It turned out that person was Yi Chun. He turned his head sharply, replying coldly, thanks, no need. The surrounding crowd heard the news and discussed excitedly. My extreme title sect will win big this year. Another person jokingly asked, have you heard some news? Yi Chun stared blankly at the scene before him, muttering, Heavenly Tome City. So it's the green forest city of 100 years ago. He was so surprised he had to exclaim, "This place has changed too much. Before, there wasn't even a ghost here. I can't find a way at all." At this moment, a paper crane, an incarnation of Yenner, was nestled in Yi Chen's sleeve, speaking up, with little Yenner in hand. "Traveling across the continent is no worry. Please turn left at the intersection." Yi Chen secretly marveled. He continued to stride, following the paper crane's guidance. While walking, Yi Chen asked idly, "Yenner, you said there's someone to meet me here. I'm getting my own stuff. No need for someone to pick me up, right?" The paper crane flew ahead, turning its head to reply, "They will answer and support master." Thinking of this, he rejoiced secretly. Luckily, Yenner specially made a spirit guide to lead the way for me. The paper crane continued, "Gossip. During the time you were in seclusion, the heavenly tome was temporarily kept in this city, leading to endless disputes among the families. At that time, the Schwanji sect was in decline, unable to retrieve the heavenly tome. Yenner beat them at their own game, advertising the wonder of the heavenly tome to the world, leading the world's cultivators to fight until their heads broke and blood flowed. This way, it could distract the Jianghu sect from our sect, and also record the evil parties in the heavenly tome." Hearing this, Yi Chen stroked his chin and nodded, understanding the intent. "So that's it. Using my stuff as bait, right? Such careful thoughts. Yenner has really grown up." A while later, the paper crane flapped its wings to announce, "Arrived. The contact person is ahead." There is also a message. Yi Chen was happy, raising his hand for the divine crane to land and asking gently, "Does Yenner have anything else to instruct?" The paper crane conveyed words of love on behalf of the sender. "Master doesn't need to overthink. This contact is a hidden pillar from the Schwanji sect era. Our sect's contact code hasn't changed. You can speak with peace of mind." Yi Chen squinted in satisfaction. "You are still thoughtful. Hard on you." At this moment, Yenner remembered something important, hurriedly using the divine crane to deliver the instruction. Also, the paper crane's eyes flashed with fire, lowering its voice. "After Master retrieves the heavenly tome, you must return immediately. Understood? And also, outside, you are not allowed to look at other women." Yenner on the other end of the line, burning with jealousy, loudly conveyed, "Once I think about this, I can't help but boil with anger." The paper crane accordingly burst into flames. Yi Chen listened, strangely terrified, limbs clumsy, face covered in sweat. He panicked, crying out, "Yenner!" As soon as he finished speaking, the paper crane had burned to ashes, scattering in the wind. Yi Chen's face went blank, unable to close his mouth, muttering, "Really? Children think too much. Master has no free time." Suddenly, Yi Chen was attracted by something, so he didn't continue. In front of him, a fortune-telling stall with the sign, "No charge if inaccurate," appeared. The stall owner was a girl wearing sunglasses, comfortably slurping noodles. Happiness was clearly visible on her face. Yi Chen hesitated, vaguely thinking this person is my contact. He boldly spoke up, "Excuse me," only to meet a not-so-pleasant gaze from behind those sunglasses. Under the morning sun, the handsome face of the cultivator before her gradually appeared. Every line exuded elegance, perfection. His warm voice rang out, "May I ask for your distinguished name?" That gentleness made the heart of the person in front beat wildly. She secretly exclaimed, "So handsome." Saying that, she stopped all embarrassing actions, slamming the noodle bowl down on the table. Then, she grabbed a sign, instantly returning to her beautiful but dynamic daily appearance. Slapping the sign on her shoulder, hand making a salute gesture, she smiled as bright as a flower and introduced herself, surname Xiao. "I am Xiao Xiao Xiao. People in Jianghu call me Little Diviner. This humble one is untalented, knowing a little about the divination arts of heaven and earth, whether asking for marriage or predicting the future. If there is a request, there will be an answer." Saying that, she stepped forward, pressing close to Yi Chen, hand cupped behind her ear as if listening for gossip. "I can also find lost items, even things like romantic women." Yi Chen smiled, thinking, finding lost items? Is she talking about the heavenly tome? She is the contact Yenner arranged. No, running away. But to ensure safety, I still have to check the code. Thinking so, He hurriedly whispered into Xiao's ear. Heavenly King covers the earth. Xiao's face suddenly darkened. Angry and stuttering, unable to speak. You. Then she cursed, Mother asterisk her. Are you stupid? Chun at this moment was sure he found the right person. The code matched perfectly. He smiled lightly. Not family. Don't enter the same house. You don't need to overthink. Xiao slammed the table in frustration, shouting, Who is family with you? Who are you calling stupid? If you're sick, go to the clinic. Don't bother me here. Suddenly, Chun stepped forward, placing both hands firmly on her shoulders, making Xiao startle in surprise. He smiled kindly and said, I'll lay my cards on the table. I really came to find the heavenly tome. Xiao was speechless with shock, sweat pouring like rain. Now, her heart was fluttering immensely. Her body squirmed uncomfortably. She panicked, thinking, ugh, what is this feeling? My body is like it's being burned by the sun. Soothing internal energy filled with sweetness. The moment I was touched by him, my heavenly extreme, inner core, actually surged like water, vivid and real. She pursed her lips in embarrassment, pulling Chun's hand, blushing shyly as she replied, Right. Heavenly King covers the earth. I am the idiot. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lost something, right? I'll take you there. Saying that, she dragged Chun along, determined not to let him escape, hurriedly saying, Matters cannot be delayed. This way, please. Chun politely replied, Sorry for the trouble. Behind the corner of a wall, someone peeked around suspiciously. Thinking deeply, the Empress secretly ordered me to be here to meet her contact. Yet I don't see anyone. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Tome Grand Assembly, crowds of people poured in to watch the duel. The crowd whispered, Wow, the whole school. Sect Master Chizong. Someone said, Follow Wei Tianheng's side. Another commented, This strength cannot be underestimated. Could a Heavenly Tome really be about to be snatched by him? Blending into the crowd, Chun was sweating like a waterfall, sneaking behind Xiao. Why are there so many people? She replied nonchalantly, That's natural. Then, she pointed towards the stands. Look, the item you need to find. Is it on the stage? Chun looked up. On the stage, two people from two sects were fighting fiercely. Far away was a mysterious box placed solemnly. Xiao continued. This cultivator, I see your strength is not bad. I assume you also came for the Heavenly Tome. Legend has it, he who possesses the Heavenly Tome will possess the continent. Which young hero doesn't want to be a hero of a region? But to awaken this book, besides great destiny, one must also have the approval of the Heavenly Tome City Lord. This is the reason leading to the ceaseless battles on the stage. She smiled with hidden meaning, letting her robe slip to reveal a sexy bare shoulder, whispering, If you want to get the Heavenly Tome, I can help a bit. As long as you dual cultivate with. Before she finished the sentence, turning around, Chun was nowhere to be seen. She shyly asked herself, Where is he? Suddenly, the crowd cheered. Something flew out. Ahead. Quickly look ahead. Xiao stared blankly in the direction the person beside her pointed. Everyone buzzed, saying, Someone went up. Chun was now calmly walking straight towards the arena. Xiao behind him saw this and screamed in terror. What are you trying to do? She didn't expect this brother to be so reckless. Standing from the stands, she looked at the two people fighting on the stage and secretly worried for him. Regardless of touching Wei Tianheng. To one side, she looked at the other combatant, and her heart filled with unease. Or City Lord Zhang Zicheng. You can't provoke either of them. On the stage, Wei Tianheng and Zhang Zicheng tore at each other fiercely, eyes flashing fire. Suddenly, a blurry figure silently approached the Heavenly Tome box, making Xiao jump. Not good, she thought. Wei Tianheng quickly pushed Zhang Zicheng down, then rushed like the wind towards Chun. Chun still didn't know what was happening, secretly rejoicing in his heart. While it's not chaotic yet, hurry up and take the book and leave. Just then, an angry shout rang out from behind. Shameless brat. Wei Tianheng shouted as he rushed forward, eyes red like a demon, hands clenched into fists, gritting his teeth. Wanting to take my stuff amidst the chaos? You're looking for death. Xiao 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 below the stands covered her face, not daring to look at the scene before her. She thought, this time you're done for. Going back to the past 100 years ago, Songyuan continent witnessed the fierce waves of civil war, when the Schwanji sect, a famous force, was occupied. From the ashes, the Jingqiao sect, originally small, produced an outstanding genius. He held cultivation techniques in his hand and supreme body arts, defeating every opponent, becoming an invincible legend. That person was none other than Wei Tianheng. Back to the present. Wei Tianheng raged like a storm, rushing straight at Yi Chun with a loud shout. Still not getting lost. Right then, a huge explosion rang out from the arena. Flames burned fiercely, causing chaos in the stands. Xiao 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 held her head helplessly, both worried and blaming silently. This brat, doesn't he know his own limits? Wei Tianheng aggressively unleashed the Ice Fist fifth form, making everyone around discuss excitedly, killing a chicken to warn the monkeys. This guy is really crazy. But amidst the thick smoke, Yi Chun still stood tall, smiling teasingly. Is this way of greeting popular now? Wei Tianheng froze, then burst out laughing loudly. He can block my fist. Where did this brat come from? Zhang Zicheng, standing from afar, crossed his arms, provoking Wei Tianheng. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Anyone stepping onto the arena is not ordinary. Go all out, unless you can't keep your old life. Wei Tianheng laughed loudly. Want me to go all out? Fine. He braced himself, summoning power from heaven and earth. Energy swirled around the arena, making the atmosphere seem to freeze. Ice Fist's second form. Wei Tianheng launched a giant strike, creating powerful aftershocks. But Yi Chun dodged lightly like dodging a fly, making the old man both angry and impressed. Not bad. Take my second move. Seems you have some promise. Wei Tianheng ceaselessly launched attacks, this time channeling energy to create the ultimate Ice Fist, combining both hands and feet. The scene on the arena stunned the audience. What? Ice Fist can also use feet as fists. Never seen that before. Yi Chun, standing in the middle of the encirclement of moves, remained calm. He thought, should I do as the locals do? Fight to get the heavenly tome, and raise the reputation for the lower selection gate. But before he could decide, Wei Tianheng had landed a heaven-shaking blow, knocking Yi Chun far away. Yi Chun quickly steadied himself, landing safely with a humorous remark, nice move. The arena floor cracked open, but he only regretted his shoes, muttering, shoes aren't broken, are they? The crowd was confused. What is this guy thinking? Wei Tianheng continued to rush forward, unleashing the Ice Fist second form, splitting strike, trying to smash Yi Chun into the ground. But just when he thought he had won, he was unexpectedly counterattacked. From above, Yi Chun landed lightly, just flicking the old man's forehead once. A thwack sound rang out. Wei Tianheng was sent flying far away, forehead dented. Tears and snot smeared everywhere. He collapsed, mouth trembling. I accept your guidance. Yi Chun rotated his wrist, smiling lightly. The heavenly tome. Can I take it now? The whole stand dropped their jaws. What? Just one flick and Wei Tianheng was defeated. But in the dark corner of the old man's mind, painful memories came rushing back. The voice repeating, you lost. Because of that, your loved ones were killed. Hot blood boiled. Eyes glowing red. Before the primordial bead, he roared, summoning his final strength, intending to put everything into defeating Yi Chun. He howled a few times. The howling sound blended with thunder. His body was like a lightning rod attracting the bolts, turning into a terrifying image between heaven and earth. His voice boomed. The loser here is you. The crowd below looked up at the sky, understanding nothing. Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? The sky turned pitch black, revealing a large tornado vortex high above like a skylight, sucking in surrounding energy. The crowd bustled. Is it going to rain? Such a killjoy. I wanted to see the heavenly tome. Zicheng shouted from afar. Wei Tianheng, are you crazy? Saying that, he summoned his protective internal energy. Green life energy immediately surrounded him. Zhang Zicheng broke out in a cold sweat, trying his best to summon internal power to stop Wei Tianheng. The surrounding crowd continued to discuss. Hey, look, Zhang Zicheng is also activating his power. Does that old man also want to join the fight? All right. This year's Heavenly Tome Assembly is really worth watching. Wei Tianheng's dark art grew stronger by the day. Zicheng's life energy internal power seemed ineffective. He chanted while muttering to himself. It seems ineffective. On the other hand, at the stands, Xiao looked at the carefree people in front of her and thought, these idiots. Everyone came to watch the gossip without knowing the situation. They could only look up at the round spheres like bright stars above and wonder curiously, wow, what is this? So beautiful. Someone even reached out to catch one. A small sphere sneaked into a young girl's chest. She shyly said, eek. It went inside. A few seconds later, the sphere glowed. The girl opened her eyes wide in surprise. A boom rang out. The glowing spheres exploded everywhere. People pushed and shoved, scrambling to run in panic. The scene was incredibly chaotic. Screams and shouts overlapped. Oh my God, what's happening? It all exploded. Over here. Xiao covered her head, dodging the spheres, secretly cursing. Damn it. This old man Wei Tianheng actually used the primordial bead here to create a heavenly thunder river. She ran frantically, tearfully worrying for Yi Chun. At most, after one stick of incense, a range of 100 miles will be burned to dry earth. That brat is definitely done for. This sentence kept echoing in Xiao's head. As for Yi Chun, he started to feel a bit of burning on his hands and cheeks. Frowning in annoyance, he hardened his face, eyes sharp looking ahead, muttering, heavenly thunder? Also troublesome. Arms spread, wide summoning power. A bolt of heavenly thunder struck him. He gently brushed it off and threw it away, then turned to ask Zicheng beside him a question. Do you think that's right? The old man held his burning wound, blood flowing ceaselessly, looking at him speechless, shocked to the core. He only thought, what do you mean, right? This is heavenly thunder. Just touching it is like being skinned. Zicheng was astounded, but this brat just gently waved his hand and deflected the heavenly thunder immediately. Truly unimaginable. Yichen beside him was carelessly worrying about his clothes. At this moment, he said, oh, the corner of my shirt is burnt. Saying that, Yichen spoke again, whatever. It's not a big deal. In the sky, the heavenly thunder skylight Wei Tianheng created grew larger. Yichen looked up, thinking, must eliminate the root cause first. He raised his hand, summoning a fist. Glancing lightly, he huffed coldly, also good. Let's test this body. Before he could finish speaking, a round ball slammed straight into his face. Xiao, tears and snot smeared, was spreading her arms to block in front of Yi Chun, crying loudly, no, you cannot die like this. She hugged him tightly. Two huge melons pressed straight into Yi Chen's face. Xiao continued her mental terrorism. As long as you're fine, why play the hero? In the end, you still need me to come save you. Yi Chun was suffocated, only able to mumble a few words, no, not. From above, a bolt of heavenly thunder struck down. Xiao panicked and squeezed tighter, wanting to use her body to protect him. Yi Chun stared at the melons in front of his face, wondering, what kind of saving is this? While hugging Yi Chun before her eyes, the scene changed. Like an illusion in Xiao's brain. In that thick, dark atmosphere, Bai Yin Buddha was sitting on an ancient stone pedestal right in front of her. His massive body occupied the entire view. Extremely oppressive. With a ghostly voice, he spoke, Xiao. Your time has ended. There is no denying it. Xiao prostrated on the ground, not daring to look up even once. Her whole body was scratched and trembling. Bai Yin Buddha's partially ruined face was clearly visible. His dark red eyes stared intently at her, as if drilling deep into her soul. His final words, though brief, made the little girl tremble even more. Consequences. You understand clearly, right? Facing the terrifying pressure and threatening reminder. Xiao still tried her best to frown and calculate. Hands still hugging Yi Chun tightly, she told herself. Time's up. Finishing her words, she took action. The talisman hidden for so long was brought out for use. She pulled it from her massive chest with an extremely determined expression. While casting the spell, Xiao thought, if I miss this chance, who knows? I won't have another opportunity to turn things around. The talisman immediately found its destination, sticking straight onto Yi Chen's forehead. He displayed a surprised face. This, confused, to avoid him getting curious and ruining things. As soon as the talisman was stuck on, she hurriedly shouted, "Stand still. The teleportation talisman can only be used once. I only have 3 left." Saying that, she decisively took another one and stuck it on her own forehead. Looking at him, she snapped, "No matter how good the heavenly tome is it worth your life? Are you stupid?" Before she could finish, a streak of lightning struck, destroying the talisman she had just stuck on her forehead. Extremely shocked, Xiao momentarily froze, motionless, not knowing how to react. Done for, she panicked, despairing in her heart. The talisman is about to burn. Can't escape from here. While closing her eyes tight, as if surrendering to fate, warmth suddenly appeared beside her. A sturdy hand embraced her fragile shoulder, acting as a support for her. Yi Chen hugged her tightly, decisively tearing off the talisman on his forehead, implying, "Basically don't need this kind of protection. I can also support you." Not satisfied, Yi Chen pretended to scold her one more sentence. "You're the idiot," lying firmly in his arms. Hearing this sentence, Xiao could only stay silent. Startled, suddenly, a huge explosion erupted from the center of the formation. Hundreds of blue lightning bolts flashed. Thick dust covered all the living beings bustling below. Someone screamed in pain, "My leg!" Someone shouted loudly, "Can't run anymore." Most of them panicked, screaming, "Who is it? Save me!" High above, Wei Tianheng looked down at the chaotic scene. Extremely delighted, he was excited, laughing with his mouth wide open. Then, as if feeling it wasn't enough, he laughed loudly, looking up at the sky. "Done! I did it! I can now control the heavenly Tao. The heavenly tome will surely belong to me." His face, filled with excessive joy, terrified everyone. It seemed his humanity had disappeared, replaced by a beast that only craved the heavenly tome. Wei Tianheng continued to cackle at the pain of innocent people. "Trash, you lot, are just a bunch of weaklings." Seeming unable to stand his arrogant words anymore, a blast of energy flew from somewhere straight to his head, interrupting the nonsense speech he was about to deliver. Being hit by a blow that wasn't enough to scratch an itch, he glared with murderous intent, scanning towards where the tiny attack was launched. Amidst the thick clouds and smoke, Yi Chen walked leisurely, dispersing the clouds wherever he went. He said, "The reputation of the title sect is indeed a powerful prestige, able to induce heavenly thunder. Truly not something an ordinary person can do." Beside him, Xiao was closing her eyes tight and feeling reassured by this steadiness. Continuing to approach Wei Tianheng, Yi Chen continued, "But is this what you want?" Facing him, one person high above, one person steady below the formation, Yi Chen questioned, "Surely you have also heard the cries of grief in the thunder formation." He raised his voice, "Just for a heavenly tome, treating human life like grass. Is it worth it?" Stung by words like thousands of needles stabbing straight into his heart, Wei Tianheng clicked his tongue as if to shake it all off. Immediately, he took a stance preparing to launch a move. Before his eyes, a stream of lightning ran around his hand, enveloping his body. Wei Tianheng pointed directly at Yi Chen, affirming his belief and stance. "Winner takes all, loser is the bandit. I have no regrets." He really wanted to exterminate everyone without sparing a single one. To use a massive striking force, he summoned with all his might. Ice Fist command form, lightning control. Before he could unleash the move, Yi Chen, with agile movements, fed him a punch, so powerful that it turned heaven and earth upside down. Yi Chen had now changed his expression. He was extremely cold, looking at his punch and replying briefly. Then, Yi Chen continued, "Let me say it straight," punching the opponent a blow that mixed up his teeth and lips. Wei Tianheng took a full hit from him and hadn't even regained consciousness yet. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose. Eyes rolled back white, face deformed. In the upper hand, eyes looking down at the big guy who flew a mile because of his palm strike. Yi Chen summoned an ancient book with a dazzling golden seal on the cover and said, "Heavenly Tome was originally mine." The seal was activated. Instantly, the whole book glowed. opening up under his hand, creating an image real as a fairyland. The heavenly tome enveloped Yi Chen's figure. Brilliant aura shone from head to toe. From within the ancient book, he summoned a tiny emerald green spirit, shaped like a butterfly but with a face. He spoke gently to it. Old friend, long time no see. Come help me a hand first. Finishing his words, Yi Chen used a bit of force to flap the heavenly tome in many directions, smilingly summoning, painting heaven, rain of recovery. Tens of thousands of emerald green light drops fell like shooting stars. But instead of just flashing by and disappearing, these light drops slowly touched the hundreds of people in pain below the formation. They asked each other in surprise, huh? The lightning stopped. There's something falling over there. Every time it touched anyone, that person was immediately healed. They were so happy they burst into tears, excitedly showing off to each other. My leg recovered. My mother woke up. Zhang Zicheng was also healed. He stammered in surprise, Is this the blessing of the heavenly tome descending? The other side buzzed, telling each other, Wei Tianheng really lost. That young man took the heavenly tome away. Amidst the chaos, they all shared a common question. Who exactly is he? Yi Chun landed gently on the ground, where Xiao was still sleeping soundly. He suddenly noticed, Yi Chun asked himself, this girl, why hasn't she woken up yet? Why is that? Did her heart stop beating, despite being dirty all over? Xiao's sleeping appearance was still moving. Walking closer to her, seeing the scene before him, he couldn't help but exclaim, but after all, they are really big. Quickly brushing away that thought, Yi Chen blushed and shook his head, admonishing himself. Now is not the time to think about nonsense. Savor first. This is Yenner's person. Offended. He carefully touched the left side of Xiao's chest, and said, remembered, the heart is on the left. The heart really stopped beating. Xiao closed her eyes, hearing these words and feeling exasperated. She thought to herself, my heart is on the right. Oh my God, so embarrassing. Just now, loudly claiming to save people. Now I'm the one being saved. How could I just wake up like this? No way. Before anything else, must ensure her safety. Yi Chen picked Xiao up and said, not good. Find a quiet place. And check carefully. Hearing that, Xiao, already red, turned even redder. She was surprised, but just a moment later she smirked. She accepted it. A quiet place. Then isn't it pushing the boat with the current? Conveniently dual cultivating always. Great. As Yi Chun turned to leave, Zhang Zicheng happened to find him. Seeing the young man in front of him walking away without a word of complaint or claiming credit, the old man was truly surprised. He exclaimed, but also had a bit of regret. Unexpectedly, in the end, that young man took the heavenly tome. Father, just as he called out, cultivator, please. From behind, a subordinate raised a hand, running up panting, shouting, City Lord. Zhang Zicheng swallowed the words he intended to say, turning back to question the subordinate. Didn't I leave you to welcome the Empress? Why arrive only now? The subordinate removed his disguised mask, whispering, this lowly one also wants to speak about this. Immediately leaning into his ear to reveal a shocking secret. Hearing it, the city lord's eyes went wide, immediately calling out loudly, righteous hero, please stop. Yi Chen heard someone calling him and actually stopped. He turned his head to glance. Zhang Zicheng chased up, exhausted, standing there panting like a buffalo, forgetting what he should say, just stammering. The quick-witted subordinate whispered a string of titles into his city lord's ear. He is the 9 heavens 10 lands, invincible energy, roaming the 4 seas, sweeping across the 8 wastelands. Zhang Zicheng's face was a bit funny at this moment, confirming with the subordinate that the person in front was the Wuji demon supreme. Hearing those words, Yi Chun turned to stone on the spot. Replacing the dashing, handsome face was an incredibly goofy expression. Then, he hurriedly corrected, you mistook me for someone else. Zhang Zicheng smiled slyly, stubbornly saying, I understand. You can rest assured. I am a tight-lipped person. Yi Chun was about to explain clearly, just saying a few words, not, when the old city lord prostrated on the ground without hesitation. With all his respect, he said, I greatly admire Senior's great name. Junior is Zhang Zicheng. Then he added, I am the child of Zhang Kong. Hearing this name, Yi Chun involuntarily startled. Xiao 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 also listened in, wondering. At the Zhang Manor courtyard, today was a clear day. In the front yard, there were sounds of happy chatter. Dr. Hui Chun has arrived. Please come this way. A cute little girl was leading an old man. The physician asked the girl, "How is the patient?" The girl replied, "It's truly shameful. The manor doctors tried their best, but the person is still unconscious." Pausing a bit, the doctor stroked his cloud-white beard and thought deeply. He said, "Before I heard, this female cultivator is the companion of the heavenly tome's owner." The maid worriedly replied, "That's right. She used her life to protect the owner of the heavenly tome. That's why she was heavily injured by the title sect. Our old master is anxious like fire, currently waiting in the guest room for your good news." Saying that, the girl quickly led the physician to the room. Pushing the door lightly, she said, "Please go in and see." However, as soon as the light shone into the dark room, the two discovered it was empty inside. Blankets and pillows were folded neatly. Everything was tidy, as if no one had ever stayed here. The maid blurted out, "Where's the person?" Behind a wall, distinctive pink hair was bobbing up and down, regaining breath with difficulty. This was the person the manor servants were frantically looking for. Xiao Xiao Xiao. Seeing the people outside bustling about. "Doctor, please wait a moment. I'll go find the person immediately," she secretly exclaimed. Even invited Dr. Hui Chun. Zhang Zicheng is really generous. Then sighed in relief, thinking, "Luckily I ran in time. Otherwise I would have been exposed." Events flashed through her mind. Xiao 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 thought. Originally thought if I just pretended to faint, that brat would take care of me. That would be great. Could get a bit more information. But he turned around and followed Zhang Zicheng. She even secretly blamed him. Truly doesn't know how to cherish jade and pity fragrance. Suddenly Xiao 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 became cunning. True to her usual personality. From her cleavage, she pulled out a talisman with a red seal. "Very well. Daring to hide from me to plot something, right?" Xiao 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 smugly thought. "This old lady isn't easy for you to shake off." The talisman immediately took effect, guiding Xiao Xiao Xiao. She just had to follow it. Looking not at all hurried, passing through a row of houses without being detected by anyone. Just a moment later, the talisman found the person it was looking for. It led her to a room currently closed tight. Arriving, the talisman spontaneously combusted to destroy the evidence. Xiao 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 looked smugly at the talisman and said, "He found you. This fairy's tracking talisman is all-knowing. Just need to stick it on you. And no matter where you run, I can find you." Without any hesitation, nor thinking about any consequences, she pressed close to the door, whispering to herself, "Let me hear what you guys are saying." But unfortunately, Xiao 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 couldn't hear anything. Inside was extremely silent. She was confused. Why isn't there any movement at all? Gentlemen also have to be guarded. Evaluating Yi Chen's character. She clicked her tongue, but a person like Xiao 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 doesn't lack methods. She licked her fingertip, then poked a finger through the paper wall. Xiao 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 thought, "Not letting me hear, right?" She squinted one eye, focusing on looking inside. "Then the only way is to see with my own eyes what you guys are doing." Immediately, her train of thought was cut off by the scene in the room. She widened her eyes in shock. Inside, unexpectedly appeared a scene of a man taking off his shirt flirtatiously to let Yi Chen freely touch his body. The two displayed extremely satisfied expressions. Actually, Yi Chen was gently rubbing Zhang Zicheng's left chest. A reddish-brown seal gradually appeared, brilliant like firelight. Seeing the seal, Yi Chen was a bit surprised. He told himself, the aura of this seal cannot be wrong. He is indeed Zhang Kong's child. Zhang Zicheng gently stroked the seal and spoke up to explain further. "This seal was passed down by my father. It is the symbol of the Zhang family's inheritance. Senior, this time, you believe me now, right?" Exhaling lightly, Yi Chen's face was now a bit more relaxed. He replied, "I still remember very clearly the scene of your father going to battle with me. In the blink of an eye, you have grown this big? Speak, do you have any difficulties?" Zhang Zicheng immediately put on an extremely serious face, clasping his hands and resting his chin, saying, "Junior asks for permission. You probably don't know. 40 years ago, at this time," he recounted the situation. "My father was weak. He called me to his bedside, wanting to transfer the city lord position to me. At that time, in the room besides my old father and me, there was another person. Instantly, an unclear figure appeared. That person wore a cloak covering their head. Face not clearly visible. The demeanor was extremely mysterious and ghostly. It was the Gu Emperor Supreme. At that time, that person said to Zhang Zicheng like this: "You are the successor of the city lord," very much having the look of longevity. Now, the city lord was still young, kneeling by his father's bed, respectfully replying, "I dare not." Heavenly Tome City was built by him. This lowly one only acts as city lord on behalf of father. Seeing this, that person praised with satisfaction, "Good child. Not in vain of Zhang Kong's life. Then I won't say much more. Besides guarding the heavenly tome, I also have news to tell you." Under the hood revealed short, light, purple hair, a purse mouth. When the heavenly tome accepts a master, tell the owner of the heavenly tome. Now, an extremely cute childlike appearance. Behind the hood were also two equally cute little monsters. The girl happily clasped her hands and continued, "Once you hold the heavenly tome, hurry to the blessed land, grotto heaven, okay? Master." Then, as instructed, Zhang Zicheng used his aging body to wiggle exactly like the strange girl. Not forgetting to finish the story, must keep it a secret from eldest senior sister, okay? Facing this image, two words automatically popped into Yi Chen's head: disgusting. It seemed he had identified who the person from that year was, but still didn't dare to believe it. He broke out in a cold sweat, stammering that this Gu Emperor, could it be, knowing he was talented and outstanding, surely already had the answer. Zhang Zicheng continued, "Correct. She's your third disciple, Luan Yenner," he said sternly. The Gu Emperor occupying the south of the continent has long been a hegemon of the world. An extremely ghostly and cunning image of Luan Yenner flashed in the imaginative brain of the old city lord. In return, Yi Chun thought to himself, "I knew it." Then, he put on a face, quite fed up and speechless. My group of disciples is truly a promising bunch, huh? Even the third one with the worst aptitude, rolling around for a while, has also become a big shot. However, he was still quite puzzled. Speaking of this, Yi Chun sank into thought. Blessed land, grotto heaven. Isn't it the barren mountain where I took old third to plant spirit herbs? And she wants me to hide it from Yenner to go. Yi Chun became more curious about that trip of his disciple. Is there something there? While engrossed in thought, a call from Zhang Zicheng pulled him back to reality. "Senior." Turning back to look, the person in front had knelt down. He asked confusedly, "Zicheng, what are you doing?" The old city lord sincerely confessed, "Originally, the position of city lord wouldn't have been passed to me so early. After all, my father's lifelong wish was to personally welcome the owner of the heavenly tome. He worked hard day and night to cultivate, but unexpectedly one day suffered chi deviation." Zhang Zicheng spoke as tears streamed down his face. "I know I shouldn't use this small matter to disturb Senior, but please, Senior, help me." Not finished speaking, a hand quickly placed on Zhang Zicheng's head, patting to comfort him. Yi Chun said gently, "Zicheng, your father and I were friends through life and death. How could I not care?" Immediately calling someone, seeing the respected senior in front of him, not distant at all. On the contrary, warm like the sun, Zhang Zicheng's heart truly softened. Looking at Yi Chun with glistening eyes, stammering, "Senior, you really observing all these events just now?" Unable to hear what the two were saying, Xiao went crazy, holding her head saying, "Pervert." She told herself, I understand everything," comparing and misunderstanding the scene before her, then overthinking. Zhang Zicheng asking him for a secret talk was fake. Doing that with him was real. That's why they sent me aside. To do that here, she imagined the image of Zhang Zicheng bringing pleasure to Yi Chun. Xiao was mad with anger. She clutched her dress, whole body trembling with rage. The destiny I waited so long for. What the hell kind of joke is this? Xiao's anger immediately exploded. She rushed into the room, not caring about right or wrong anymore. Zhang Zicheng and Yi Chun jumped in surprise. Xiao shouted loudly, "Who allowed you to do that with a man? Don't even think about it." She rushed in like a hurricane, hand releasing talismans with eyes blazing. Immediately, the room became a mess. Dust and smoke filled the air. Xiao landed lightly like a kitten. Then she smiled slyly. He, looking at Yi Chun unconscious on the ground. Xiao smugly said, "No matter what great power you have, just breathe in the sleeping drug specially made by me. And you can only fall down and take the beating." She raised both hands, face devoid of humanity, cunningly looking towards Yi Chun, saying, "Supreme Yang body, I naturally want to enjoy it." Suddenly, the heavenly tome rolled out. Then, it opened a dazzling golden strip before her eyes, successfully attracting Xiao's attention. She looked over curiously, blurting out, "Huh." Then from within the heavenly tome, a series of beautiful female figures appeared, inviting Xiao, each girl taking a spot, wrapping tightly around her neck. Xiao panicked, thinking there's this kind of thing in the heavenly tome. Before her eyes, her whole body was wrapped tight by a green ribbon from head to toe. Feeling uncomfortable, she tried to struggle to find a way out. Wrapped up, Xiao shrank back. "I can't breathe." In panic, suddenly a glowing purple strip surrounded, but didn't attack her. Then, it scattered tens of thousands of tiny purple dots. Xiao wondered, Color. What is this again? In a moment, the silk strip automatically released her, leaving many tiny purple spots on it. Xiao couldn't stand steady yet. She staggered, legs weak. Xiao sat her, but on Yi Chun. Then something was just activated, causing Xiao's attitude to change completely. It could be said to be extremely clingy, like a puppy asking for pets. Yi Chun slowly opened his eyes, waking up. His head hurt like it was splitting. He groaned, dizzy. An ambiguous scent rushed into Yi Chun's nose, making him suspicious. "This smell is intoxicating spirit pill." More awake, he felt his face being rubbed by something. Why is it a bit slippery and soft like this? Feeling the situation wasn't right, Yi Chun opened his eyes wide. Striking his eyes were the two melons of the clingy Xiao placed on his face. She looked at him with thirsty eyes, a crazy smile, too shocked by the scene before him. Yi Chun swore in his head, "What the hell are you doing?" Seeing Yi Chun wake up without resisting, Xiao crawled even closer, rubbing against his body more. Yi Chun blushed completely, trying to stay awake to assess the surrounding situation. He was shocked by the current situation. What's happening? Realizing this clingy girl's face was getting closer. As a man, must know how to protect his own chastity. Yi Chun decisively pushed Xiao's lustful face away. He sat up, giving a warning. "Don't press close to me anymore." In his heart, he kept reminding himself, "Calm down." Yi Chun slowly recalled. The image of Xiao appeared, accompanied by a crazy expression like a wild beast rushing in, throwing something at him in her hand. Yi Chun pondered, before fainting. I remember she broke the door and entered, and said something very confusing. At that time, the person was still normal. Something definitely happened after that. Yi Chun was still trying to figure it out when Xiao acted like super glue, suddenly pouncing and hugging him tight, constantly making sounds, ugh. Yi Chun panicked. Why sticking again? Yi Chun stayed still to see what she intended to do. Xiao placed her hand on his shoulder, fingers tracing down, the other hand placed on his chest. Then Xiao pressed her body close and kissed Yi Chun's neck, making him break out in cold sweat. He asked himself, is she smelling me? The coquettish appearance of the girl in front was hard to resist. Before his eyes, Xiao had slipped down right in front of his crotch, moaning, Yi Chun's mind was in chaos, mouth unable to utter any clear words, head constantly chanting prayers. He shouted loudly, "Stop! Stop right now!" Yi Chun used both hands to pinch the cheeks of his clingy girl, pulling them in two directions. Lung si yu to si a mao. This is a humorous metaphor for pulling cheeks very hard. Yi Chun's cheek-pinching action seemed to backfire. Xiao became even more stimulated. She immediately grabbed his hand, staring at Yi Chun's body with eyes that couldn't be more lustful. Then, this clingy girl used her tongue to caress his fingertips. Yi Chun observed her actions, continuing to guess. Is this wanting me to touch her? Xiao rubbed her cheek against his hand, nuzzling like a puppy clinging to its owner. Looking at her big round eyes, he realized something. Could it be? He looked at the heavenly tome lying messy beside him, just as Yi Chun thought. Indeed, the book was opened. He felt fed up looking at the book still emitting a bit of knowledge. So it's all because of it. Ichin pointed his index finger at the clingy girl's face and ordered, "Be good." Immediately, Xiao's eyes lit up, jumping up like a puppy patted and praised by its owner. Pouncing on Yichin once again, seeing her expression, Yichin thought wearily, the most difficult situation has appeared. At this moment, Yichin began to recall the source of the danger from the heavenly tome. Actually, Yichin called the heavenly tome the little yellow book. Inside contained the treasures, in quotes, of Yichun for many years. To avoid being discovered, Yichin added the forbidden passion great technique restriction to the heavenly tome. Except for Yichun, others looking into the heavenly tome would be brainwashed into the admin's friend. Oh no, mistake. Would be brainwashed into a dog. At this moment, a new suspicion appeared. Why was it seen by her? Yichun asked himself with a headache. But she is still Yenner's person. Thinking done, he spoke up. Cannot sit still and ignore it. Then put his hand to his mouth, thinking. Avoiding Xiao's gaze. The clingy girl kept barking, oh, making Yichin's head ache. He sighed. So annoying. Then, Yichin slapped the clingy girl on the head. Pop, wake up. Xiao, despite the pain, still yelped Gao, oh. This clingy girl fell to the ground, but still posed extremely suggestively, turning her face to look at Yichin passionately. He darkened his face, glaring at her and growling. Consider yourself lucky that I bumped into you. Yichin placed both hands on Xiao's upper back and pressed down with force. The principle of this forbidden passion great technique is to make the soul of the admin's friend. Mistake again. Is to make the soul of the dog fuse with the living person's soul. If using normal methods to force it, it will only damage the soul, turning into an idiot. The palm struck down. Xiao's whole body felt like it was about to break in two. She cried out in pain, ouch. He said gently, can only pull the dog's soul out. The hand slowly pulled the soul of this stupid dog and yanked it hard. Only this way can we land safely. Xiao hurt so much that tears streamed down as she screamed. Oh, time passed. Finally, Yichun successfully extracted the dog soul from Xiao, then stuffed it back into the heavenly tome. Xiao lay flat on the ground, snoring in a human shape, limbs spread wide, drool flowing from her mouth. Yichin let out a long sigh. Phew, consider it a success. He glanced at Xiao's sleeping posture and thought wearily. This sleeping posture is also unmistakable. Yichin said, seems you suffered quite a bit. Let the heavenly tome create a beautiful dream for you. After waking up, the technique is considered resolved. He retracted the heavenly tome, pondering. Let's see after I help you wake up. Can you keep the secret for me? The content in the heavenly tome. Secret? Thinking of this, his mind suddenly remembered. Luan Yenner told him 100 years ago, after getting the heavenly tome, hurry to the blessed land, grotto heaven. Yichin nodded, saying, a trip to the blessed land, grotto heaven then. Also good. He glanced at Xiao and Zhang Zicheng lying unconscious and thought, while the two haven't woken up, I must go quickly. Save the trouble of explaining. Yichin turned to leave, but felt something pulling him back. It turned out Xiao grabbed his sleeve in her sleep. He secretly speculated, is she awake? Xiao frowned, talking in her sleep. She called out twice, Master. Yichin was slightly surprised, so he stopped to observe. Xiao talked in her sleep with a voice full of sadness. Master, wait a bit. Xiao will be good. I can definitely protect you. Can you go watch the flower lanterns with me? Xiao shed tears, begging, Master. Xiao doesn't want to be alone. At this moment, the evening sun set, draping over Xiao. She looked so fragile, so different from her usual aggressive demeanor. Yichin saw her pitiful state and was moved. Wiping away tears for her, he sighed and sat down. Wait for her to wake up. Then go. Chapter 9. In another place, Empress Luan Yenner rested her chin on her hand, asking lazily. And then, she lay on her side. Below was the purple-haired female assassin bowing and kneeling. Luan Yenner looked down with sharp cold eyes, continuing to ask, this is the reason you didn't invite the Supreme? The female assassin heard this and trembled all over. She stammered in a low voice. When this subject arrived, the Supreme was no longer in the city. Hearing this, The aide beside Luan Yenner shouted, lying. Her Majesty is the eldest disciple. The Supreme values her extremely. He wouldn't leave without a word of farewell. Unless you colluded with Zhang Zicheng, deceiving the Supreme to go elsewhere, right? Hearing this, the female assassin was extremely terrified. She repeatedly kowtowed on the ground, crying while recounting. This is exactly what this lowly one wants to report. This subject heard there was a female cultivator who risked her life to save the Supreme, then fell unconscious. The aide immediately replied. Zhang Zicheng said. However, Luan Yenner quickly interrupted her. Sitting up and stretching, she ordered, spare her death. Speak. The female assassin continued to recount. The Supreme sought medicine for the female cultivator, so he took her away. The Empress's aide heard this and was very surprised. Luan Yenner just nodded. Is that so? Then, she said softly, Master is still the same. Still likes to love and help the small like that. Yenner smiled gently, but the surrounding atmosphere became frighteningly cold. It looked truly ghostly. Seeing this, the aide immediately knelt down, breaking out in cold sweat, face drained of blood, trembling inside, thinking, Your Majesty smiled? Luan Yenner stepped down from the bed. Then, she ordered the two maids beside her, change clothes. Luan Yenner's eyes gleamed with a terrifying look. She spoke coldly. I will personally invite Master back to the city. Hearing this, the aide looked up, stammering to stop her. Your Majesty. Cannot. Meeting her eyes was the sharp glare of the Empress. Luan Yenner smiled ghostily, asking, What cannot? Then she added, Now, does my beloved subject want to make decisions for we? Hearing this, the aide sweated profusely, wetting her face. She immediately kowtowed hard on the ground, denying, This subject dares not. This subject absolutely has no such intention. Just, the situation. She was so scared she could only whisper in her throat. Hearing this, Luan Yenner gradually calmed down. The situation? Then, she sighed, and Yenner spoke more gently to the aide. We know. Old Ancestor Blood River has achieved the half-step life and death realm. He is openly recruiting soldiers in the north, fearing he has evil intentions towards our sect. Therefore, we cannot leave the city. Saying this, Luan Yenner felt a headache. Thinking for a while, she announced. She turned her back to leave and called for a subordinate. Iron Armor General Xia Chun. Xia Chun bravely stepped forward, bowing respectfully. The general listens to orders. The muscular woman knelt before the Empress. Luan Yenner decreed, Beloved subject Xia, you go find the Supreme on behalf of we and bring him back here. Also, before you spread the news. After listening to the order for a while, Xia Chun looked up with the eyes of a wild beast. Your Majesty, rest assured, Songyuan continent is so small. She assumed, where can the Supreme run to? Now, the person Yenner wanted to find was in a place of sacred forests and poisonous waters, where monkeys cough and flamingos scream. Yi Chun was using an invisibility spell, looking extremely weary and tired. He was in a treetop looking down at the foolish Xiao calling east and west. Where are you? What's wrong? Yi Chun thought dejectedly. Why is this little girl so annoying? Then he sighed deeply. To escape her, I had to use the Heavenly Tome's hiding technique. Why did she still follow here? Xiao below kept flaring her nostrils, sniffing around. She wiped her nose, judging not right. The smell is still here. Seeing this, Yi Chun couldn't help but panic. Wasn't the cause resolved? Why is it still there? It was true. Don't know why the dog soul was extracted, but this clingy girl still had the sniffing habit of a dog. Maybe her nature was already like a dog. The dog soul entering was just an accessory. Feeling the sniffing wasn't very effective. Xiao shook her head dejectedly. No choice. Then, she took 2 talismans from between her chest. Gold paper, red letters. Xiao threw the 2 talismans into the sky and said, Although the seeking talisman is very precious, using it on you, I don't consider it a waste. Today, I must find you. Hearing this, Yi Chun got angry. He grumpily thought, Still not done, right? Then, he snapped his fingers. The 2 talismans burst into flames and turned to ash. Xiao could only look on in confusion. She looked around happily, cheering, Cultivator! Indeed you are here. While speaking halfway, she didn't sense Yi Chun's presence like just now anymore. Yi-Chin stood above looking at the girl, poking her head out, thinking smugly, like this. You won't be able to find me, right? Speaking of which, Yenner probably wants her to follow me. He glanced, calculating. But whatever the reason, I can't take her to the Blessed Land Cave. Sorry. Yi-Chin coolly turned to leave. Xiao choked up, asking, hate me that much? Yi-Chin froze. Xiao trembled all over, sobbing sorry. At the Heavenly Tome Assembly, I casually went on stage. So I caused a lot of trouble for you, right? But I really wanted to save you. She stammered. Might as well say, even if I die, I must make you live on. Yi-Chin stopped, paying attention to Xiao's explanation. She darkened her face, clutching her dress, continuing, actually Speaking of this, a massive but gloomy and cold Buddha statue appeared in Xiao's mind. Thinking of that image, she choked and couldn't continue speaking. Trying to regain composure, Xiao looked up and said, there isn't much time left. Then she sadly continued, but before dying, I have a wish. Xiao placed her hand on her chest, blushing. I tried many times. Only you can help me. She looked in the direction of Yi-Chin's scent and continued. Call me despicable, or having no self-respect. Taking a little, anything is fine. Xiao said with tears in her eyes. Before you nod. Agreeing to help me. I definitely won't give up. Xiao's hands gripped her shirt tighter. She sobbed. I beg you. Please take me with you. Help me. She shouted. Just treat me like a pitiful dog. Saying this, Xiao burst into tears. Then she continued to add, I could do anything. Silently listening to the girl's confession just now, Yi-Chun involuntarily sighed. Then, he retracted the invisibility spell. Seeing this, Xiao smiled happily. Appeared. She hurriedly wiped her tears. That's great. Xiao turned to Yi-Chun and thanked him loudly. Thank you. I won't cause any more trouble. Yi-Chun remained silent, saying nothing. She continued, right? Then, she asked, you like dogs, right? No need to use the Heavenly Tome. I can also transform. Yi-Chin still had no reaction. She barked once, woof woof, happily thinking in her heart. This is also okay. Then, Xiao smiled through tears. He happy. Agreeing to help me is enough. She flashed a thought like this. Master is saved. Yi-Chun stabbed a knife into Xiao's chest. She froze, stunned. Thinking there would be more hope, unexpectedly it came to this. She asked resentfully, what? Like this? The knife had stabbed deep into her chest. Blood gushed from Xiao's heart and mouth. She didn't close her eyes, immediately falling down. Yi-Chun looked at Xiao in confusion. Is something wrong? He looked at this girl, lying curled up on the ground, holding her chest. Head constantly wondering, why did this girl only say half? And then fainted? A resounding sound from behind. Yi-Chun turned his head to look. Behind a mountain crevice, thick dust covered almost the entire sky. Yi-Chun calmly looked at the scene before him, thinking, there's something coming this way. In the dark night, along with the thick fog, a graceful figure slowly appeared before Yi-Chen's eyes. The girl gently spoke, Master, but also recognizing that appearance. Yi-Chun, with a doubtful face, unconsciously called, Yenner. The girl hurriedly approached and asked, Master, why didn't you fulfill the promise with me? Then, Yenner hurriedly approached and threw herself into Yi-Chen's arms, saying, didn't you say you would return after getting the Heavenly Tome? Could it be you intend to break your word to me again? Yenner pressed her face, which was on the verge of tears, into his chest. Yi-Chen replied doubtfully, how could that be? It's not that I don't want to, but Yenner, with a beautiful face, looked up at him, cutting him off, not letting Yi-Chun finish his sentence. A letter would also be fine. Could it be? Yenner said while reaching out to stroke Yi-Chen's handsome face. In Master's eyes, am I nothing? Yi-Chen's face suddenly became stern. He replied emotionlessly, true. Nothing at all. Yi-Chen's eyes suddenly became sharp, no different from a tie-peeling knife. Just because, then, he pushed hard, sending the girl flying 1,000 meters. Yi-Chen's voice was solemn in the dark night. You are not Yenner. The person in front dissolved into the void, creating a stream of energy with a pink hue mixed with a bit of purple light. Witnessing the scene before him, Yi-Chen blurted out, indeed a charm spirit. Charm spirits are mid-level monsters in the Zongyuan continent. taking the agitation in a cultivator's heart as food, often using illusions to disguise as the closest person, waiting for an opportunity to crawl into the consciousness and constantly create illusions, directly sucking the target dry. Chun stroked his chin suspiciously, thinking probably that girl was hit by the charm spirit's move. Suddenly, Chun felt something strange, but with his knowledge. The charm spirit's specialty is illusions. Nightfall is the best time to strike. Why did they appear during the day? Moreover, things that change unpredictably usually don't have a physical body. But just now it touched me. Countless questions appeared in Yi Chen's head. At this moment, he turned his back and saw countless hands wanting to invade Xiao's body. Yi Chen worriedly thought, not good. Immediately, he cast a golden shell spell to prevent the demons from approaching Xiao, but it was almost ineffective. She still felt pain. Eyes wet with tears, Yi Chen couldn't help but be surprised. Xiao was currently immersed in a nightmare. Yi Chen thought suspiciously, not right. Clearly I sealed the charm spirit formation for her. But she looks even more miserable. Could it be? Yi Chen was silent for a moment, then made a judgment. Is she about to be eroded? In Xiao's dream rang the singing voice of her younger self. Little sheep, bleeding, candied hawthorn, jump up, a long line, a big string, taste it, laugh happily. While sitting playing alone in the corner of a dark room, the little girl smiled, eyes crinkling, turned back and excitedly called, Big brother, big sister, do you want a string of candied hawthorns? But absolutely no response. Behind the little girl were only soulless corpses piled into a mountain. The little girl was silent for a moment, then lowered her head. Xiao said softly, not fun. Then, the little girl stood up and walked away like a lone wolf. Walking and muttering, forget it. Anyway, I'm always alone. Only alone. Xiao recalled her misfortunes in the past. Constantly chased, beaten, and bullied. The little girl thought helplessly, no one will pay attention to me. Might as well say, people in the world just wish I would die. Xiao always had to scream and beg when facing barbaric people. Chase to kill. Demanding life. Forced. Counterattack. Just like that, day after day. Xiao asked herself, when will days like this end? Wandering in the night, dragging her feet, the little girl suddenly saw a girl drinking alone by the roadside. The girl sat with one leg up, constantly downing cup after cup. In the heavy rain, only she was brave enough to raise a cup to drown her sorrows. Muttering constantly, Tao is Tao, infinite Tao, good wine. Seeing the lone wolf, Xiao. She glanced and said, arrived? My obedient disciple. She asked herself, damn it, missed one person. Xiao revealed a look of disgust on her face and threw a sentence cold enough to pierce the heart. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't understand. In the rain, the drunk girl stumbled to her feet, mouth constantly muttering incomprehensible words. Don't move. Listen to Master preach the Tao to you. With situations like this, Xiao had already prepared a knife behind her back. The girl still proudly introduced herself with a teasing tone. I am the divine diviner, originating from the Schwanji sect, bearing the Taoist name Ghost Spirit Monster. Half a month ago, Heavenly Tao guided me here, west 100 miles. Will meet my disciple. It is you. Raindrops fell on Xiao's cute face. The little girl smiled brightly, but couldn't hide the awkwardness. So that's it. So if I call you master, you will agree to give me anything, right? For example, speaking of this, Xiao suddenly changed her expression 180 degrees, eyes blazing with strong killing intent. Small hands stabbed a fatal knife right into the opponent's stomach, to let her know the first lesson is don't trust people. Suppressing anger, Xiao bit her lip and growled, Master, I spit on it. People like you. Ife mit plenty. Before, Xiao had encountered inhumane masters like that, even wanted to give her a disciple nickname. Dragging her into the pill room. After gaining the little girl's trust, they revealed their nature no different from monsters, wanting to cut open her stomach and gouge out her heart, refining endless longevity pills, just because she was a natural extreme in inner core, an extremely good furnace. Xiao once again remembered the painful memories of the past. Burly men scrambling to grab the little girl and fighting over her, torturing her in every way. Xiao screamed in the illusion. You cultivators! Just hearing I could be refined into a pill, and will be able to be immortal, not afraid of death. Immediately ignore justice and integrity, heavenly Tao and human relations. Ignoring everything. I begged you. Because she was pushed to a dead end. The small girl personally held a knife, screaming while stabbing furiously at the inhumane cultivators. Waking from the dream, the little girl returned to reality. The person before her, the divine diviner, had been motionless for some time. Bloodstained Xiao's cute face, in a sound of rain. Now only her small voice remained. But why? Couldn't you spare me? Thud. As if realizing something, Xiao startled. The knife in her hand dropped to the ground. The little girl staggered painfully. Done for. My cultivation is exhausted. My inner core is rebelling against me. Xiao worriedly thought, could it be? My life ends here. Her eyes filled with despair. Xiao sadly thought about her lonely and painful past. Always having to circle in a dark room. No relatives. No friends. Haven't even known what candied hawthorns taste like. Life must end already. Xiao struggled to crawl on the ground. Then, she looked up, sitting before the Buddha statue and silently praying. Heavenly Tao above. In this life, this little girl killed countless people. Really forced to do so. If there's a next life, please give me a normal life. The rain had now soaked that small body. Suddenly a voice rang out from behind. Why wait for the next life? Then she smiled and said, this life is fine. Then, Divine Diviner continued. Master guaranteeing your life is enough, isn't it? Don't move. She spoke while placing her hand on Xiao's shoulder and transmitting essence. The other hand was still holding her bleeding stomach thanks to the stab wounds just now. Xiao looked up at the scene, unable to help being moved, and burst into tears. Divine Diviner kept worrying she hurt Xiao, hurriedly asking loudly, why crying? Does it hurt? Xiao sobbed while speaking. Can I continue to live? Divine Diviner looked at Xiao with a gentle face. Although blood flowed in streams from both corners of her mouth, she said softly, talking nonsense. Not only can you live, you must live very well. Then she affirmed, you just rest assured. In the future, Master will protect you. So they spent carefree days together. Divine Diviner took Xiao to eat candied hawthorns. Eating her favorite food for the first time, the little girl drooled like a waterfall. The two also went causing trouble, fighting monsters everywhere. Then that tragic day came, when Xiao witnessed Divine Diviner being chained up, even pierced through the stomach by a huge log right before her eyes. Xiao could only stand silently watching and said, Master, don't be afraid. This time let me save you. Although she had grown up, inside she was still a crybaby. Tears flowing in streams, she continued, just need to find the supreme yang body. Dual cultivate with him, and I can restore your missing lifespan. Then, Xiao softly called the person she loved most. Master. Until now, she was still delirious and showed no signs of waking up. Yichen stood looking at Xiao with a worried face. He spoke up, charm spirit gouging the heart. She can't hold on much longer. Turning to look at the fake Yenner group in front. Yichen decided, quick battle, quick victory. -1. Now, the whole group of beauties appeared simultaneously before Yichen's eyes. However, they all bore the exact same appearance. Molded based on Luan Yenner. One flirtatiously winked, showing seduction, hoping to lure the opponent. Then, the whole group pounced towards Yichen with excited looks. In the blink of an eye, Yichen's head was sandwiched between a pile of large western fruits. The illusion beside him constantly caressed and whispered in his ear, little young master, come here and have fun with this servant. The phantom Luan Yenner just displayed poses hard to resist. One reached out to pull down the front of her dress, revealing full breasts. Face ecstatic, she softly said, you like the front? Another excitedly showed off a pair of juicy peaches, then whispered like pouring honey into his ear, or do you like the back more? I can accommodate you. The charm spirit was now calmly standing behind, controlling the illusions. Unable to help being excited, thinking about eating the prey, full of vitality ahead. She smiled sinisterly. Very good. Just continue like this. The charm spirit assumed Yichen would soon wither away in her tenderness. Even running to the sky couldn't escape the beauty trap. However, Chun amidst the pile of Western fruits only coldly replied one word. Get lost. Hearing that, she couldn't help but be shocked. She didn't expect someone dared to behave like that in front of beautiful girls. Especially beautiful girls with big breasts. In the blink of an eye, Chun executed a skill, creating an attack with a purple hue and easily escaping the illusion trap. His power knocked the charmed spirit away. However, she wasn't afraid, but felt even more excited. The charmed spirit laughed softly, then licked her lips hungrily, replying, haha, my good master. When grabbed by the leg by Chun, she managed to turn her body and praised with a scheming tone, very strong force. Speed is also quite good. Already in such a hurry. Then, the charmed spirit became even more aggressive as she liked to flirt with the prey. She softly smirked, saying, where do you like playing this style? Yenner is increasingly pleased with you. But Chun still maintained an attitude cold as ice, saying nothing, just like a grab driver. At the same time, the charmed spirit took the opportunity of his distraction, launching a powerful kick at Chun's chest. Taking the advantage, she happily stepped on his body and continued with an extremely lustful face. Let me teach you a bit more. Women like to hold the leadership position the most. It seems the charmed spirit really likes being atop. Being on top makes her even more excited. You should still obediently lie down. My transformed physical body cannot be killed, nor can it be cut. Suddenly, the charmed spirit felt so high she looked up at the sky and screamed. Lower abdomen suddenly feels so hot. Clearly haven't entered the main topic yet. Why is it like this? The charmed spirit asked suspiciously. What did you do? Chun had now grabbed her leg. You don't know. It turned out he took the opportunity to press the acupoint right under the sole of her foot. The pleasure point. Now, the charmed spirit's body had become burning hot and unable to control the beastly nature within. Chun added, just like the name, the acupoint can bring an experience of pleasure. Clearly cultivated a physical body, but didn't research specifically. The charmed spirit was extremely uncomfortable. Yami Kudasai. No, you let go. Chun smirked, questioning, about to come out, right? Anyone hearing this wouldn't escape evil thoughts in their head. However, in the posture of gripping the opponent's foot tightly, Chun smugly assumed the charmed spirit's true form was about to be revealed. Unable to stand the heat in her body, she pleaded loudly, good master, let me go. Seeing the charmed spirit still passionate about playing the role of Yenner, Chun huffed coldly, let you go. Then, he became even rougher and replied, you are a demon born from human desire. To deal with you, must avoid lust. Guest usurps the host, giving you pleasure even more intense. You will reveal your true form. The charmed spirit had now lost control. So high she couldn't take it anymore. Chun raged with killing intent, continuing, today, if I let you go, don't know how many more people will be harmed. The charmed spirit still wanted to compete for an Oscar, continuing to act pitiful and lowering her voice. Master, look carefully. I am Yenner. Why are you so cruel to make me suffer like this? Feeling too annoyed, Chun coldly replied with a disdainful tone, shut up. The two words Yenner, you can also call. Originally, the mark on Luan Yenner's forehead was from protecting the sect that year, left behind when refining the marrow cleansing pool, scraping bones, cutting tendons, lasting a whole month. In the end, she couldn't bear it, but Yenner didn't shed a single tear. On the contrary, because she loved her junior sister, she secretly hid in the dark pavilion, crying alone in despair. Probably not many people understand clearly how much difficulty and pain the girl who likes to act spoiled deep inside has gone through. Chun believed, she's kind like that. How could she use beauty to serve people for personal desire? Facing the fake Yenner in front, Chun was extremely uncomfortable. But you, then, he growled, making the charmed spirit tremble at this attitude. Chun reminded her clearly, you are just a creature controlled by desire. Pitiful monster. Looking towards Xiao, immersed in a painful dream, Chun angrily pointed out the wrongdoings of the demon in front, stealing their memories, trampling, laughing at them. Do you think you are superior? Now Xiao reached out, calling master in hopelessness. Chun concluded with disgust clearly shown on his face. Stupid. Then he immediately executed a fatal move. The attack carried mysterious purple energy with powerful force. Just grabbing the charmed spirit tight, and not letting go. Yi-Chun shouted loudly, "Die!" Now, the monster revealed its ugly true form. Hair with only a few strands. Head huge. Face wrinkled. Eyes uneven. Teeth and lips mixed up. With this appearance, even plastic surgery would require smashing the head to rebuild. The charm spirit couldn't accept reality. Not easy for me to cultivate. My body. Boo-hoo. Then, she swallowed her anger and hurriedly flew past Yi-Chun, rushing toward Xiao to eat the young girl's vitality. The charm spirit shouted loudly in madness, "Crazy guy, hug your determination, and be lonely for a lifetime." The monster thought she still had a chance. The image of Xiao struggling in the illusion kindled hope for the charm spirit. She thought, this brat is still deep in the illusion. Just need to possess her. I can still live. Her appearance now was ugly upon ugly. The charm spirit reached her crude hands towards Xiao and shouted loudly, "I don't want to disappear." However, the charm spirit's wish became hopeless. With just a few simple movements, a sword flashed past and easily sliced her body into two parts. Yi-Chun was extremely surprised, because originally he hadn't acted yet. Seeing the sword still stuck right next to Xiao, Yi-Chun wondered who the opponent was, a sacred being from where. At the same time, a new character appeared. She heroically grabbed the precious sword just used to eliminate the charm spirit and walked leisurely before Yi-Chun's surprise, with fox ears twitching slightly on her head. The opponent called out, "Supreme." Then, she removed the iron mask, revealing a beautiful face. She tilted her head, slightly looking at Yi-Chun with eyes glowing with blue light, and continued. Really makes one easy to find. Legend has it, in the extreme west of the Sanyuan continent, there's a secret technique called throwing bricks to attract jade. A cultivator swallows a profound stone and can project a spirit fetus outside the body. With the support of the blood array, the two spirit fetuses complement each other. Not only can they resonate cultivation realms, they can also change vision. Let's call this secret technique spirit rhinoceros communication first. The eyes of the stranger in front suddenly glowed with powerful spiritual energy. Yi-Chun was astonished, stammering, "You are." Looking at the appearance in front, he could immediately think of Yenner. The girl then spoke angrily, "Master, you still remember Yenner?" Yi-Chun panicked, hurriedly replying, "Spirit Rhinoceros is a crimson grade 1 in 1,000 years. Even if Master turns to ash, I can recognize it." The fox version of Yenner winked, smirking, asking, "Why is Master backing away?" Then, she spoke with a tone clearly showing jealousy. "Is playing with the charm spirit fun? Forgetting to return to the city is also a forgivable matter." Yi-Chun, hearing this, suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He stammered, "You saw everything." Yenner immediately replied curtly. Then, she smiled and continued, "But fire burns in my heart, from beginning to end, very clearly." Fox Yenner lowered her voice, adding, "Yenner knows everything, whether it's Master praising her." Suddenly she changed her face 180 degrees. Or finding medicine for the female cultivator, so delaying returning to the city. Yi-Chun, hearing this, could only freeze in place, stunned for 1,000 seconds. He hurriedly spoke up to clarify in hopelessness, "Not true. It's not like that." Yenner immediately replied briefly, "Don't dream of deceiving to get by." After a while of recounting the situation to prevent the house from burning down, Yenner sat her but on the grass and said, "Which also means..." Looking at Xiao unconscious beside her, she asked, "Master brought this female cultivator along because you mistook her for the spy I arranged in Heavenly Tome City?" Yi-Chun beside her nodded furiously. "That's right." Now, he clearly understood the problem. "No wonder you left a letter telling me not to look at women, then sent a female cultivator to meet me. So it was a mistake." Suddenly Yenner tilted her head with a creepy smile. "So?" Yi-Chun pretended not to understand. She pouted sulkily, playing dumb again, even if Master misunderstood. But in her heart, she knows very well why she followed the spear to throw the spear. "Following you the whole way," Yi-Chun honestly declared before those scary eyes. "Indeed, there is a hidden reason. This little girl followed me, wanting my help." Hearing his words, Yenner gradually accepted. She thought, "Little girl? Master doesn't consider her a woman." Then Yenner spoke up asking, "What's wrong? Does she have an enemy?" Yi-Chun frankly replied, Specifically help with what? I'm also not clear. But when she was eroded by the charm spirit, she once called Master. I guess it must be related to her sect. Yenner understood Master's personality well, so just nodded. Right. Master is chivalrous and righteous. Likes to mind other people's business. Instead, Yichen smiled gently, then happily asked his disciple back these words. Could it be Yenner won't mind other people's business? Hearing that, she just silently sank into thought. Before, little sister often faced evil people who only knew how to torture and treat the little girl like a pet. Seeing that, Yenner stood up to protect little sister from that group of people. Although remembering those memories clearly, on the outside, Yenner coldly replied, I'm lazy. Can't be bothered. Saying that, she stood up and continued. Master doesn't know. Then, Yenner turned with a not-so-benign smile. I am now the great demon head that everyone wants to beat and kill. Then she smirked, adding, solving problems is not as fast as solving people. Yichen understood his disciple's heart well, so replied briefly. Nonsense. Yenner was slightly surprised. Then, Yichen also stood up and assumed. If it's truly like you said. He looked at Xiao and continued. Then this girl wouldn't know how many times she died already. Yichen knew, well, Xiao was the little sister once saved by Yenner. Seeing this, knowing she couldn't act the cool girl, she stayed silent. Yichen walked towards his disciple and said gently, Master knows. Yenner is a good girl containing kindness for the world. He looked at her kindly and smiled. These years, you must have suffered a lot of hardships, right? Now I have returned. You can be yourself with peace of mind. Yenner was stunned by the gentle appearance of the person in front. Chun continued to affirm, even if the sky falls, Master is here to support you. Now, Yenner was still silent. Then, she softly uttered a sound. Chun didn't hear clearly, so tilted his head, asking again. Yenner annoyedly turned away. I said okay. With Master here, I don't need to worry about the troublesome matters of this world anymore. Then, she smirked, speaking with a tone that seemed like a threat. After finishing the troublesome business, Master hurried back to the city. There won't be a next time. Yenner smiled, revealing sharp canine teeth, and continued, otherwise. Then she pointed her weapon at Yichun, adding, I really will cut off your legs. As soon as the words ended, Yenner's spirit left and returned the body to its owner. The girl suddenly slumped her head until the main soul returned. She glared and switched on defense mode. Then, she gritted her teeth, looking at Yichun fiercely. Then she angrily shouted, Her Majesty forgave you. But I, Xiachun, do not. Seeing this bristling puppy appearance, Yichun realized. Change back. At this moment, Xiachun held her sword trailing after Yichun, mouth still rambling too much. Her Majesty ordered me to follow you before returning to the city. I will watch you very tightly. Yichun was so scared, calmly replied, Is that so? Hard on you. He involuntarily felt annoyed. Why are there more and more people? Yichun reached out intending to check Xiao's condition. The little girl hasn't woken up yet. Let me check on her. Before he could do anything, Xiaochun rushed over with breakneck speed, blocking in front of Yichun, making him jump. Then, she pressed close to Xiao and actively volunteered, Let me, strictly following Her Majesty's order. Not allowed to touch other women. Xiaochun sniffed all over Xiao, then pressed her ear to the clingy girl's chest to diagnose based on heartbeat. Xiaochun judged, then raised her index finger and slashed a line tearing Xiao's shirt, making 2 huge melons spill out. Yichun saw such a bold diagnosis style and stammered, crying out, Wait a minute. Xiaochun turned her grumpy face asking, What again? Yichun covered his eyes, turning his back and replying, You guys check the wounds. It's not convenient for me to look. I'll go into the forest to avoid a bit. Finishing speaking, Yichun happily ran quickly into the forest, leaving Xiaochun verifying the situation. He was sure that, with her taking care, the little girl doesn't need me to care anymore. This time finally can go to the blessed land, Grotto Heaven. It turned out Yichun wasn't being polite, not looking at a girl's body, but lying to leave Xiao behind and sneak away alone, not having run a few steps. Xiaochun's sword cut off Yichun's plot, stabbing hard into the ground right in front of him, making him break. Frozen for a few seconds, Xiaochun warned after throwing the sword like throwing a pig sticker. Supreme, if you feel it's impolite, don't look. Turning your back and closing your eyes is fine. Then, she called out, but don't dream of leaving my sight. This is Her Majesty's royal decree. Yichen involuntarily broke out in cold sweat. When witnessing this reckless trick, he thought in his belly, so hard to play. Seeing Yi Chun showing signs of moving, Xia Chun glared, growling a reminder supreme. Yi Chun realized he couldn't escape. Resignedly replied quickly, I understand. He also asked with concern, so how's the girl now? Seeing Yi Chen's hypocritical actions just now, Xia Chun secretly cursed in her belly. Dogman. And she answered. The charmed spirit entered the inner core, eroding the spirit fetus. Hard to cure. Xia Chun added. First must use conservative methods. Let her wake up first. Yi Chen heard this and couldn't help wondering in his head. He thought, normally in this situation, must lead the spirit fetus out. Use technique to repair. This usually causes harm to the body. Yi Chen doubted. Is a conservative method a technique newly created by later generations? He curiously peeked back and saw Xia Chun had taken off her outer robe, revealing crisscrossing scars on her back and shoulders. Yi Chen panicked inside, took it off. Feeling someone peeking, Xia Chun glanced a warning. Yi Chen immediately turned his head back to the front as before. Behind him was the sound of shao 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 moaning. Xia Chun spoke up asking, pain? Is there a reaction? Yi Chen heard this and sweated profusely like a bath. Couldn't erase the evil thoughts in his head. Xia Chun continued to ask, here? Tight. Hearing this, Yi Chen felt even more dizzy. Head hot like a boiling kettle. He cried inside, not curious anymore. Until late at night, when the moon hung high, the treatment process stopped. Xia Chun exhaled sharply. She was covered in sweat, standing up, rubbing her neck, below revealing rare 8-pack abs. Xia Chun relievedly said, also okay now. Seems she will wake up in a bit. Saying that, she looked towards the opponent. Xiao 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 had now fallen asleep, face flushed red, mouth drooling. The pillow and blanket she was using were all from Xia Chun's clothes. Xia Chun now remembered Yi Chun was behind all this time. She spoke up saying, this time, Supreme can rest assured. Speaking halfway, striking her eyes, was the image of Yi Chun sitting head bowed down, looking extremely drained of life. His face was black as coal. Yi Chun's whole body trembled like a leaf. Lifting his withered face, he difficultly forced a smile, replying, yeah. Xia Chun gave him a disdainful look, but still used extremely respectful words to ask, you look tired. What's wrong? Yi Chun forced a smile, letting out two sounds, ha, heart constantly bitter. You still ask, what's wrong with me? He grumbled inside again. Me being this tired. Isn't it all because of you? Yi Chun recalled when he took the opportunity to flee. When seeing him raise a fist saying, the charmed spirit harmed many people. I will destroy their lair. Xia Chun quickly pulled his shirt back, replying, Supreme, rest assured. Her Majesty sent a team to handle the aftermath. The scene of Yi Chun enthusiastically offering help appeared. You worked hard saving people. I'll go prepare some food for you. Xia Chun coldly thanked. Thanks. This subject has fasted for 3 years. Yi Chun thought more and got angrier. Could only scream complaints in his belly. Not letting me escape. Another scene. Yi Chun smiled optimistically, saying, here green mountains, blue water. Surely there will be spirit herbs growing. Let me pick some for you to replenish energy. Xia Chun tried to hold back annoyance, replying, this subject isn't thirsty, not hungry, not tired. Supreme. Then, she lost patience and raised her voice. You just sitting and waiting is fine. Xia Chun's shout made Yi Chun freeze. He awkwardly sighed, saying, actually, then he boldly continued, I want to release. Out of arguments, so he said straight out he wanted to relieve himself. Hearing that, Xia Chun threw him a piece of tree bark, a dry quadrilateral piece of bark, just enough to hold waist. Xia Chun replied briefly, 10 breaths. Yi Chun looked at the tree bark, heart dead cold. He cried and scolded inside. I even used the reason of wanting to release. And you still won't let me go out? Although I really like dogs, this issue isn't cute at all. Just recalling and cursing inside. But outside, Yi Chun still smiled, forcefully replying, nothing. Xia Chun was also fed up with this persistent guy. She was silent for a moment, then said, the female cultivator's vitality is heavily injured. Awakening is only temporary. After that, must find spirit herbs for her to replenish. Hearing this, Yi-Chun reacted immediately, probably thinking there's an excuse to sneak away again. Xia-Chun immediately extinguished that plot with an extremely reasonable reason. Now it's already dark, not convenient to find things. She stretched and groaned, tossing and turning until now. This subject is indeed a bit tired. Tired partly because of stopping Yi-Chun's running legs too. She turned to tell Yi-Chun, "Why don't we rest here? Wait for morning to find medicine." Then, Xia-Chun asked, "What do you think?" The question made Yi-Chun startle in reaction. He bowed his head slightly and smiled with a face that couldn't be more cunning. Belly dancing, thinking, "Opportunity is here." Yi-Chun placed his hand on Xia-Chun's shoulder, then smiled happily, saying, "You just rest. I'll watch over you too." Realizing Yi-Chun was making excuses to run away again, Xia-Chun intended to raise her voice to warn, "Supreme." Not finished speaking, Xia-Chun fell into a daze and collapsed to the ground unconscious. Yi-Chun finished his intention and let go. He smiled forcefully, saying, "Forgive me." Turns out Xia-Chun fainting was all due to Yi-Chun. "I pressed your sleeping acupoint. You rest first." Then, Yi-Chun skipped, swaying back and forth, saying, "Slip away, slip away." Seeing the two sleeping soundly in front, Yi-Chun thought it was settled. However, he didn't know that. Right after he left, Xia-Chun opened her eyes to peek. Xiao beside had also been peeking to probe the situation for a while. Chapter 14. Xia-Chun recalled before going to find Yi-Chun. Empress Luan Yenner appeared in a loose red dress. She combed her hair while instructing her subordinate, little Chun. "Master is soft-hearted. I believe he will pity and help the weak. But this time, I just feel he is hiding something from me." Luan Yenner turned back, giving Xia-Chun a mesmerizing look, a mysterious smile. "Watch carefully. Guarding too strictly will leave loopholes. Probe to see if he is really just busy or not." Obeying the Empress's order, Xia-Chun loosened the supervision of Yi-Chun and pretended to be hit by the sleeping acupoint and fainted. Waiting for him to leave, she quietly followed. Back to the present. Xia-Chun sat up, pulling out her sword, and Xiao was still pretending to sleep, sneaking a look at the beautiful sister's visual. In her heart, she exclaimed, "Heavens! White hair, beast ears. Can't be wrong. She is Xia-Chun, the martial general of the Empress." Looking at the muscular appearance in front, Xiao couldn't help but startle. This aura, does she want to kill that brat? Xiao panicked and sat up, and Xia-Chun was preparing to fly away. She screamed, "Ah!" Suddenly the piece of Xia-Chun's shirt on Xiao was thrown off. Only now did she look down. Then Xiao blushed and screamed. She stammered, "Why are my clothes torn?" Even Xiao had to try to close her legs to avoid exposure. The inner core area still felt a bit sore. Xiao held her face in panic. "Could it be while I lost consciousness?" Xia-Chun cut off Xiao's panic. Then, she coldly recounted the situation. "You were bewitched by the charm spirit. Now the inner core is unstable. Don't move around." Xiao was shocked like lightning struck her ears. She screamed, "Charm spirit." Xiao thought back. Wait, in my head indeed appeared. Images vary. Scenes of her crying and begging to follow Yi-Chun. Scenes of pretending to be a dog lining up appeared in her head. She screamed, "Who is this female swordsman?" Xiao was shocked, confused, hands holding her head, whole body turning into an abstract painting because the humiliation was too great to be described by normal 2D art. Currently her head was spun around by complaining sentences like, "Calculated 1,000 times. Yet didn't calculate being controlled by a charm spirit." Or, "This old lady has never lost composure like this in front of others." Xiao held her head for a while, then noticed something strange. Wait, then she thought, now I have to stabilize again. It was that cultivator who helped me. After doing this and that, I felt sore. Immediately the image of Xiao and Yi-Chun entangled appeared in her head. Her face became lustful immediately. Seems this old lady still has charm. She clasped her hands, imagining and feeling refreshed. Xiao just immersed herself in the illusion. Definitely not wrong. Looking at Xiao rolling around like a maggot now. Xia-Chun felt extremely sore in the eyes. Couldn't help clicking her tongue once. Then, Xia-Chun set off to perform the mission, not forgetting to instruct. Obediently wait here. Xiao excitedly asked. Does the general want to go find him? I'll go with you. She raised her voice high like singing opera. I must thank him for risking his life to save me. This kindness I can only repay with my body. Xiao Chun got angry. She turned back to squeeze Xiao's face. She smiled mockingly, saying, Didn't realize the young lady is such a person who values love and righteousness. Xiao swatted Xia Chun's hand away, annoyed, saying, What is the general saying? Having a debt and not repaying. Isn't that being a petty person? Xiao Chun replied with an amused tone. These words are very correct. Then, she smirked, showing expectation. Then hurry and repay me with your body. After all, I am your benefactor. Hearing these words, Xiao's worldview immediately collapsed. What could it be? The image of Xiao entangled with Yi Chun gradually downgraded from color TV to black and white, then shattered. Xiao held her head, screaming. Magic mirror's secret technique. She couldn't accept this harsh truth. Why is it like this? Xiao Chun over here swung her sword, saying, Then. She replied briefly, All right. A dark purple aura appeared. Immediately, it surrounded Xiao, making her startle and panic. Xiao Chun continued. The supreme stature is not something you can imagine. She turned around, disdainfully saying, The person who wants him is Her Majesty the Empress. You're just a tiny star. What do you have to compare with the shining moon? Xiao Chun flew into the air, instructing, Obediently wait there. This formation can protect you safely. Then she concluded, Don't have delusional thoughts anymore. Xiao heard these words, eyes filled with sadness, looking at Xiao Chun's back, leaving. She pursed her lips tight, saying nothing. Xiao Chun now hurriedly followed Yi Chen's trail, heart constantly thinking about the Empress. She was extremely uncomfortable. Your Majesty, why must it be him? The scene of Xiao Chun sitting at the edge of the bed, looking affectionately at Luan Yenner, while the Empress lay comfortably on the bed laughing and talking, appeared. She gritted her teeth, silently calling in her heart, Yenner. Xiao Chun's eyes turned red. Tears flowed out. Resentment welled up in her heart. Why? Perhaps the words she said just now to Xiao were not only to remind Xiao, but also to remind herself. So tonight there are two heartbroken people. Suddenly, a call, General, rang out in the quiet dark night. Xiao Chun opened her eyes wide, looking back, and saw Xiao also flying towards her. She was surprised. Voice mixed with a bit of anger, asking, Didn't I tell you to wait for me there? Her heart couldn't help being astonished. My earth formation couldn't hold her back. Xiao smiled mischievously, replying, I have my ways. General doesn't need to worry. Hand holding the burnt talisman, Xiao Chun bared her fangs. Around the claws were ambiguous wisps of smoke. In her heart she thought, underestimated her. Must change to a stronger move. Xiao cut off her calculations with a high lilted voice, saying, General, misunderstood. I don't like him. Xiao Chun was confused. I'm just thirsty for his body. The clingy girl said, then laughed loudly. Xiao Chun heard this and was both surprised and furious. Hand clenched into a fist, cursing this girl. What? Shameless. In another development, Yi Chen had set foot on the ground. The landing was light as a feather. He looks up at the surrounding scenery and speaks. We're finally here. The blessed grotto heaven is right in front of us. In front of Yi Chen is a pitch-black, deep cave entrance. Outside, the pillars and beams are tilted. Tall trees grow chaotically. The head of a Buddha statue lies in a corner. The desolate scene of the blessed grotto heaven leaves Yi Chen a bit bewildered. A memory suddenly floods back. Back then, Yi Chen was teaching his disciple, although his adorable third disciple was still very young. She was very energetic. In a flash, she dug up a huge centipede to show off to Yi Chen. Master, look, I just dug this up from the ground. Yi Chen was delighted to see it. This is a 100-foot spirit centipede. They only appear in places with abundant spiritual energy. Luo, it seems we've come to the right place. Luo Yen hugs the centipede like a pet and asks curiously, But, Master, why do we have to find a place to grow spirit herbs? Shouldn't cultivators practice in the morning and meditate at night? Yi Chen explains, That's not wrong. But Luo, do you remember why Master wanted to establish the Schwanji sect? Luo blankly recites her master's motto. In a chaotic world, seek a paradise. The young girl smiles. She recites it, but she doesn't understand a thing. Yishan nods slightly. That's right. This is the path I have wholeheartedly sought. But to achieve this beautiful outcome, great divine power alone is not enough. With great power comes great responsibility. Today, Luo, we found good land to grow spirit herbs. In the future, perhaps we can help even more people. Luo Yen replies innocently. Luo really likes Master. And I really like the things Master does. Don't worry, Master. Luo will turn this place into what you want it to be. Yishan laughs in reply. Haha, all right. Then let's borrow Luo's good fortune to name this place. Let's call it the Blessed Grotto Heaven. Back then, the Blessed Grotto Heaven looked magnificent and beautiful. The entrance was spacious and clean. It looked like the entrance to a palace. But now, it looks no different from a giant demonic beast lair. It's pitifully desolate. Yishan sighs. So nostalgic. Yishan suddenly thinks that Luo has now become a woman who can stand on her own. How did that old saying go? What was it again? A grown daughter can't be kept at home. Suddenly, Yishan senses something. It seems those two girls who pretended to be asleep are chasing my clone. I should thank General Xiao. She deliberately revealed an opening. That's how I was able to go with the flow. Luring the tiger away from the mountain. Oh my. Deceiving people like this is wrong. I'll take care of business first and make it up to them later. They probably won't be that fast. They likely haven't caught up to my clone yet. Just as Yishan predicted. General Tai, he, and Xiao are still closely following his clone. They haven't shown themselves yet. The two of them hide behind a tree, observing. Xiao hugs Tai tightly and buries her face into her two large breasts. Just as Tai is about to ask what she's doing, Xiao covers her mouth. General, don't say anything right now. If he's psychologically scarred for life, he'll never be able to hold his head up again. Tai is furious. Are we just going to let him be? And Her Majesty thought he was a gentleman. Xiao crosses her arms and nods. I can understand your feelings. Her Majesty, the Empress's white moonlight, is satisfying his lust on a tree of all things. It turns out Yishan's clone, lacking consciousness, is just ramming its head into the tree in front of it. This makes the two of them mistakenly believe that Yishan is humping the tree. But on closer inspection, his posture is quite something. Truly a master. General Tai, he snaps. Is this the time for your color commentary? No wonder he tried everything to leave. Turns out he was burning with lust. This absolutely cannot be reported to Her Majesty. It would only dirty her hands. Turning back, she sees Xiao about to take off her clothes. Moreover, she intends to approach Yishan. She wants to take this opportunity to help Yishan satisfy himself, and also engage in dual cultivation. For Xiao, it's a win-win situation. Tai quickly grabs Xiao's sash and pulls her back. Stop right there. Xiao says. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? The fires of hell are raging. Let me put out that fire. No need to thank me. Tai grits her teeth. Shut up. You are truly shameless. At that moment, Yishan suddenly feels a chill down his spine. He sneezes involuntarily. Who's thinking of me? Yishan suddenly sees a speck of light at the cave entrance. This is a wind spirit. No doubt about it. Wind spirits can only grow in places where spiritual energy gathers. Luo has managed this place very well. This girl loves grand gestures. She wanted me to come here quickly. She must think her paradise is complete. She deliberately didn't tell Yenner. Just waiting for my praise. Very good. I'll go see what this paradise is like. Yishan ventures deeper into the cave. He is surprised to see a giant centipede. It has another snake in its mouth. However, its lower body has a large wound the size of the Grotto Heaven's entrance. The centipede glares at him upon seeing him. Its eyes are red with killing intent. Of course, Yishan isn't scared at all, just a little bewildered. This scene doesn't look like a paradise at all. The giant centipede charges straight at Yishan. Yishan's expression turns serious. Swish! Yishan easily splits the centipede in two with his bare hands. Yishan turns back, smiles, and says, "It's been 10 months. Then he raises his fist high. He gathers his strength and punches the ground. The ground immediately cracks open. Then Yishan falls through. The scenery here is completely different. The trees are lush and green. Spiritual energy is abundant. The landscape is picturesque with flowing water. Looking over, there's even a statue of Yishan under an ancient tree. Yishan calls out softly, Have you had enough fun, Luo? Streams of spiritual energy suddenly gather in front of him. Then, the figure of Luan Yenner gradually appears. Luan opens her eyes. She is overjoyed to see her master. She extends her hands to catch her master and speaks. Master, long time no see. What do you think? Luan gave you quite a scare, but you're still in one piece, right? All the demonic beasts in the grotto heaven were illusions created by your nascent soul, weren't they? Luo, it seems you've improved a lot. Luan Yenner smiles in reply. Didn't you see through it all, master? This isn't the first day you've met me. We haven't seen each other in so long. Can't you let me joke around a little, master? Yishin beams. That's right. You really did give me a scare. I almost forgot that Luo loves to be praised and also loves to play jokes. Luan Yenner playfully nuzzles against him. As expected of my master. You've always been the one who understands Luo best in the world. This girl. All right. Tell me, what was so important that you had to hide it, even from your senior sister, and even used your nascent soul to project yourself just to tell me first? Luo hesitates before explaining. Actually, I didn't project my nascent soul. It's just that only my nascent soul is left. Luo is actually dead. So that's how it is. No wonder Luan Yenner was a bit hesitant, but on her face, she always wore a bright, optimistic smile. She was even a little playful. After hearing his third disciple say she was dead, Yishan's face suddenly darkens. A furious rage boils within him. In an instant, his internal energy mixes with a thick, killing intent. His eyes are filled with death. He asks Luan Yenner, who did this to you? Seeing her master so angry, Luan quickly says, Master, please calm down. Actually, this situation is something Luan chose for herself. Words can't describe it all. Please, Master, see for yourself. Luan extends her hand. She gathers spiritual energy at her fingertip and sends it straight into Yishan's mind to replay the memories of the past. Streams of spiritual energy pour into Yishan's sea of consciousness. Before Yishan's eyes, Luo's memories gradually unfold. During the 100 years you were in seclusion, Master, many villains coveted our Schwanji sect. The sect was besieged and in peril many times. Fortunately, senior sister and I diligently followed your teachings. We trained relentlessly. We didn't dare to slack off, so we overcame the crises without harm. After killing all the rebel leaders from all sides, senior sister changed the name of the Schwanji sect to the Wuji sect. Only then was the sect able to escape danger. However, 10 years later, Luan suddenly packed her bags and chose to leave. Luan Yenner hurriedly ran after her to stop her. Luan, all those who dare to look down on and invade our sect are dead. Now, I am in charge. We just need to wait for Master to return. Why are you so determined to run away from home? Luan left because she missed her master too much. But there was still a long time before Yishan would come out of seclusion. Moreover, the sect had already overcome its calamity. So Luan decided to leave to fulfill her earlier promise to her master. But because the sect needed someone to manage it, she didn't want to reveal this to Luan Yenner. She could only bite her lip and hold it in. Then she turned back with a teasing smile. Isn't it because you're too controlling, senior sister? You don't let me stay up late. You don't let me eat sweets, and you don't even let me go flirt with boys. People say a senior sister is like a sister-in-law. In my opinion, you could be my actual mother. As she spoke, Luan stuck out her tongue to tease Luan Yenner. Yenner was furious, but couldn't argue back. In truth, she was just worried about her junior sister. Luan suddenly took her senior sister's hand and spoke. Her voice was full of care. Senior sister, don't see me off anymore. Protecting the sect isn't your responsibility alone. I don't want you to worry anymore. Hearing this, Yenner felt a sudden wave of emotion. She felt somewhat comforted. My little sister knows how to worry and share the burden with me now. The touching moment suddenly turned cold. Luan continued. If you become a wrinkled, old woman when Master returns, the one he loves more will definitely be me. You don't stand a chance. Luan said this to lighten the somewhat heavy atmosphere. Then she took off running. Yenner lifted her skirt and chased after her, shouting, What did you say? You're just a little worm. I have to spoon feed. Don't you run. Luan ran even faster, laughing playfully. Though she said that, in her heart, she thought, "Senior sister, I'm sorry." Schwanji cast a divination. He saw through the heavenly secrets. From the time the sects besieged us to when Master was forced into seclusion, it was all orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. If you knew, you would surely stop at nothing to purge the enemy, right? I don't want to see you like that again, senior sister. Master, you must understand your disciple, right? We are the only family in this chaotic world. After that, Luo found the person behind it all. He was called the Evil Buddha, also known as the Black Hand. The two sides engaged in a battle to the death. Although Luo used all her strength, the opponent's power was too great, and her physical body was destroyed by his ultimate move. After that battle, I used the ancient phoenix to protect my nascent soul and escape. Then I created a false body and established the Heavenly Tome City, so as not to fail in waiting for Master's return. Senior sister probably still thinks I'm alive, right? To be honest, in another 3 to 5 years, my nascent soul wouldn't have held on either. Fortunately, Master, you came. Yishun stood still. A storm of indescribable emotions churned within him. Pity, emotion, anger, and resentment. He blamed himself for not being able to care for his disciple, leading Luo to this state. Yishun spoke. Good girl, Luo. Master understands. Don't worry. I will help you recover and regenerate your body. We'll use the core of that Black Hand. Luo Yin was overjoyed. Master, that's great, but I'm afraid it won't be easy. Don't look at me now, with only a nascent soul left. I am, after all, a first-level life and death realm cultivator. Yishun was astonished. Luo actually cultivated to the life and death realm. Luo's cultivation level is even higher than mine. On the Yuan continent, the cultivation realms have 6 stages and 9 levels. The 6 main realms are Qi condensation, true foundation, core formation, nascent soul, spirit severing, and finally, the life and death realm. The life and death realm is divided into 9 levels. Each breakthrough is like cultivating from the Qi condensation realm to the life and death realm all over again. The last time we fought, Yenner, at the spirit severing realm, was already dominating the world. Although my body has become saintly in terms of realm alone, I'm only at the peak of the spirit severing realm. And yet, Luo, at the first level of the life and death realm, was defeated. Just how strong is that enemy? A series of questions, along with concern and anxiety, arose in Yishun's heart. Luo observed her master. Knowing his concerns, she said, "The last time I fought against that evil practitioner, his cultivation realm was likely at the 3rd level of the life and death realm. No, the 4th level is more accurate. My nascent soul managed to escape and should have been able to reconstruct my body. But no matter how many methods I tried, none of them worked. Master, now that you've come out of seclusion, what is your current realm?" Yishun immediately asks back, "Are you afraid your master will lose?" He thinks to himself, "Although my realm hasn't had a breakthrough, I have mastered the saintly body. Fighting someone at the 4th level of the life and death realm isn't impossible." Luo smiles and replies, "I know you want to face him head on. However, winning by just a small margin is as good as losing. To truly win, you must crush your opponent overwhelmingly. Don't you agree, Master?" Yishun smiles. "The only one who understands me is Luo. Luo spits out a green true essence chi. The spiritual energy is incredibly dense, yet formless and intangible. Seeing it, Yishun asks with uncertainty, "This is..." Luo continues, "This is good stuff. This heavenly silkworm ice silk goo pellet is something I've spent decades refining from the spiritual herbs of the blessed grotto heaven into a qian pill. After you take it, Master, you will break through to the next realm. Your chances of winning will increase by 50%. As a longtime cultivator, it's not hard for Yishun to realize there's a problem here. He frowns, looking at her with pity. Luo, you're lying to me again. If there was such a miraculous elixir, you should have used it first, even if only your nascent soul remains. After nourishing your qi and breaking through, the chances of regenerating your body would be much greater. Besides, the spiritual herbs in the blessed grotto heaven are from the same batch we planted 100 years ago. They don't have such an effect at all. Luo, this heavenly silkworm ice silk goo pellet, you refined it from your own nascent soul, didn't you?" Luo looks surprised. It's truly not easy to fool you, master. She bursts out laughing. Her crisp, happy laughter fills the air. It echoes throughout the blessed grotto heaven. Ha ha. Luo laughs so joyfully, but Yishun's expression only grows more pained. Luo wipes away her tears after laughing. She replies, Master is still master, after all. Luo admits defeat. Yishun turns to leave. As for breaking through to the next realm, you don't need to worry about it. Just stay here and wait obediently. Master will be right back. Suddenly, Luo's nascent soul hand passes through Yishun's body. Luo says cheerfully, I caught you off guard, master. He thought she was trying to harm him. But Luo then uses all her remaining spiritual power to transfer it into his body. Surging streams of spiritual power flow directly into Yishun's body. Her nascent soul also begins to fade. He quickly turns around and shouts, Luo, that's her nascent soul. Take it back now. Luo's nascent soul has already started to dissipate. She embraces her master one last time. Then, she says her final words. Master, please give my regards to senior sister for me. Luo loves you all very much. A flashback appears. Yishun and his two disciples are playing happily together. The scene is so peaceful. Just a few seconds later, Luo's nascent soul is depleted and disappears completely. Thus ends the life of a renowned supreme ancient emperor. Chapter 17. After Luan Yenner sacrificed all her remaining spiritual power for Yishun, the power within his body is now surging violently. Moreover, the cave suddenly begins to collapse. Yishun lets out a bitter, pained laugh. Were you supporting this entire blessed grotto heaven by yourself? I said I would borrow your good fortune. Not that you should risk your life to maintain it. Luo, you're such a fool. Yishun tries to hold onto the last wisp of Luo's true essence in his hand. He can't bear to see the blessed grotto that Luo protected with her life collapse so easily. Yishun clutches Luo's true essence. Then he kneels down. He begins to break through to the next realm. The spiritual power erupting from Yishun spreads throughout the cave. Rich streams of spiritual power radiate in all directions, wherever the spiritual power goes. The cave and all living things within it are revived. Soon, the cave stops collapsing. After completing his breakthrough, Yishun has now reached the life and death realm. Yishun stands up and murmurs, Luo, I'm sorry. I have to break my promise. You'll have to give your regards to your senior sister yourself. Yishun waves his hand, taking out the heavenly tome. He then places the last wisp of Luo's true essence inside it. The heavenly tome can nurture a soul. Inside, Luo won't have her soul completely scattered and destroyed. For now, this is the best arrangement. He held the heavenly tome and whispered, Luo, don't you love traveling the most? Then come on a journey with me. Yishun suddenly radiated killing intent. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Just a glance was enough to inspire fear. The culprit behind all this, huh? A trip to the underworld doesn't sound too bad. At this moment, the shockwave from Yishun's breakthrough reached Xiao and General Tai. As the two were watching Yishun's clone, a strong earthquake hit. It directly made them lose their balance and stumble. At that moment, Yishun's clone was destroyed by the earthquake. General Tai was stunned. A clone? But the scent was clearly right. When did it happen? Tai cupped her ear. She sensed spiritual energy gathering in that direction. Someone is breaking through to a new realm. And it's not a low realm, either. Suddenly, a cry from Xiao caught her attention. She turned to see Xiao had fallen to her knees. Her limbs were trembling, and she was having trouble breathing. Tai asked worriedly, What's wrong with you? Xiao shook her head. Nothing. She thought to herself, I can't be wrong. Only when a supreme young saint body breaks through a realm does my inner core tremble like this. If I cultivate with a supreme young saint body, I can break through a realm, and my lifespan will leap forward. Now is the best time for dual cultivation. Tai pressed on. Her eyes were filled with worry. Did I not purify the essence thoroughly enough? Xiao was quite surprised. She's worried about me? That's right. She's the Empress's person. If I go off on my own, to dual cultivate with that cultivator, then she can't just not report it, can she? But at this moment, the image of her master, Schwanji, appeared in her memory. For her, saving her master was the most important thing right now. She had to grit her teeth and chant an incantation. 10,000 illusions, all living things. Heavenly net, earthly snare. Nowhere to hide. Suddenly, talismans appeared, flying around General Tai He and forming a barrier that trapped her. Tai He recognized it as the Chiman Duanjiao formation. Qiao Qiao spoke firmly. Today, I must dual cultivate with the man in the Empress's eyes. He has a supreme yang constitution, a rarity seen once in 1,000 years. By mating with him, I can refine a longevity pill to extend my master's life. Do not look upon what is improper. General, please step through the gate of life and leave. Swish, swish. Several sword glints flashed, directly breaking Qiao Qiao's talismans. General Tai, he looked at Qiao Qiao with a cold gaze and said, "You don't really think you can beat me, do you? If you had just waited patiently for the Venerable One to handle your trivial matters. Her Majesty might have forgiven your foolish thoughts, but if you intend to act alone, then don't even think about it. And another thing, is this what your master taught you? You speak of righteousness, but in the end, don't you rely on others to get things done for you? Truly, snakes and rats in the same nest. Birds of feather." As she spoke, Tai He held her sword to Qiao Qiao's neck, threatening her. However, those sarcastic words directly provoked Qiao Qiao. "You can scold and insult me, but don't you dare touch my master." Qiao Qiao angrily grabbed the sword's blade. "Take it back. Take back what you just said. I'm a good-for-nothing. What does my uselessness have to do with my master?" she shouted, then continued to cast the heavenly net, earthly snare formation talisman. This time, the talisman was stronger and formed a tight barrier around General Tai He. Tai He used all her strength to slash at the talisman, but this time she couldn't break it. Qiao Qiao spoke. "It's useless. The general should rest well in the heavenly net, earthly snare formation." Then she formed a hand seal and chanted again. A flash of yellow, spiritual energy emanated from her fingertip. Suddenly, a seal appeared on General Tai He's chest. Tai He realized it was the formation seal Qiao Qiao had placed on her when she hugged her earlier. Qiao Qiao turned to leave. The earthly snare formation is based on a blood curse. Only the caster can undo it. Besides someone in the life and death realm, there's no other way to break the formation. General, your cultivation is 100 times higher than mine. Of course, I can't fight you. The Duanjiao formation was just a diversion. I bet you wouldn't approve of my methods. Tai shouted angrily. You planned this from the start. You're a real trickster. Qiao Qiao paused in her steps. I'm not tricking you. It's precisely because I'm useless that I can only resort to these underhanded tricks. This is called self-taught without a teacher. It has nothing to do with my master. As she spoke, she looked at Tai He with a gaze that was both sad and pained. Then she rushed straight towards Yi Shun's location. As she ran, she thought to herself, it's not that I don't want to bravely trade my life for my master's safety, but I have no other choice. I can only use these underhanded methods to slowly extend my master's life. Don't worry, master. No matter how despicable the method, I will protect you. Just then, that demonic Buddha suddenly appeared. His face was incredibly terrifying and horrifying. Just a glance was enough to make one's soul tremble. He said to Qiao Qiao, that's the right way to think. Qiao Qiao was startled. Lord. She was extremely surprised, never expecting this being to appear on its own initiative. The demonic Buddha spoke. Over the years, the longevity pills you've offered were all low-grade products refined from spirit insects and beasts. Now that you're willing to use your own body to refine a pill, I'm very pleased. Just now, I sent someone nearby who has just broken through to the life and death realm. Bring him to me. Qiao Qiao's expression was grim. She had only ever refined pills from spirit herbs and beasts. She had never harmed a person. This time was no different. She only wanted to dual cultivate with Yi Shun with the ultimate goal of refining a pill from her own body, to offer it to this demon to extend her master's life. But now, his demand put her in a difficult position. She wanted to save her master, but she didn't want to harm anyone. Just as she was in a dilemma, suddenly, a familiar and powerful voice was heard. Yi Shun appeared, looking incredibly fearsome. His killing intent was palpable. He declared, why bother looking? I'm already here. Chapter 18. Xiao Xiao saw Yi Shan approaching with an overwhelming presence. Moreover, he could directly see and speak with the evil Buddha. Xiao Xiao was utterly astonished. Her expression changed drastically. She stammered, What? How can you? Yi Shan glared. I'm not talking to you. Yi Shan observed the evil Buddha behind her and found him familiar. His aura was identical to the one in Luo's memories. It seems he's the culprit. The evil Buddha's projection was delighted to see Yi Shan. The very person he needed had come right to him. He charged towards him, laughing loudly. Not bad, huh? A tiny insect with only a first-level life and death realm cultivation can detect my presence. Very good. Truly a top-grade medicinal ingredient. As he spoke, he activated his demonic power to envelop Yi Shan, hoping to capture him for refinement. Yi Shan stood still, not even bothering to react. He sneered coldly. Medicinal ingredient? With that, Yi Shan channeled power into his fist. He threw a powerful punch directly at the Dark Buddha's face. After landing the punch, Yi Shan confidently declared, All I see is that you're about to die. This one punch from Yi Shan directly shattered his nascent soul projection. The evil Buddha reappeared once more. He glared at him and said, Quite a temper you have there. That makes it even better. Down below, Xiao Xiao witnessed a massive explosion, along with the shattering of the being's nascent soul projection. She was completely dumbfounded. Her astonishment was impossible to hide. How can this be? He can injure that being's nascent soul projection? Just as the evil Buddha was about to create another illusion, Yi Shan beat him to a pulp. He glared and asked him, Did you harm my disciple? The evil Buddha was furious. He gathered demonic chi and shot a palm strike directly at Yi Shan. He quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the ultimate move. The evil Buddha grew even angrier. He roared, Insolent fool! My name is Bei Shiyan Fo. I am the most supreme being. Understand? When you see me, you should kneel and bow. Bei Shiyan Fo stretched out his hand with lightning speed. He aimed straight for Yi Shan and clapped his hands as if swatting a mosquito. Spiritual energy erupted. Dust and smoke filled the air. He kept his hands clasped, trapping Yi Shan inside. The evil Buddha was pleased. Even if you've reached the first level of the life and death realm, you're still just a mortal body. But making me reveal 2/10 of my form is a testament to your skill. At that moment, cracks suddenly appeared and spread across his hands. The evil Buddha was surprised. He wasn't injured after taking that palm strike just now. Not only that, but my hand are being broken from the inside by that guy. Yi Shan condensed spiritual energy into his palm. He threw a punch that shattered the evil Buddha's hands. His body had long since become saintly. It could be said to be nearly immortal and indestructible. So taking that palm strike was no different from a mosquito biting steel. Yi Shan smirked contemptuously. Reveal your form? You clay Buddha statue. Don't you dare summon your true body? I don't care what kind of creature you are. If you dare touch my disciple, I will send you to the Western Paradise immediately. As he spoke, he swung his fist, brimming with spiritual energy. He aimed straight for Bei Shiyan Fo's face and launched his attack. Unable to dodge in time, he was shattered again by the punch. The force of the punch created a massive shockwave. Now, only one of his eyes remained, falling down. Yi Shan caught it. Although Bei Shiyan Fo had lost his mouth, he could still speak. Disciple. I remember now. Decades ago, I believe I enlightened a little insect. Your aura is indeed very similar to hers. Ha ha. She was also at the first level of the life and death realm. I shattered her 6 paths. Even though she desperately used her nascent soul to escape, she couldn't regenerate her body. Before she died, she was still mumbling something about her master. Hee. Your fate will be the same as that little insect's. Yi Shan crushed the remaining fragment of the evil Buddha. You talk the toughest, but you run the fastest. You're nothing special either. However, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Yi Shan then glanced over at Xiao Xiao, who was standing nearby. Xiao Xiao still hadn't recovered from the scene she just witnessed. Then, Tai tied Xiao Xiao up, intending to take her back for interrogation. However, Yi Shan stopped her. Tai was annoyed. I've said it over and over again. This matter is so serious, yet you intend to let her go so easily? This girl is definitely an enemy spy. She followed you for such a long way. She must have malicious intent. In my opinion, You should take her back to the sect and interrogate her thoroughly. Xiao Xiao remained silent, not arguing. Her eyes were filled with sadness. Yishan was silent for a long time. Then he asked, "Little girl, what is your relationship with Schwanji?" After I shattered that evil Buddha's nascent soul projection, his aura on you also disappeared. Only then did I realize you carry Aswan's aura. Xiao Xiao was surprised. This person actually knows my master? And even calls him Aswan? It sounds like they're very close. She stammered. Why do you know my master's name? Tai was also taken aback. She asked her, "Is His Highness, the Divine Diviner, your master? Are you His Highness's niece?" The Venerable Yishun is Her Majesty's master. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao froze in bewilderment. Her mouth fell open. He's my grandmaster? The legendary Supreme Demon Lord? I thought he was some stinky old man with white hair. Yishun continued his questioning. Aswan gave you his life-protecting heart chi. Now he's no different from a mortal. This was also caused by the evil Buddha, wasn't it? Xiao Xiao lowered her eyes. Tears welled up. She recounted the whole story. Yes, because of me. Because of me, that beast had the opportunity to take advantage later. If Master didn't have the heart chi, with his skills, wouldn't escaping have been easy? But at that time, my master's spiritual energy was depleted, and he was captured by the evil Buddha. How did that thing know my master's title, the Divine Diviner? He wanted my master to perform a heaven and earth divination for him. He wanted to find a way to descend upon the continent. My master refused to comply, so he used evil arts to imprison my master's physical body. Then he pulled out his nascent soul to perform the divination himself. After getting the result, he ordered me to collect a 1,000-year longevity pill. After he consumes and refines it, he will be able to roam the Great Hall. The most pitiful one is still my master, who has been imprisoned in his hands for decades. Unable to live, unable to die. From then on, every year, I have to offer him a longevity pill. But he is a beast with insatiable greed. He even tortured my master in front of me, using this to control me. Now he wants 500-year longevity pills. I can only find a supreme young saint body to engage in intercourse with to gather enough. I thought I was just one step away from success. But that evil Buddha is outside the 5 elements, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. His projection is now shattered. The connection between me and him has been severed. If I can't find him, I can't find my master either. As she spoke, Xiao Xiao buried her face and sobbed uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her face. At this moment, all she wanted was to do everything she could to save her master, Aswan. Yishin's expression didn't change. He simply said, "Stop crying. I have a way." Chapter 19. General Tai, he then reported everything to the Empress Luan Yenner through telepathy. The Empress was currently buried in a mountain of paperwork. She was extremely exhausted. After listening, Yenner asked drowsily, "What? You have to take a detour?" "Xiao Chun, I sent you along to get things done quickly. Why do you have to go south? It'll take another 3 days to get back to the city." On the other side, Tai replied, "Your Majesty, this female cultivator is indeed trying to save her sect. I can prove it. It's just that the road is long." Speaking of which, Tai sensed that the Empress was very tired. She said, "Your Majesty is tired. Please rest well. Your Majesty, I used more than half of my cultivation to save the female cultivator. Activating the spirit connection formation now might harm your imperial body." The Empress felt a bit suspicious. "Xiao Chun, did you encounter any trouble? You used up your cultivation and have to take a detour. Besides, no matter how far south it is, using formations and talismans would only take half a day. Tell me the truth." Yenna stepped down from the bed. 2 maids had already prepared a feathered cloak for her. Tai was silent for a moment before replying. The Venerable One said that in the south, there is a precious flower called the equinox flower. This flower is a brilliant red and incredibly beautiful. It grows at the bottom of the dragon abyss. It's hard to obtain, but would suit Yenner perfectly. It would be wonderful for decorating the wedding ceremony. Hearing this, the Empress's heart fluttered. Although she was sleepy, this sentence woke her right up. Meanwhile, Tai was racking her brain to come up with a story for the Empress. The Empress confirmed again. To decorate the wedding? Just in time. Did Master really say that? Tai narrowed her eyes. She could only manage a MHM. After speaking with the Empress, Tai walked along, kicking small pebbles. She felt guilty. I clearly swore I wouldn't lie to her. But in the end, I still broke my vow. But now, with the Blood River ancestor lurking outside the Wuji sect city, I can't let other matters distract her. I'll leave the matter of His Highness, the Divine Diviner, to the Venerable One to handle. At this moment, Yishan was channeling his spiritual energy to track the location of the evil Buddha. Strands of true gold wrapped around him like shimmering golden ribbons. After a moment, Yishan opened his eyes. Found it. During the fight, just now, I embedded my true chi into his nascent soul projection. This time, there's no escaping. Taihe looked at Xiao Xiao with concern and asked, "But that thing is outside the 5 elements, right?" Xiao Xiao replied, "That's right, even if we can pinpoint his location. If we have to go outside the 5 elements, that so-called outside the 5 elements is a place of chaos, mindless, selfless, useless, untraceable, and formless. On the Tsangyuan continent, even a cultivator of a transcendent realm would at least have to abandon their body to enter. The last time I entered the realm outside the 5 elements was because the evil Buddha used his chi to conceal my 5 elements. I secretly calculated that concealing chi is a technique that only a great power above the 3rd level of the life and death realm can perform." Tai pondered. After the Venerable One's breakthrough, he's still at the 1st level of the life and death realm. She clutched her clothes. Could it be he wants to? Yishan guessed their thoughts. He said, "It doesn't need to be that troublesome." Taihe's true gold left her body and flew towards Yishan. "Hey, this golden thread, isn't that my chi meridian?" Xiao Xiao also felt uncomfortable. "My chi meridians are flowing in reverse. My entire circulation is in chaos too." "Senior sister, why?" After taking their chi meridians, Yishan stopped. "It's done. A cultivator's chi meridians are connected to the 5 elements. I've reversed the flow of your chi meridians so that they counteract each other. When the 5 elements are in reverse, it is called nothingness." The 2 girls were like, "What the heck? What? Reversing the flow of chi meridians while someone is still alive? How is that different from an immortal defying heaven to change fate?" But Xiao Xiao knew there was no time to be shocked. She clenched her fists and looked up, saying, "We can't delay any longer. Let's go there quickly. Every moment we delay, my master is in more danger." Xiao Xiao volunteered. "I'll be the scout." Yishan reassured them. "Don't rush. We have more important things to do." The scene changes to another place. A lake that shines with brilliant light. Golden flowers bloom, but it's incredibly deadly with skulls piled up like an island. In the middle of the lake is a lotus platform. Beishian Fo is sitting on it, holding his head. Ow! He was in pain. He slammed his hand on the mud, holding one of his eyes. "It's so hot. You treacherous little thief. How dare you take an inch and ask for a mile? Placing a restriction in my projection. You think you can beat me like that? How ridiculous." He calmly guessed to himself, "That cauldron, to save her master, will surely find a way to dual cultivate with the little thief. Even if it only lasts for 3 breaths. It's enough for me." Before he could finish gloating, a voice interrupted. "Enough to buy you a coffin." Startled, he looked down towards a voice. "How did Yishan get in here?" He held his nose in disgust. "No wonder you ran so fast. Turns out you like to stink in this pile of mud." Beishiyan Fo was stunned. How did he move so fast? Isn't he only at the 1st level of the life and death realm? The Buddha spoke. "I was wondering who it was. Isn't this my rare pill ingredient?" He leaned down close to Yishan, gloating. "Have you thought it through? Becoming a part of my body is much more glorious than being a cultivator." Yishan laughed at his shamelessness. "Indeed, I have thought it through. The ancients said it's better to resolve enmity than to create it. I'm still short one gatekeeping disciple. If you kowtow 800 times, it's not impossible for me to take you in." Yishan provoked him to the point of madness. A gatekeeping disciple is just for guarding the gate, you know? Beishiyan Fo, driven mad by his taunts, unleashed a crimson spiritual energy and charged forward to attack. Yishan dodged left and right. It twisted into a large vortex and rushed towards him. He caught it with his hand. Beishiyan Fo roared. "I've changed my mind." He opened his mouth as wide as a cave, waiting to swallow Yishan whole. "I must eat you alive." Yishan was not afraid in the slightest. He was just wondering how Taihe and Xiao Xiao were faring. Are those 2 girls all right? Chapter 20. before Yi Shun entered the evil Buddha's realm outside the 5 elements to rescue them. Yi Shun suddenly spoke up. Don't rush. There's something more important. Hearing Yi Shun say this, Xiao became even more anxious. She wrung her hands and said, Grandmaster, don't be vague. What could be more important than saving my master? Yi Shun calmly replied, precisely because of that. We can't be too hasty. Yi Shun looked at the foggy path ahead and explained. The evil Buddha is after the longevity pill. He anticipated that you would entangle yourself with me. If you succeed, he can reap the benefits. Conversely, he can also use this time to recuperate and return. But Aswan is in his hands. I've always been a bit wary. Xia Chun understood Yi Shun's meaning. She nodded and said, Venerable One, just tell us what you need us to do. Yi Shun softly said 4 words. Feint east, attack west. Once we break into the realm outside the 5 elements, we'll immediately split into 2 groups. You go rescue Aswan. I'll hold off the evil Buddha head-on. Buy some time. Yi Shun hesitated for a moment, then reminded them. But your situation is much more dangerous than mine. Then Yi Shun turned around and instructed the 2 of them to eliminate the 5 elements. I've disrupted your chi meridians. This also means you cannot use any techniques. The time it takes to rescue him is the only variable in this plan. After hearing this, Xiao lowered her head and said hesitantly, a variable. The hope of survival in a desperate situation is also a variable. Xiao thought for a moment, then quickly looked up. Her gaze was filled with determination as she said, Grandmaster, I'm willing to try, regardless of life or death. Xia Chun, beside her, was a bit startled by this. She silently looked at Xiao without saying a word. Yi Shun nodded and said. Then Yi Shun raised his hand, and a spell enveloped the 2 girls as he spoke. After you 2 succeed, blow on this leaf. I will immediately end the battle and rendezvous with you. The spell ended. Yi Shun coldly said, Let's go. The 3 of them looked at the evil Buddha's 5 elements ahead, their voices filled with determination. Let's fight. Returning to the present. Xiao and Xia Chun are still wading through the mud to find Schwanji. In this dark space, the 2 can only follow the light of a talisman. Xiao looked at the faint light ahead in frustration and said, Without the help of talisman techniques, is this the brightest it can burn? Xia Chun held the sword on her back. She asked with some caution, Are you sure we're not going the wrong way? When we entered the realm outside the 5 elements, I caught a glimpse of the evil Buddha in a pure white land. Xiao quickly replied, I walked this path 1,000 times. I can't be wrong. That pure white land is an illusion that Beast created for himself. Basically, it's no different from this mud. Suddenly, Xiao saw something. She immediately waved her hand, signaling Xia Chun to stop, looking at the blood-red eye in front of them. Xiao said in a low voice. We're here. Xia Chun looked at this disgusting eye and was terrified. She asked in utter confusion. This demonic beast is... Xiao then explained. This thing is called the All-Seeing Tao, a guard the evil Buddha left here. If you get caught within 10 feet of it, not even your bones... Xiao gestured around the All-Seeing Tao, and my master is imprisoned behind it. Xia Chun looked at the eye and thought to herself, from the looks of this thing, it probably has an extremely wide field of vision, even without the help of techniques. With my speed, killing it wouldn't be difficult, but it might alert the evil Buddha and hinder the Venerable One. While Xia Chun was hesitating, Xiao suddenly moved her lips, counting softly, 2. Xia Chun felt confused and hurriedly tried to stop her. She only saw Xiao calmly finish her count. Just then, the blood-red eye suddenly closed, startling Xia Chun. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao said loudly, Now's our chance, and grabbed Xia Chun's hand, pulling her along like the wind while Xia Chun, still dazed, asked, What are you doing? Xiao explained while running headlong. Nothing. The all-seeing Tao has good vision and a fierce personality, but it also has a fatal weakness. Every 30 breaths, it closes its eye and rests for a moment. This is our chance. Halfway there, Xiao quickly reminded her. There's a small door ahead. Let's go through it. Remember, you must close your eyes when going through the door. Otherwise, a mechanism will blind you. There's a lantern 15 feet from the small door. Take it with you. Otherwise, you'll be entangled by wandering souls. Also, hearing Xiao remember every single detail, Xiao was shocked. She always goes through it like this? From the very beginning when we entered, it was Xiao. She had navigated the traps many times, memorizing the tricks of each mechanism day after day, just to save her master. Xiao followed every one of Xiao's instructions, successfully overcoming all the obstacles in their path. She couldn't help but sigh to herself. If it were me, could I be like her and endure for so long? After Xiao successfully killed the last demonic beast, only then did Xiao look up emotionally and call out, "Master, your disciple is here." Schwanji was bound high up by numerous chains. A large spike pierced through his stomach. He looked truly miserable. Seeing her master, Xiao couldn't hold back and burst into tears. After suppressing her emotions, Xiao turned to look at Xiao and said, "The evil Buddha is arrogant. He thinks no one can get past the maze and rescue my master. Therefore, there are no more defenses set up here. General, just remove the soul-bewitching spike from my master and cut the iron chains and you can rescue him." Xiao looked towards Aswan. Then she frowned and said, "The smell is wrong." This stunned Xiao. Xiao explained, "His Highness, the Divine Diviner, has the scent of a soul-severing thread on him. This thing wraps around the chi meridians and is very difficult to detect. It can connect the caster and the person affected by the spell. If the thread is broken, not only will the affected person die, but the caster will immediately realize it." Hearing this, Xiao was stunned and cried out, "What?" She felt as if all her efforts had turned to dust. Her heart ached as she recalled the happy past with her master, eating candied hawthorns together, going out to practice fortune-telling together. Then she remembered the moment her master was severely injured to save her. Xiao felt as if her life force had been drained. Unable to bear the blow, she collapsed to her knees. Xiao was in agony. Her voice trembled. "I still can't save you?" Suddenly, Xiao beside her coldly interrupted. "Don't say such foolish things. Didn't the Venerable One have us come together?" Then Xiao handed the command jade to Xiao and said, "This is Her Majesty's command jade. It's called the Revival Talisman. If you encounter a fatal tribulation, it can be considered another life." Xiao thought back. The Venerable One must have noticed I had the command jade then. After all, it carries Her Majesty's aura. Xiao looked at Schwanji and said, "This soul-severing thread only recognizes the caster, not the person affected by the spell. Just use a strand of hair as a medium. Tie it to the revival talisman, and let it take the place of His Highness, the Divine Diviner." Hearing this, Xiao's eyes filled with tears. She felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Xiao. On the evil Buddha's side, it seemed he had noticed something. He was surprised. The soul-severing thread? Hey, is it an illusion? Seeing the evil Buddha distracted, Yishan quickly called out. Then Yishan flew straight at him with a beautiful display of punches. He beat the evil Buddha until his body exploded. After dealing with the evil Buddha's main body, Yishan calmly said, "Where are you looking? You have to focus when you fight. I'm teaching you now. Understand?" The evil Buddha's head was shattered, but he still hissed, "Little insect. You still don't understand the situation? In this place, you are in the palm of my hand." Then, countless evil chi tentacles enveloped Yishan, but he remained calm. From within the evil Buddha's head, thousands upon thousands of evil creatures with grotesque eyes, noses, and mouths flew out. They all looked at Yishan, and their tentacles wrapped around him as they said, "Your only choice is to be torn apart by me." Suddenly, a horn sounded. Then a second horn sounded. The evil creatures heard it and asked in surprise, "What's that sound?" When the third horn sounded, they lost their patience and asked, "What did you do?" At this moment, Yishan lowered his head and said, "It's not what I did. It's what I'm about to do." Then Yishan unleashed his immense aura. In an instant, he pushed back the evil Buddha. Yishan coldly pointed at the evil Buddha and said, "I can finally beat you up without holding back." Chapter 21. The evil Buddha immediately sensed Yishan's powerful aura. He was shocked and cried out, "Yang Qi, pure Yang Qi. You actually have so much of it." The evil Buddha looked at Yi Shun's small body with desire and said, "A supreme young saint body at the first level of the life and death realm. You can see my true form, and your body is still intact. This talent is truly outstanding." After speaking, the evil Buddha immediately raised his hand and enveloped Yi Shun's body, saying hastily, "I must eat you." Then the evil Buddha opened his mouth and bit down on Yi Shun. As the evil Buddha tried to devour Yi Shun, he said happily, "He, my all-devouring maw, even a great power at the 6th level of the life and death realm, can only be torn to shreds by me." Suddenly, the evil Buddha felt that something was wrong. He tried biting Yi Shun a few more times and realized, "Damn it, I can't bite through." At this moment, Yi Shun's head was clamped between the evil Buddha's jaws. He sniffed, then said sarcastically, "Have you scraped your tongue?" Then Yi Shun immediately punched the evil Buddha's mouth, making him bleed profusely. Yi Shun didn't forget to taunt him. "This will hurt more than a scrape." The evil Buddha, his mouth full of blood, cried out in pain, Has your body become divine?" Yi Shun didn't hesitate to land another blow on the evil Buddha. Then he smirked and glanced at him, asking, "What's wrong? Are you very jealous? There's another surprise for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Shun poured all his spiritual energy into his right arm, then suddenly rushed forward and punched the evil Buddha's body. Yi Shun's powerful spiritual energy began to course through the evil Buddha's body, distorting his grotesque form and causing his entire body to explode. The evil Buddha watched as Yi Shun's spiritual energy ran through his true form, sculpting it into a complete body, and cried out in fear. "This is..." Yi Shun replied with a cold smile, "That body." Yi Shun watched as the evil Buddha's chaotic true form gradually grew body parts and said, "Isn't this what you wanted?" As soon as Yi Shun finished speaking, the extra head next to the evil Buddha exploded. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The evil Buddha realized this was not going well. Being beaten so badly, he quickly chose the 36 stratagem. Running is the best policy. He thought in terror, "This kid, what kind of god is he? He can actually create a body for me with his bare hands. But outside the 5 elements, a physical body will dissipate. I have to get out of here quickly." As he was running, the evil Buddha's entire body was suddenly pulled back. It turned out that the evil Buddha's entire body was bound by hundreds of thousands of Yi Shun's spiritual energy chains. Yi Shun slowly walked over. He looked up at the evil Buddha and asked, "What's the hurry?" With that, Yi Shun began to leap up. His powerful aura oppressed the evil Buddha, making him tremble with fear. Yi Shun immediately summoned the heavenly profound gate formation. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he said, "The fate between us is not over yet." The evil Buddha's entire body was bound tightly, unable to escape. He asked in confusion, "What kind of magic is this? It can actually trap me, so I can't move." Without letting the evil Buddha ramble on, Yi Shun decisively cut off his right arm. At this moment, the evil Buddha's eyes were filled with panic. But Yi Shun had taken his right arm with just a light wave of his hand, leaving him in disbelief. He was extremely doubtful of his own existence. Meanwhile, Yi Shun smiled with satisfaction. Looking at the work he had carved, he said excitedly, "This feeling is more like it." Looking at the evil Buddha's body bound by his spiritual energy chains, Yi Shun taunted, "Having a body, you must be very happy, right?" Seeing the evil Buddha's face contorted in pain, Yi Shun suddenly felt annoyed. He said unhappily, "What's with that ugly face?" Yi Shun raised his hand and used a spiritual energy thread to sew the evil Buddha's ugly mouth shut, then smiled and said, "You don't need to open your mouth. I understand. It's because this body is too ugly. It's okay. I'll help you fix it." Hearing this, the evil Buddha was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. He panicked and shed tears. His mouth mumbled, wanting to scream, but unable to. Yi Shun said, "Is that a little better? Don't worry." Then he raised his hand and began the forced plastic surgery. "This leg let you cause harm everywhere. It's no good, so it must be cut off. This head makes you think evil thoughts. No good. Let's cut it off too. And these things, and all these things too. All no good. Not beautiful. Too ugly." Yi Shun waved his hand, slashing and slashing. He repeatedly slashed at the evil Buddha's body and said, "You don't need any of it." After performing the plastic surgery, Yishun smiled with satisfaction, looking at the chaotic mess of the evil Buddha's flesh and blood, and said, "This looks more like it." However, the evil Buddha, despite being taught a lesson, was still not well behaved. His ugly mouth still said, "Little insect, do you think this can kill me? I have another body here." As soon as he finished speaking, the evil Buddha pulled out the soul-severing thread. "Come here, Shun Schwanji." However, no matter how loud he shouted, no Shun Schwanji came. The only thing that came was a tiny command jade. Looking at this tiny object, the evil Buddha was completely dumbfounded. He gaped and cried out, "Huh?" Seeing this, Yishin couldn't hold it in anymore. He clutched his stomach, laughing hysterically, pointed at the evil Buddha's stupid face, and said, "Is this the body you were talking about? It's uniquely small, but you're so big. Can you fit inside?" The evil Buddha, having been painfully tricked, flew into a rage. He roared, "It was you. You did this. I want to kill you. I will definitely kill you." Suddenly, the evil Buddha's body began to change. His severed limbs were slowly growing back, beyond his control. The evil Buddha was terrified. He thought in panic, "My body, which should have dissipated, is healing?" Yishun pulled out the half-burnt heavenly tome and said with a smile, "A dissipating body. I know you're in a hurry, but don't you worry. Aren't I still here? I said I'd fix it for you." Yishun's smile looked extremely trustworthy. He even promised, "I'll keep fixing it until I'm satisfied." Chapter 22. At this time, Xiao and Xia Chun were following the guiding leaf. As they walked, Xiao called out, "Grandmaster, the guiding leaf. We're here. We." As they were walking, the two suddenly stopped in their tracks. Looking at the bloody mess in front of them, the two cried out in fear, This is... Yishun heard the noise, turned around, and said, "You're here." Looking at Xia Chun, carrying Shun Swan Z on her back. Yishun asked, "How is Aswan?" Xiao smiled, looked at Xia Chun, and replied, "Thanks to the general's help, Master's life is no longer in danger. We're just waiting for him to wake up." Xia Chun looked at Yishun and asked, "Venerable one, is that beast dead?" Hearing this, Xiao's eyes widened in anger as she shouted, "What? Dead? Wouldn't that be letting him off too easy?" Xiao ground her teeth. She clenched her fists and said, "He made my master unable to live and unable to die. How could he deserve a fate where his body and soul are just scattered? Cutting him into 8 pieces and using him to brew medicine wouldn't even be enough." Yishin laughed heartily. "Huh, that would still be. Let him off too easy." Seeing Xiao puffing her cheeks in anger, Yishun said gently, "That would still be. Let him off too easy. I used a spell to imprison him here, and I also used a heavy curse on his physical body. That way, he will suffer the pain of his body dissolving and reforming forever." Hearing such a vicious and cruel method, Xiao was extremely excited and cried out happily. As expected of Grandmaster, Xia Chun looked at Yishun and thought, venting anger is one thing. More importantly, by doing this, the evil Buddha will never have a chance to leave the 5 elements, heaven and earth. Xia Chun looked at Yishun's calm expression. In her heart, she thought, thinking about it carefully, from before we even entered the 5 elements, to when I used the command Jade to save His Highness, the Divine Diviner, the Venerable One had already arranged for all possibilities. And this result was also within his calculations. Is this what a true expert is like? Just then, Yishun turned and called out, "General." Startled by her name, Xia Chun jumped and asked, "Venerable One, do you have any instructions?" Yishun then said, "Put Aswan down." Xia Chun gently placed Shun Swanzi down. Looking at the numerous wounds on her master's body, Xiao asked worriedly, "Grandmaster, is my master's condition not very optimistic?" Yishun then explained, "Aswan's body is outside the 5 elements because of the evil Buddha's qi. Now that it has weakened, I will take this opportunity before the qi completely dissipates to realign Aswan's qi meridians. You two stand a little further away." Hearing Yishun say this, Xiao asked with more worry, "Master hasn't woken up for a long time. Is that also related to the qi?" Yishun replied, "Yes, but it's more due to his constitution. It's because Aswan doesn't have his life-protecting heart qi. He's too weak right now, and his spiritual root is of the yin attribute. Mine and his are incompatible, so I can't directly transfer qi. I can only stabilize his life force first. We'll figure out the rest when we return to the outside world. After hearing this, Xiao fell silent. She blamed herself. Master, it's because of me that... After thinking for a while, Xiao clenched her fists with determination and said, Grandmaster, my spiritual root is the same as my master's. Take my spiritual root and transfer it to my master. Hearing this, Chun immediately objected. Transfer a spiritual root? But if you do that, you'll... Before Chun could finish, Xiao interrupted with a sad smile. General, have you ever thought about the end of your life? Acknowledging heaven, my supreme inner core, was played as a supreme cauldron. At first I thought, the end of my life was to be a tool for others to cultivate. Everyone spat on me. They might as well approach me for personal gain, just because I was born a degenerate. To be honest, I never thought there would be a day I'd have the chance to save someone. And that person is the most important person to me. An ending like this is already beautiful for me. So, Xiao turned around and bowed respectfully to Yishan, saying, Please grant my wish. Yishan thought for a moment and replied, All right. Then, the spiritual energy in Xiao's body began to be drawn out, causing her immense pain. Xiao tried to endure it, saying with difficulty, There's one more thing. When my master wakes up, please tell him, Grandmaster, that Xiao has gone to travel the continent to become a proper cultivator. That way, I will be content. After stating her wish, Xiao slowly closed her eyes. Darkness enveloped her, but just a moment later, in her daze, Xiao winces, and suddenly sits bolt upright. Her head throbbing with confusion, she cries out, The corrupted spiritual root. My body should have been destroyed. Why am I still? Suddenly, a gentle voice rings out, You silly girl. It makes Xiao freeze completely. She sees Yishan, who is currently holding Schwanji to treat her. He looks at her with a gentle gaze and says, If anyone else had dealt with your corrupted spiritual root, you really would have died. But now that I'm in control, what's so difficult about saving your life? Yishan's tone changes as he says grimly, It's just that your spiritual root is gone, and your inner core is crippled. I'm afraid you can no longer cultivate. As soon as Yishan finishes speaking, Xiao suddenly rushes forward. She throws her arms around Yishan excitedly. Xiao's eyes are brimming with tears. She looks at Yishan with gratitude and thanks him. Good. This couldn't be better. My master is saved, and I don't have to be a scourge anymore. Grandmaster, thank you. Yishan is pressed tightly against Xiao's ample chest, making it hard for him to breathe. Embarrassed, he quickly pushes her head away and shouts, That's not. You could just thank me with words. If I can't even enjoy such delicious fruit, it's better not to offer it at all. Xiao doesn't listen. She hugs Yishan even tighter and says, How could that be enough? Chun, watching the mess from the side, thinks with a smirk, A powerful expert with a heart as soft as silk. Her Majesty's judgment of character is truly the best. Yishan, struggling to push Xiao away, sighs and says, All right. This matter is more or less resolved. We should head back. On the way back, Xiao suddenly notices Yishan staring into space and calls out in confusion, Grandmaster? Yishan snaps out his daze. He holds a communication jade in his hand and says, It's time. After returning to the infinite sect, Luan Yenner is sitting high on her throne, looking down and asking in a voice dripping with jealousy, So, what exactly is going on here? Yishan nervously scratches his head. Looking at the 3 beautiful women he brought back, he feels extremely anxious and stammers, Yenner. Let me explain. Luan Yenner's expression doesn't change. Her sharp gaze pierces right through Yishan as she says, I'm listening. I need to hear this very carefully. Why is it that you go out for one trip and come back as a first-level life and death realm grand cultivator? Luan Yenner leans in close to Yishan's face. Her voice is tinged with envy. Bringing back junior sister Swan is one thing, but why did you also bring that other female cultivator back to the sect? Master, you'd better think very carefully before you speak. At this point, Luan Yenner's eyes sparkle with a seductive light. She gently bites her pink lip and says softly, If you can't explain, We'll have to resort to my solution. Chapter 23. Schwanji is arranged to be carried away to rest. Xiao watches her master leave with worried eyes. Seeing this, Chun pats her on the shoulder and comforts her. Don't worry. Her Majesty has already sent the best medical cultivator in the sect to the Divine Ghost and Monster Hall to treat her. I believe she'll wake up very soon. Only then does Xiao manage a slight, relieved smile. Her Majesty has countless skilled people under her command. I trust her. Suddenly, Xiao looks at Xia Chun and says provocatively, I've caused everyone a lot of trouble this time. By the way, where did Her Majesty and Grandmaster go? I want to kowtow to them, to express my gratitude. Hearing this, General Xia Chun's hair stands on end. His mind is already playing out a scenario of a 300-round battle between the two of them. He's already picturing it. He quickly avoids Xiao's gaze. Xia Chun hurriedly pushes Xiao in another direction and says, Let me take you to change your clothes and get something to eat first. As for those two, they're still very busy. At that moment, in Empress Luan Yenner's chambers, the air is filled with heavy, seductive breathing. The position is a bit too embarrassing to describe. One can only feel the fullness of it. To be able to enjoy it would be absolutely divine. Luan Yenner's cheeks are flushed red. Her thin silk clothes cling to every curve of her body. Her lust-filled eyes gaze dazedly at Yishan. Yishan forces an embarrassed smile and calls out, Yenner, what are you doing? Yishan's hands were tied high up by Luan Yenner. His robe was open, revealing a large part of his chest and his six-pack abs. Yishan was now like a fish on a chopping block. He could only cry out. If you wanted to find a private place, I understand. But why did you have to tie me up? Luan Yenner didn't let Yishan say any more. Her hand quickly wrapped a silk cloth around Yishan's eyes. Her other hand touched his lips and said, Master, just wait. Why talk so much? Although Yishan was blindfolded, he could still feel Luan Yenner's angry aura. He thought worriedly, this first disciple of mine is really angry. It seems she won't let me off easy this time. Whatever, let her vent her anger first. Luan Yenner blushed. Her angry face scrunched up slightly as she looked at Yishan. Then she immediately channeled spiritual energy into the red silk ribbon. At the same time, she tied the red silk ribbon tightly to her own hand. Immediately, Yishan felt that something was wrong. His whole body tensed up as he thought, wait a minute, this feeling is... Luan Yenner held the red silk ribbon tightly and leaned close to Yishan, saying, What you told me was actually a lie. Yenner is no longer a 3-year-old child. I'm not that easy to fool. So let the truth-telling rope determine the truth of your words. It turned out the red silk ribbon Luan Yenner was using was the truth-telling rope, a sharp weapon used for interrogating suspects. After pouring spiritual energy into it, this object will be connected to the suspect's senses. If the other party tells the truth, the other party will feel immense pain. Hearing Luan Yenner say this, Yishan couldn't help but shout, What if you get hurt? Yenner, listen to me. Take it off. Master. Suddenly, Luan Yenner gripped Yishan's arm tightly. She looked at Yishan's face angrily and asked, Master, you suddenly reached the first level of the life and death realm. Is it because of something you did with that female cultivator? Hearing Luan Yenner's question, Yishan thought silently. She's definitely not giving me a chance to refuse. Yishan thought for a moment, then answered vaguely, yes. Luan Yenner felt that the truth-telling rope didn't react and said, The truth-telling rope didn't react. So it was a lie. It's all the same. Luan Yenner looked at Yishan and said, As expected, Master, you care about me, so you deliberately lied to avoid hurting me. Suddenly, Luan Yenner sighed. Her voice was filled with hurt. A lie is a lie. I'd rather suffer a little pain than hear a lie. It makes my heart ache. As soon as Luan Yenner finished speaking, Yishan's body suddenly felt the pain caused by the truth-telling rope. Yishan wondered to himself. The truth-telling rope reacted. She's telling the truth. But I'm her master. How could I hurt my own disciple? Yishan softly called out, Yenner. Luan Yenner gently touched Yishan's lips. Then she lay down, pressing her body against Yishan's hot chest, and said softly, If Aswan, my junior sister, is really that female cultivator's master, then you want to help? Mostly for Aswan, or for that female cultivator? As soon as Luan Yenner finished asking, Yishan's body reacted again. Yishan thought with a bitter smile, Again? Yishin couldn't take it anymore. He gently untied the knot with his hands and held Luan Yenner's body, thinking, whether it's this little girl or Aswan, I saved them, not for any other reason, but simply because they are people of my sect. I am a master. How can my responsibility be entangled with romantic feelings? Fortunately, neither answer counts as the truth. Whichever I choose, Yenner won't get hurt. Luan Yenner looked dazedly at Yishan's hand, gently stroking her head, and called out, Master. Yishan suddenly opened his mouth and said, Aswan. Hearing this, Luan Yenner's eyes widened in shock. She was confused when she felt her body not reacting. Yenner thought in surprise, no pain. This is a lie. Could be that Master cares more about that female cultivator? Yishan sensed Luan Yenner's unease and quickly called out, Yenner. But Luan Yenner was a step faster. She jumped onto Yishan and said painfully, You covered for that female cultivator and brought her back to the sect. Is it because you've developed feelings for her? Hearing this, Yishan panicked and quickly replied, That's not it. I am. But before he could finish, Luan Yenner was jolted by the truth-telling rope, writhing in pain. Yishan anxiously called out, Yenner. He thought in panic, oh no. I accidentally told the truth. I've hurt her. No. I have to get this thing off. Suddenly, Luan Yenner, panting, said, Master. Yenner is very happy. Yishan felt the effect of the truth-telling rope. He was surprised. There's a feeling of pain. This is the truth. But why? Why would Yenner be happy that I have no feelings for that little girl? At this moment, Luan Yenner bent down. She raised her hand and removed her thin outer robe, leaving only a delicate white silk doo-doo on her body. Her rosy, white breasts were pressed against Yishan. Her soft voice rang out. Last question. Master, do you want to consummate our marriage? Chapter 24. Hearing the words consummate our marriage, Yishan's face went blank. Yishan froze, his mind racing. Consummate, consummate, consummate. Consummate what? Seeing Yishan's dumbfounded expression, like a cow seeing a new gate. Luan Yenner crossed her arms in frustration and pouted. You idiot. Luan Yenner immediately wrapped her legs around Yishan's waist, then hugged him and asked, Playing dumb? Is it that hard to understand? At this moment, Yishan's face turned beet red as he struggled to reply. Seeing that Yishan couldn't answer, Luan Yenner was sad. She lowered her head and asked softly, Master, is it because Yenner isn't beautiful? Immediately, Yishan jumped up and shouted. How could that be? As soon as he finished speaking, Luan Yenner's body was jolted by the truth-telling rope, causing her to cry out in pain and cling to Yishan's neck. Seeing Luan Yenner's ragged breathing, Yishan called out worriedly, Yenner. Luan Yenner, however, smiled softly. Her face was flushed as she said, Ha. Of course I know. It's just, if you don't agree with me, I'll still trick you. Tell the truth. Always. Suffer the pain. Luan Yenner moved closer to Yishan. She gently bit his reddened ear and provoked. On the contrary, I want to see if you can bear it. Yishan was both embarrassed and tickled. He quickly turned his head away and shouted, Stop playing around. But Luan Yenner wouldn't let go so easily. She gripped Yishan's chin tightly, forcing him to turn back. Then she held Yishan's face and pressed it into the soft cleavage between her breasts, asking, No answer? Luan Yenner gently stroked down Yishan's tightly clenched arm and said, Then that's even better. I'll take your silence as agreement. Then Luan Yenner followed his clothes down. She found the waiting little bird and gave it a gentle squeeze. Immediately after, with a poof, white smoke filled the air. Yishan had escaped, leaving only a replacement doll behind. Seeing the scene before her, Luan Yenner said blankly, Huh? He ran away? At this moment, Yishan was flying high up in the sky. His whole body was as red as a boiled shrimp. His mind was in chaos, replaying the scene from just now. Damn it, I am master. How could I have a reaction to my own disciple? At this moment, Luan Yenner was in her room, covering her face in excitement and saying, Wow. Suddenly, Luan Yenner smiled shyly. She raised her hand and gently touched her lips, saying with delight. No wonder he wanted to run. With that kind of power, he was just afraid of hurting Yenner. Silly master. Oh well, the days ahead of us are still long. At this moment, Yishan was trying to calm his mind by meditating under a waterfall. As he meditated, Yishan chanted to himself, Mind and spirit as one. Chi follows the form like a willow. 10,000 changes, unperturbed. Mind and spirit as one. Chi follows the form. Form like a willow. 10,000 changes. All 10,000 changes turned into the hot, sexy figure of his first disciple, Luan Yenner. As soon as the image of Luan Yenner flashed in Yishun's mind, his lower half uncontrollably stiffened. Yishun immediately slapped himself in the face to wake up. The waves also seemed to understand, crashing hard against Yishun, soaking him completely. Yishun sighed and said, "Even 100 recitations of the heart-clearing mantra are useless. It seems my cultivation is still shallow." Yishun recalled the image of a once innocent and sensible Luan Yenner. "Yenner, weren't you the sensible little girl who, may my heart ache? Although your words were sharp, you were the softest at heart. You didn't fight or snatch. Even with food and clothing, you always took care of your junior sisters first. Many years ago, when the sect was in turmoil, I fought on the front lines. You were the one who silently took on the task of maintaining stability in the rear. You said that, in these chaotic times, you only prayed for the sect's peace. Just because we are family, remembering the pure, small figure of Luan Yenner, who always smiled brightly and called out, 'Master, you're back.' Then remembering the lustful Luan Yenner from just now. Yishun's heart was filled with countless questions. If we are family, why? Why would you want to be with me?" Yishun looked at his hand and blamed himself. "What kind of attitude should I have towards you?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling Yishun. "Master, are you playing dumb? Or do you really not know?" The heavenly tome in Yishun's arms lit up. A soul emerged from within. Yishun looked at the little girl in front of him in surprise and cried out, "Luo, Luo, you could take form now?" Luo Luo stuck out her tongue and nodded. "That's right. Thanks to you, Master, for drawing my remnant soul into the heavenly tome. I've been well nourished." Yishun reminded her worriedly. "Right now, you're just condensed chi. Appearing recklessly is very dangerous." Then Yishun took out the command jade and said, "After I fought the evil Buddha, I absorbed most of his cultivation into this command jade. It's just that your body is weak now. You can't absorb any more nourishment. I will slowly transfer this cultivation to you." Suddenly, Luo Luo spoke up and asked, "You still haven't answered me. Are you unaware of senior sister's feelings? Or are you indifferent to her? Is that why you want to avoid it?" Then Luo Luo giggled. She blushed, leaned into Yishun, and asked, "If it's neither of those, then what do you think of Luo Luo?" Chapter 25. Yishun's face went blank. He asked, "What? What do you mean?" Luo Luo replied softly, "Isn't it obvious?" Luo Luo flew up and wrapped herself around Yishun, saying, "If you don't want to consummate your marriage with senior sister, then what about with me?" These words truly startled Yishun. Luo Luo took the opportunity to sneakily fly behind Yishun's ear and whisper, "Although I'm a spirit body now, Luo Luo is good." Then Luo Luo arched her back. Her two large, round buns swayed gently. Luo Luo smiled slyly and said, "No worse than senior sister, you know. How about it?" Seeing Luo Luo's actions, Yishun's face was emotionless. He raised his hand and smacked Luo Luo on the head with a balk, causing her head to flatten. She cried out in pain, tears welling up. Yishun looked at the little Luo Luo, who was resentfully rubbing the lump on her head, and shouted, "Playing strange jokes again. Don't think that just because you're a spirit body, I can't discipline you. One after another. Is it fun to tease your master?" Luo Luo's face suddenly showed a sad smile. She looked at Yishun and said, "The result is obvious." Then Luo Luo flew in a circle in the air and said, "Master, the way you treat me is like you see me as a child. A child's words won't affect an adult, so why would you be troubled?" Then Luo Luo transformed into a wise old woman. She pointed her finger straight at Yishun and exposed him, which is to say, you already see senior sister as a woman. This realization shocked Yishun to his core. His whole body suddenly turned as red as a boiled shrimp. He stammered. Yishun, embarrassed and angry, quickly turned his head and walked away. He still dared to say, "No, that's not it. Yenner is your senior sister, and also the first disciple I value the most." Luo Luo floated calmly in the air. She put her hands behind her head, clicked her tongue, and analyzed. Isn't that a contradiction? A man and a woman in love. What does that have to do with their status? Luo Luo's face turned pink. She covered her mouth and said excitedly, which is to say, senior sister isn't your type? Master, you like them a little smaller? Yi Shun, teased into a corner, quickly turned back and shouted, nonsense. What's smaller or bigger? It's just poof. Before he could finish, Luo had disappeared. Luan Yenner walked over. She gently bent down, picked up the heavenly tome, and called out, Master. This made Yi Shun freeze, not knowing what to say. Luan Yenner brought the heavenly tome over and asked, who are you talking to? And you chose such a hidden place. It was really hard for me to find you. Yi Shun was startled and thought, it seems she hasn't found out yet. Then Yi Shun quickly took back the heavenly tome. He hastily turned around and said, thank you. I suddenly remembered I have something to do. Suddenly, Luan Yenner gripped Yi Shun's wrist. Her face was bright and gentle as she asked, what's so urgent? I think I just heard something about big and small. Being asked this, Yi Shun was flustered and tense. He stammered, right? Then, with all his foolishness, Yi Shun began to lie. According to my observations, size is directly proportional to the amount of golden chi within. Therefore, it affects the speed of breaking through realms. This is the newest direction in cultivation that I have researched. In short, is in the realm of cultivation, you have to be bigger to get higher. As soon as Yi Shun finished speaking, he felt like a god of nonsense. He cried inwardly, it's over. What on earth am I saying? I just blurted it out so passionately. It will definitely be judged as a lie. Now I'm in too deep to back out. Yenner will definitely, but all of Yi Shun's worries were shattered by Luan Yenner's giggle. After listening to Yi Shun's nonsensical rambling, she clutched her stomach and laughed loudly. Ha! What are you talking about, Master? What nonsense are you thinking about now? If we follow that theory, wouldn't all the male cultivators in the world be unable to pursue female cultivators? Yi Shun stared blankly at Luan Yenner's bright smile. Yi Shun's heart pounded. His face couldn't help but blush. Suddenly, Luan Yenner leaned close to Yi Shun's face and shouted, Master, what are you thinking about? This snapped Yi Shun out of his daze. Then, Yi Shun turned away and stammered, nothing. It's just, I suddenly feel that, in the whole world, only you would laugh at my imaginative nonsense. This sentence made Luan Yenner's heart flutter again. Her face flushed red. Yi Shun thought for a moment, then stammered, Yenner, about that other thing you just mentioned. Luan Yenner quickly placed her finger on his lips, stopping his next words. She gently approached Yi Shun and smiled, saying, Master, you've been traveling outside for so long. You must be very tired, right? How about you go rest for a bit? Hearing this, Yi Shun smiled with satisfaction and replied, Amachum. He thought happily, she's still the understanding Yenner. I was definitely overthinking things. But then, at this moment, Yi Shun was kneeling naked on the bathhouse floor. He was wrapped in only a white bath towel to cover his frightened little bird. Suddenly, a sweet voice called from behind, Master. Luan Yenner, looking alluring, tucked her hair back and said seductively, Why haven't you come in yet? At this moment, Yi Shun was so scared he almost lost his mind. He could only hold his head and scream inwardly. Could it be? Damn it, could it really be like this? She said to rest. I thought she meant to eat or sleep, but it turned out to be this? Seeing Yi Shun not moving, Luan Yenner said shyly, What's wrong? I remember. Master likes to be clean the most. Why aren't you getting the bath now? The spring water in this pool is called Jade-dew. It's the #1 nourishing spring on the continent. Not only can it dispel fatigue, but can also strengthen your muscles and bones, and purify your cultivation. Master, you've been traveling outside, and you broke through a realm in a short time. Yenner thinks now is the time you need to nourish your chi. Then Luan Yenner rested her chin on her hand and said with a pout, Could it be that I guessed wrong? Hearing his beloved first disciple blame herself like that, the young man Yi Shun quickly turned back and said, How could that be? This is exactly what I need. Yenner is so thoughtful and meticulous. Thinking of me like this. I couldn't be happier. Then Yi Shun coughed a few times, clearing his throat, and said, It's just, men and women are different. You just needed to bring me here. The rest, I can handle myself. Luan Yenner smiled slyly. Then she rushed forward, grabbed Yi Shun's hand, and pulled him into the pool. Luan Yenner hugged Yi Shun's body tightly and said with a blush, Master, I am your disciple. Master and disciple, old and young, what's there to say about gender? Besides, when Yenner was injured, Master took better care of me than I am of you now. Also, just bathing in this jade dew spring is not enough. If you want to double the nourishing effect, we also need to supplement each other's internal energy. Master, don't be stubborn. This time, let your disciple serve you. Luan Yenner leaned close to Yishun's ear and whispered, "Is that okay?" Yishun jumped as if electrocuted. He shouted in panic, "No, no need. I'm not that tired." Suddenly, the heavenly tome in Yishun's pocket started bouncing. Luo giggled slyly. She waved her hand and secretly gave Yishun a strong push forward. Yishun was talking animatedly and had no defense. He stumbled forward with the momentum. His hand, as if by accident, but very deliberately, landed not just anywhere, but right on the meat bun, so white, fragrant, and soft, belonging to Luan Yenner. This feeling, Yishun's face tensed up. This is it. Chapter 26. Luan Yenner, with a seductive expression. Her cheeks flushed. The bath towel wrapped around her revealed her full bust as she said seductively, "Master." She said gently, "You're hurting me." Yishun replied breathlessly, "Yenner, I'm sorry." Xiaochun and Xiao were peeking from outside, hearing Yenner's moans. "I don't like it." Yishun said softly, "I know." Xiaochun trembled with anger, fuming. She shouted furiously, "Bast!" Before she could finish, a hand covered her mouth. Xiao pulled her down and whispered a reminder. "General, what are you doing? Haven't you heard the saying, it's better to demolish a temple than to break up a couple?" Xiaochun lost control and shouted, "What's this about breaking up or demolishing? They're not even married, and they're already fooling around for 3 days. What about Her Majesty's reputation?" Xiao said with a meaningful tone. "Oh, where did this moralist come from? What happens between two people is none of anyone else's business. You heard it just now. Grandmaster is a man who cherishes women. Don't worry." Xiaochun replied angrily. Seeing this, Xiao nudged her and said cheerfully, "Besides, it's a good thing the general invited me to bathe before coming to pay my respects." She watched the scene of Luan Yenner and Yishun's affectionate intimacy in the bathroom with admiration. Otherwise, how would I have such a feast for the eyes? She glanced to the side and asked, "Don't you agree?" Xiaochun lowered her head and didn't answer. Her eyes were filled with sadness. Xiao remembered Xiaochun's previous words, "The one she wants is him. Her Majesty the Empress." She thought to herself, that's right. Her Majesty the Empress is a very important person to her. To let her see such a private matter, the general must not be feeling good. Thinking this, she smiled cheerfully. Xiao suddenly spoke up. "But what the general said is not wrong." That sentence made Xiaochun look up at her in surprise. She winked and continued. "Outsiders are one thing, but that's Her Majesty the Empress. Her Majesty's reputation is known throughout the world. We can't let others find any fault or gossip behind her back." Xiao prepared to stand up and said softly, "General, come here for a moment. Let's secretly find an opportunity." Her eyes filled with determination as she spoke softly. "The army rises up. Intervene." She looked at Luan Yenner's seductive figure and said softly, Suddenly, Xiao's eyes widened in horror. A trembling voice rang out, "No." By then, Xiaochun had covered her mouth and shouted to stop her. "Don't." Xiaochun said in frustration, "Hey, didn't you tell me to be quiet? Why are you shouting now?" Xiao immediately retorted, "That's not it. Didn't you say he cherishes women? Why is he using a real sword? And in the bath, no less. What if it's not clean and she gets sick?" Xiaochun asked with a bewildered expression. "Huh? Is that the main point?" Xiao said with a firm tone. "There is no point more important than this." She began to explain. "General, you may not know. I'm not just a fortune teller. I'm also half a doctor. These years, I've seen at least 28, if not 30, women who got sick from being careless. Moreover, Grandmaster has a supreme yang sane body, which means he's incredibly strong. If he's not careful, Her Majesty will definitely get hurt." Xiao began to imagine the scene of Luan Yenner's wet and seductive body. She said in a deep voice, "If he has some special preferences." The image of a blindfolded Yenner letting out seductive moans appeared in Xiaochun's mind, causing her to wave her hands in panic and shout, "Don't let something like that happen." Xiao suddenly grabbed Xiaochun's hand and said seriously, That's why. Her eyes sparkled with pitifulness. She pleaded, "As women, we naturally understand the hardships of women. This is no longer just about Her Majesty's reputation. It's also about Her Majesty's health. We must prevent any accidents from happening." Chun, as if enlightened, said softly, "That makes sense." They continued to peek from afar, listening to the conversation inside. "Like this? Then what? Master, there." The two nodded, silently signaling each other to prepare for action. They quickly burst through the window and rushed inside. "Chow, chow, chow," shouted. "Grandmaster, stop." They landed skillfully on the ground with great momentum. One of them shouted, "Put down the rod." But in front of them was only a quiet bathtub with no one in it. Steam was still rising. The two of them froze, stunned. They looked around blankly and asked, "Where did they go?" Luan Yenner was now in a corner, nestled against Yi Shun's chest, telling herself, "I still couldn't guard against it. I thought that since we were bathing in private, I didn't create a barrier. I didn't expect." She glanced behind her and smiled, saying, "Luckily, I have you, Master. You used the invisibility technique in time." Luan Yenner looked up and asked gently, "Right, Master?" But what met her eyes was an ugly dummy of Yi Shun, sticking its tongue out mockingly. She shouted in frustration. Again, her shout echoed outside the palace, so loud that Yi Shun, who was hastily running away with his clothes in disarray, thought in fear that was close. In the evening, lanterns were lit and hung on the roofs. At the market outside the Wuji sect, the scene was incredibly bustling. People were strolling around in droves. The small street was packed. The innocent voices of children mingled with the noise. "Big sister, come and catch me," the other person said. "Don't run so fast." Yi Shun walked silently through the crowd, with Luan Yenner following beside him. She said excitedly, "It's candied hawthorn. I wonder if there's a kind master who would buy me some candied hawthorn to eat." Yi Shun sighed and replied, "It already takes a lot of effort for you to take form. How can you have teeth to eat candied hawthorn?" Luan Yenner continued to flatter him. "Don't I have a master who loves me the most? Even when you're tired, you don't forget to make the heavenly tome invisible so others can't see me. That's how Luo can come out of the book for a walk." Yi Shun glanced at her and said, "I may love you, but you don't sympathize with me at all. During the bath just now, didn't you push me?" Luan Yenner put on an innocent face and said softly, "If it weren't for my push, it would take forever for you to touch senior sister." He let out a frustrated sigh. "This is grown-up business. Kids shouldn't meddle." Luan Yenner said huffily, "Oh, please. You've been in seclusion for 100 years. Whether it's senior sister or Luo, we're not kids anymore. You and senior sister are clearly in love. What does it matter if others see?" She shook her head in exasperation. "And you even deliberately hid here in the sect's outer market. I really don't understand. Senior sister isn't going to eat you. Is the word love so hard to write?" Luan Yenner's arm passed through his body like a ghost. She tried to pull Yi Shun back and asked, "Master, are you even listening to me?" Suddenly, Luan Yenner's eyes widened in astonishment. In front of them were two frail girls. Covered in wounds, they were supporting each other, struggling to walk under the curious gazes of the passers-by. When by Xiao he saw Yi Shun, she called out, "Senior." She started to cry. She struggled and shouted, "Senior, I beg you, save my senior sister." He looked at them in surprise, speechless. Yi Shun remembered the last time he met them. They were also heavily injured. He hesitated and said, "You two are." Chapter 27. In the dimly lit small room, Bai Qing'er rested wearily on Bai Xiaohe's lap. Around her were small, flickering flames. Yi Shun spoke slowly, "All right. Your senior sister is here because her inner core is depleted. She doesn't have enough physical strength. I've used a technique to replenish it for her. You don't need to worry anymore." Bai Xiaohe said with emotion, "Thank you for your help, senior. If it weren't for you, my senior sister would have." Suddenly, the robe on Bai Xiaohe's body was torn open, revealing a large flame-shaped symbol on her stomach, causing her to cry out in shock. Yi Shun looked at her with a suspicious gaze and said in a deep voice, "On the way here, just now, I sensed a strange aura of a sealed technique on you too." He asked doubtfully, "What exactly is going on?" Bai Xiaohe looked at him timidly and didn't answer. She avoided Yi Shun's gaze and said softly, "As expected of you, senior. Then I have no choice but to tell the truth." Bai Xiaohe shyly lifted her robe and said timidly, "Senior, Please take a look. As soon as he saw it, Yi Shun's eyes widened in surprise. He thought to himself, this seal is... He recalled a distant memory and wondered, isn't that the holy seal of the Blood River sect that I personally destroyed 100 years ago? Yi Shun clearly remembered the demonic face with its ghastly smile and haunting, blood-red eyes. He asked in confusion, why did you voluntarily receive this Blood River seal? Bai Xiao he quickly refuted. How could that be? My sister and I are from the 100 Flowers sect and have sworn to our ancestors that we will never betray them. Yi Shun asked hesitantly. Then is it because of a private matter? She said with a firm tone. That's even more impossible. This is the first time my sister and I have come down from the mountain to travel. Luan Yenner appeared and said, that's strange. This is the first time I've gone out and encountered something like this. If we were still within the Wuji sect's territory, it would be even more boring. Master, these two sisters can't be spies, can they? Yi Shun pondered. These two have already revealed they are from the 100 Flowers sect. If they were really spies, how could they return to the Wuji sect? He said coldly, when disciples of the 100 Flowers sect traveled down the mountain, they must obey the orders of their sect master. Did you receive an order on the way and get involved with the Blood River sect? Bai Xiao he asked, stunned. How could that be? Our grandmaster asked us to. Suddenly, she realized something was wrong and her eyes widened. Xiao he lowered her eyes and said softly, we were following our grandmaster's orders to go to the central continent to find medicinal herbs. Bai Xiao he recounted sadly, on the way, we encountered the Wuji sect. Luckily, a senior came to our rescue. She recalled the time they encountered a group of fierce black-robed assassins, forcing the two sisters to hide behind a rock, and Yi Shun appeared just in time to save them. She continued, after that, my sister and I went east. Then we happened to encounter people from the Blood River sect preaching in a village. The two sisters were terrified at that time. Bai Xiao he remembered the bloodthirsty look of the hooded figures strangling children, which made her tremble involuntarily. No. Instead of preaching, it was more like torture. They used various forms of torture to force the villagers to join their sect, forcing them to be marked with the Blood River mark. They didn't even spare a 7-year-old child. Bai Qing'er tried to run, but she was spotted by the group. Xiao he recounted fearfully. My sister and I wanted to hide first and wait for a chance to rescue the villagers, but we were caught. Bai Qing'er leaped to dodge the Blood River sect's dangerous blows. With one hand, she used her magic to protect Bai Xiao he, who was crying loudly. Sister, she said sternly, Xiao he run? Xiao he said worriedly, in a crisis. My sister activated her life-saving magic. To protect me, she had to fight to push them back, so we could escape to another place. At night, the full moon shone brightly in the dark sky. Bai Xiao he remembered Bai Qing'er gritting her teeth in pain as the symbol was carved onto her. She said sadly, only then did I realize that my sister had been marked with the Blood River mark at some point. That night was a full moon. My sister was in so much pain, she almost killed herself. She lowered her head and said, the way back to the sect is still far, and my cultivation is too low. I was afraid we would be caught by the people of the Blood River sect. So I dragged my sister back to the Wuji sect's territory. I was hoping to use the Empress's reputation to drive away the enemy. Hoping to meet you again. Perhaps we could be saved one more time. That's why. Yi Shun said calmly. There's no need to be ashamed. When you step into the martial world, and it's always on the way. According to what you said, only your senior sister was marked with the Blood River mark, right? So why are you? Bai Xiao immediately replies. The mark on my body suddenly appeared last night. Perhaps from the very beginning, they never intended to let either of us escape. Hearing this, he thinks to himself, this is a bit troublesome. Yi Shun imagines the horrifying, gloomy scene and tells himself, the so-called Blood River mark is a restriction used by the Blood River sect's master on his followers. Those afflicted with this Blood River mark will have their spiritual power and cultivation drained from their physical bodies and gathered into the sect master's body. The followers below will be completely drained, becoming his personal possessions. Furthermore, if you want to remove these marks, the only way is to kill the person who cast the spell. Thinking of this, Yi Shun lowers his head and remains silent in deep thought for a long time. Seeing him like this, Bai Xiao's lips tremble as she calls out, Senior. She takes his hand, her face filled with a pitiful and earnest plea. It's possible that by the next full moon, my sister and I will be affected by that Blood River mark. Last time, our spiritual power was depleted. Next time, our physical bodies might be destroyed. If that's the case, I beg you, Senior, to bring our remains back to the White Flower sect. That way, it can be considered as leaves returning to their roots. Bai Xiaohe says gratefully, for Senior's kindness. This junior will repay you in the next life. Hearing this, Yishan looks at her in silence. Luo Yen calmly exposes. This little act. How many times have I seen this play out? Sometime later, Yishan is using his superb lightness skill to move swiftly across the rooftops in the dark night. Luo Yen beside him asks doubtfully, Master, you're leaving the city like this. Are you going to deal with the old man in red directly? He says with a firm tone. Of course. 100 years ago, the Blood River sect was already considered an evil sect. I remember their sect master's title was. Luo Yin immediately chimes in. The Blood River ancestor. He nods in response. That's right. Yishan still has many doubts. But during the Great Sect War, I remember killing him on horseback, didn't I? She laughs innocently and replies. What's so surprising about that? My 6 paths were shattered. But aren't I still here in the heavenly tome? For a cultivator, isn't it normal to have a life-saving trump card? Luo Yin suddenly asks in a serious tone. But Master, is it really a good idea for you to go on this expedition alone? Is it really okay? Yishan glances at her and calmly replies. Just because someone is a cultivator doesn't mean they can do whatever they want. You just heard that the Blood River sect is targeting ordinary people. Could I possibly stand by and watch? She shakes her head in exasperation and says, That's not what I meant. He asks, confused. Then what are you talking about? Luo Yin grits her teeth and says each word clearly. Senior sister. She taps him on the head in frustration and explains, Master, this is the territory of the infinite sect. If what that little girl said is true, then wouldn't senior sister also know about this? Hearing this, Yishan thinks, that's right. A little girl from the outside was able to find traces of the Blood River sect. Not to mention, Yenner is the empress now. He says in a low voice. She has always hated evil and would never let it go, unless. Luo Yin takes on the role of an advisor and persuades him. Didn't I already tell you? We're not children anymore. Senior sister must have her reasons for doing this. She gently strokes his head and softly comforts him. Master, you don't have to be in charge like before. What's more important is to discuss things with senior sister. Senior sister is definitely waiting for you to return. Hearing her words, Yishan is a bit surprised and speechless. He glances away, coughs, and says, Yeah, I should go back. He thinks to himself, but how can I face Yenna now? Yishan stands hesitantly in front of the door, lingering, not daring to open it. After a moment of hesitation, he decides to raise his hand and knock softly, calling out. Before he can finish his sentence, the door is suddenly thrown open. A thick cloud of dust billows out, startling Yishan. He stares blankly at the person in front of him and asks softly, Yenner? Luan Yenner is wearing simple clothes and an apron. She's covered in sweat. She shouts in surprise, Master, you're back. She took his hand and explained with a bright smile. I just finished bathing and felt a little hungry. Just in time. There's a small kitchen in my room. It's your favorite fried egg, Master. Yishan was stunned and speechless. He thought to himself, there was such a big commotion just now. I didn't even dare to face Yenner. And yet, she's worried about whether I'm hungry? A memory of Luan Yenner in Xia Chun's body calling him Master flashed in his mind. He thought, come to think of it. Last time on the road, when we met the Essence Sprite, Yenner only communicated with General Xiao Qiu through spiritual consciousness and never left the city to find me. It seems there must be more important matters in the sect that are keeping her here. Could it be that Yenner had already discovered traces of the Blood River sect back then? Yishan hesitated and said, Yenner, I have something to... Before he could finish, Luan Yenner raised her hand and gently stopped him. She smiled charmingly and replied softly, What do you want to ask, Master? Yenner already knows. Chapter 28. Many years ago, Luan Yenner would sit on a small rock behind the mountain every day, resting her chin in her hands, lost in thought. She looked at the towering cliff in front of her and sighed. Master, you're still. You just left. Why? Now that the remnants have been cleared, all that's left are good days. Thinking of this, Yenner couldn't hold back her tears and choked out. Why didn't you take me with you? Leaving Yenner all alone outside. Why? Since you went into seclusion, Master. I seemed to go to the cliff where you were in seclusion to clean every day, hoping you would suddenly have a change of heart and come out of seclusion to reunite with the sect. Time flew by. The years passed quickly, but there was still no sign of you. But one day, when you had been in seclusion for over a month, the Blood River ancestor of Ma Xia, the one who deserved to be killed by you, suddenly appeared before me. A restriction bound me tightly. Not only was he not dead, but he also activated a technique to trap me. He wanted to leave the Blood River mark on me, making me a possession of his sect. At that time, I was already a spirit-severing realm cultivator. Logically, it shouldn't have been a problem, but in reality, I was suppressed and couldn't move. At that moment, I noticed a red, blood-stained skull in his hand. This skull not only looked terrifying, but also exuded an unexpected aura. Luan Yenner and Yi Shun sat at the dining table. The plate of fried eggs was still there, now cold. Yenner's voice was still steady. I had anticipated that this skull was very unusual, so I waited for an opportunity to use a technique to try and break it. Unexpectedly, the old Blood River scoundrel used a spirit substitute to counterattack, protecting his skull to the death and escaping. After that, he disappeared from the world without a trace. Yishun rested his chin on his hand and murmured softly. A red skull? He deduced. According to Yenner, this skull is probably the Blood River ancestor's life-saving magic weapon. Could it be a holy artifact of the sect? No. Such important information, someone like me back then couldn't possibly not have known. Yenner had always thought there was something suspicious about this, but unfortunately, the old Blood River scoundrel had gone into hiding at that time. Reviving the sect was the top priority. So, for the time being, she put aside all matters concerning the old scoundrel. She only sent spies throughout the continent to secretly investigate. But who would have known? Hearing this, Yishun suddenly cut in, finishing her sentence. That chaos would erupt within the Wuji sect first. Luan Yenner was startled and exclaimed, "Master, you knew too?" Yishun stood up and slowly explained, "That's not hard to guess. In the old scoundrel's eyes, you are my most beloved disciple. He should have killed you quickly. But he didn't. Instead, he wanted to leave the Blood River mark on you. This mark is used by the sect leader to gather energy and cultivate his body. At some point, he'll want to develop it in the dark even more. If he's developing it secretly, then the more chaotic the situation, the more it benefits him. According to his vicious nature, he could have released his followers in the Wuji sect to attract new ones, keeping you too busy to notice. But just that is still. At this point, Yenner had a preliminary understanding of the problem. She exclaimed, "Still not enough." Nearly 10 years passed. The old scoundrel, who had been silent, suddenly appeared. He leaked information about recruiting troops in the north to my spies. He even killed some of my nascent Soul Realm generals, clearly showing that his strength had greatly increased and he was about to reach the life and death realm. Along with the summons, there was also news of the deaths of innocent people living in the Wuji sect. I personally confirmed that the mark was indeed the pattern on the red skull, which is the Blood River mark. Speaking of this, Yenner clenched her fists emotionally. After realizing his intention at that time, I guessed that the old scoundrel's preachers were not of high cultivation, so I sent people to distribute spirit medicine to the people. Drinking it would prevent them from being marked. But the initial symptoms were the same as being marked to deceive those spies. But their learning speed was much faster than I thought. After seeing through my delaying tactic, they began to torture the people to show their power. In my heart, I was actually... Yenner's voice grew quieter and quieter. Perhaps at that time, she was very helpless and heartbroken. Yishun took Yenner's hand, looked in her eyes, and said one word. She was surprised and froze for a moment. "Master, you?" Yishun gently touched her cheek and said softly, "I understand your pain. The Blood River ancestor is very sinister and cruel. He never wants to be a direct enemy of others. He wants to hide, so that no one in the world can find him. If an attack were launched at this time, ordering the killing of the scattered followers in the sect, it would surely cause panic among the people, making the chaotic situation even worse. And we can't let the villains slip through the net. He released the news to attract your attention. At the same time, he stirred up public opinion in the sect just to keep you busy. When you're in trouble, he will take the opportunity to attack. If you focus on the direct battlefield, he can also gather more followers. Neither side loses. This move is truly sinister. A little impatience will ruin the whole plan. Your choice was the best choice. Don't worry, I will personally kill that old scoundrel and use his blood as wine for sacrifice. We must capture all these harmful insects in one go. Hearing Yi Shun say this, she felt extremely relieved. In an instant, her face relaxed and she smiled faintly. I didn't report it to you, Master, because I was afraid you would get angry and crush those preaching spies to dust. But they're like locusts used to hiding behind people, stirring up trouble. Killing one group will only make more appear. She turned and hugged Yi Shun tightly, unconsciously whispering, "Now that I know you and I are the same mind, Master, I can't help but feel more at ease." Yi Shun sighed with relief. "In your eyes, am I really that reckless, Master? On the contrary, you made a joke of me. If I hadn't happened to meet the 100 Flowers sisters this time, I don't know how long it would have taken you to open up. From now on, if anything happens, you must tell me first." As soon as the 100 Flowers sisters were mentioned, Luan Yenner's face darkened, and she asked in a low voice, "Master, didn't you discover the blood river mark on the common people?" As if realizing he had misspoken and this nonsensical story had gone off track, Yi Shun stammered, "100 Flowers? Is that the 100 Flowers sect? The white-robed woman who often came to assist our sect back then?" "No, not Ruoshi herself. It's her disciples traveling abroad." Hearing this, Yenner roared, "You can't even say their names. Your relationship must be quite good." Seeing her attitude, Yi Shun was immediately startled and flustered. He repeatedly waved his hands and explained, "No, we just had a fight once. I haven't seen her since I came out of seclusion. I swear." She crossed her arms in front of her chest. She snorted softly and asked with a glance, "Really?" Yi Shun raised his hand and swore, "More real than a pearl." Yenner poked his cheek with her index finger and said, "All right, Yenner will believe you this once. Let's call it even. From now on, I won't hide anything from you. And you can't hide anything from me either, Master." He quickly agreed. Okay, I'll listen to you." Yi Shun smiled bitterly to himself. 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts amusement. I was just about to praise her for growing up and being calculating, but I didn't expect her to still have the temperament of a child. The two sat back at the table and continued their discussion. Yi Shun asked, "So, with the current situation, what does Yenner want to do? Can you tell me?" After thinking for a bit, she smiled faintly and replied, "They want to cause chaos, don't they? That will solve all the hard work. The ancients said it well. The bigger the storm, the stronger the fish jump." So, Yenner leaned over and whispered in Yi Shun's ear. At that time, somewhere in a cave, a figure in a tattered black cloak sat facing the wall, meditating. Behind him, a subordinate was reporting, "Ancestor, you are truly a divine strategist." The one called Ancestor had an old, fierce face. His white eyes exuded a dark aura. He replied with some satisfaction, "That fierce woman from the Wuji sect indeed doesn't dare to openly clean house. She must not have expected that we are not in the north." But right under her nose, in the inner realm of the sect, suddenly a figure appeared inside the cave, approaching the Ancestor. He grinned at the newcomer. "You led me into the Wuji sect. I already consider you an ally. Since we're on the same side, why do we need to draw our weapons?" The newcomer was also wearing a tight cloak. His face was wrapped in cloth, leaving only his mouth exposed. He held a long saber in his arms. From his aura, he was also a great master. He hissed, "Noisy." Chapter 29. 5 years ago, the Blood River Ancestor was hiding in the northern region. He was secretly developing his power in the various continental regions. But he was wary of the central region's Wuji sect, managed by the Empress. Even though the Blood River sect had gained influence, the Blood River Ancestor was still unwilling to publicly challenge the Empress in the martial world. The two sides maintained a delicate balance. But on a rainy night, the Blood River sect faced an unexpected storm. A mysterious guest not only exposed the lair the Blood River Ancestor had carefully hidden, but also killed all the elite soldiers by his side. In a moment, he was caught off guard and severely injured. The Blood River Ancestor looked at his enemy with hatred and shouted, "Who are you?" He replied curtly, "A merchant." And so their relationship began. From then on, he clung to the Blood River Ancestor like a lingering ghost. This time, he arrived without a word and threw a head that rolled across the floor. It was the gatekeeper subordinate who had gone to meet his ancestors. The Blood River Ancestor sighed, "For crying out loud. You're here again. If you were worried about noise, Just say the word, and I'll have everyone else leave. Why did you have to kill them all back then? He pulled down his hood, revealing a deformed head. His grotesque face was beyond description. He said in a hoarse voice, but a little peace and quiet isn't a bad thing. I've received news from the spies I planted in the Wuji sect's inner realm. The merchant sat in a corner, holding his saber, listening intently as the Blood River ancestor rambled on. The Empress plans to hold the Heaven and Earth ritual tonight. The Heaven and Earth ritual uses the power of gods and ghosts to bless oneself. Even a small mistake will result in a backlash. Not only will the breakthrough fail, but it will also lead to death and the scattering of one's Tao. She wants to settle the score once and for all, as expected of the most dazzling woman on the continent. But she is still too hasty. The grand plan is complete. All that's missing is the east wind. I hope my ally will help me break the restrictions in Wuji City so my followers can enter and liven things up for the Empress. The Blood River ancestor held a large skull and pleaded. The merchant took out a brilliant golden command scroll and replied, "Now. Right now? So urgent?" Night fell, and the mountains were silent. The inner realm of the Wuji sect was brightly lit. There was indeed a grand ceremony today. The merchant and the Blood River ancestor had reached a mountain peak above the Wuji sect. He laughed heartily. "My friend, as expected of you. Everything is as you predicted. The Empress indeed set up an ambush on the path we had to take. But what I didn't expect was that 5 years ago, you had already built a secret passage in the Wuji sect leading straight to the main palace. Now we just have to wait for the good show to begin." The merchant stood behind him and cursed under his breath. This pig. He talks too much. In the inner palace, Yenner was putting on makeup, preparing for the ceremony. She wore an imperial robe and a crown, looking beautiful and exuding a regal aura. Yenner picked up a piece of lipstick paper and pressed it to her lips. A soft voice asked from outside the door, "Are you ready?" Yenner replied, "I'm ready." She put the paper down on the table and walked to the door, saying softly, "Let's go." In the corner of the room, Bai Qing'er was tied up. Beside her, Bai Xiao, he had a terrified expression, her tears not yet dry. Xiao Chun was also severely injured, leaning against a tree, looking tired and listless. I never expected there to be so many spies in the Wuji sect. Heavenly secrets must not be revealed, yet there's a group in-house leaking information to the outside. Luan Yenner walked out to the front of the hall and announced, "The auspicious time has arrived." Chapter 30. The city streets were brightly lit tonight. The crowd was bustling and lively. Lanterns of all colors were hung everywhere. A mother and daughter were strolling on the street. The little girl looked at the beautiful scenery with joy and exclaimed, "Mother, it's so lively. Is it New Year's already?" Usually, there are only this many lanterns and people during the New Year. The mother looked at her daughter and smiled fondly. "It's only New Year's when it snows, silly child." The little girl was curious. "Then why is everyone not sleeping so late at night?" She pointed to a guard holding a stack of papers and replied, "It's because of Her Majesty the Empress's summons." The guard handed them a piece of paper and said, "Please take a prayer paper, you too." The mother took it and bowed her head in thanks. The mother handed a paper to her daughter and instructed, "Here, take this and learn it well." The little girl asked in surprise, "Her Majesty the Empress isn't sleeping either?" The mother picked up her daughter and explained, "That's right. Her Majesty the Empress works very hard every day so that we can live good lives. Isn't she your favorite?" The little girl immediately nodded. "Yes," the mother said softly. "So, we must pray for Her Majesty. May she have long-lasting fortune, okay?" The prayer began to echo. "Oh, great heavens above, descend and watch over us. Gather this spiritual energy and witness this event. Shine your light upon all and bless this land. May the spirits of heaven and earth bless our Empress." The Blood River ancestor had appeared in the city. His figure moved through the air like a ghost. He stood on a roof, observing the situation, and laughed loudly. "Ha! The location of the ritual has been set. The commoners have recited the heaven and earth ritual text. Luan Yenner truly intends to perform the heaven and earth ritual." The Blood River ancestor caressed the skull in his hand. The holy artifact shows no abnormalities. "Excellent." He looked down at the corridor below and saw Luan Yenner coming out with her maids, saying smugly, "I thought Luan Yenner had a backup plan. It seems I was overthinking things. She's not that smart. Even the guards are so few." This plan will surely succeed. Next, you and I only have one thing to discuss. When she breaks through, how will you cover my back, ally? Seeing the silence behind him, he turned around to find it empty. Where did my brother go? The Blood River ancestor muttered. He probably plans to keep a cool head in the crisis and not show himself. That's fine. I don't need to waste my breath. Once I have Luan Yenner in my pocket, the initiative in this deal will be in my hands. A moment later, on the sacrificial altar, Luan Yenner suddenly felt the world spin. The ground beneath her feet trembled constantly. The space around her swirled, and spiritual energy surged, instantly sending the surrounding maids flying. The head priest exclaimed, "Your Majesty, the grand ritual is a success." Luan Yenner's hair came undone. Blood-red blood river marks appeared all over her body. The Blood River ancestor was waiting for this moment. He immediately jumped out and approached from behind. He said in a cold voice, "I finally have you, Luan Yenner." The guard were terrified to see him appear and charged forward with their weapons. "Blood River, old scoundrel. How are you here?" The Blood River ancestor smiled eerily. "Wrong. You should call me ancestor." With that, he channeled his chi. A demonic red light emanated from his skull. At that moment, Luan Yenner seemed to be controlled by him, her eyes also turning red with killing intent. He commanded, "Go, Yenner. Use your life and death realm cultivation, and cover the entire Wuji sect with the Blood River mark." Yenner's face instantly darkened. Her expression was identical to the Blood River ancestors. Suddenly, Yenner froze. Then she collapsed to the ground, motionless. The Blood River ancestor shouted in astonishment. "What's happening?" He thought. The spiritual energy on her body is dispersing. Could it be that the heaven and earth ritual failed? No, impossible. When I placed the Blood River mark on her, I clearly sensed the aura of the life and death realm. What is this? Before he could finish his words, a punch like a thunderbolt struck him in the face, slamming him against the high stone wall. The force of the blow was so strong that the wall cracked, and dust and debris flew everywhere. The Blood River ancestor was in agony. Blood dripped from his mouth as he stared at the person before him. Yishin spoke. "Long time no see." The Blood River ancestor was terrified and stammered. "Why you Yichu?" He replied gently. "Blood River, you're still the same as before. Sinister and greedy." He seemed unable to believe it was real and roared in anger. "No, this can't be. I searched for you for 5 years and confirmed that you had entered the gate of death and your Tao had scattered. You can't be here." Yishin calmly asked back, "Why can't I be?" The Blood River ancestor suddenly looked to the other side. Luan Yenner was standing there, completely normal. The Blood River mark had also vanished. He cried out in surprise. "Luan Yenner, how can this be?" Yenner ran to his side. Yishin looked at her and asked, "Are you all right?" Yenner beamed. "With you here, Master, of course I'm fine. It's just a pity about the wooden puppet you created, Master." Hearing this, the Blood River ancestor shouted, "W what? The one who entered the heaven and earth ritual wasn't you? But Yichu, you coward, you're only at the spirit-severing realm. How could you refine a wooden puppet with flesh and blood? And it even had the aura of the life and death realm after the sacrifice. Could it be that not only did you not die, but you also broke through a realm? How can there be such a good thing in the world?" Seeing his agitation, Yishin replied, "Didn't I say it before? You're still the same as before. Based on your personality, the news of the Blood River army approaching from the north couldn't have been initiated by you. If it was, then you must have preparations elsewhere. Still a standard preparation to control the enemy. The chaos that arose within the Wuji sect was your best choice. And Yenner's behavior of defending the inner realm for many years is contrary to her personality of always seeking revenge. You thought she had no troops to use, and could only find an alternative solution to fight. For example, being forced to break through a realm. The facts prove that you really did think that way. If you had been more thoughtful tonight and continued to hide, the outcome of this battle would have been uncertain. I originally wanted to capture you as soon as the grand ritual began. However, before the ritual started, you only used a single scouting spell. For a sinister and desperate person like you to come here, there's only one possibility. You were certain of victory because you had an expert backing you. That's why I patiently played out this whole act." After hearing Yi Shun's explanation, the Blood River ancestor bursts into loud laughter. "Yi Shun, you bastard. You say I haven't changed. But have you changed at all? 100 years ago, you thought you had everything figured out when you took my head. But I still found a chance to survive. To break out of my cocoon. He suddenly channels his energy. The skull in his hand glows brightly. His eyes are filled with vicious, murderous intent as he roars. All this nonsense, isn't it just because you want to know who's helping me? So you can catch us all in one net? Fine. Still want to watch the show? If I die, this deal is off. Get out here and save me, King of Assassins. As the Blood River ancestor cries out, a figure dashes in from behind a wall. Before Luan Yenner can react, a blade chi as fierce as a storm slashes towards her. Yishun pushes her back and blocks the blow with his arm. Even though the person is completely covered in a cloak and bandages, Yenner recognizes them with a single glance. She exclaims, "Why is it you? Second junior sister." It's the second direct disciple of the profound pole sect's Yishun, Ghost Shadow Shura. Yishun appears and blocks a sword strike meant for the girl with just his arm. He frowns and asks the person before him, "Is it really you, Shura?" Her crimson eyes glance over at him. "How did you end up like this?" She then retracts her attack and retreats. Shura pulls her cloak tighter around herself. Her entire body is wrapped in bandages, looking very strange. Suddenly, a twisted laugh echoes. The cloaked figure approaches them. The Blood River ancestor shouts, spitting black blood from his mouth. "Ah, Yishun, when you were plotting against me, did you ever imagine such a wonderful play? Don't be in such a hurry. I still have a great gift for you." But before he can finish his sentence, he takes a blow right to the mouth. Then his body explodes into a chaotic mess. Yishun coldly retracts his spiritual power. "Say one more word, and you won't need your chin anymore." Shura attempts a sneak attack right in front of Yishun. She lunges forward, about to swing her staff at him. Luan Yenner quickly shouts to stop her. "Junior sister, you can't." Shura immediately shifts her gaze towards Luan Yenner. She swings her sword towards her, not Yishun. The pressure from the blow sends dirt and rocks flying at Luan Yenner. She quickly closes her eyes to shield herself. Shura, however, maintains her cold demeanor and says to her, "Senior sister, deceiving yourself. Is there any point?" Suddenly, she feels a powerful, sharp aura pressing down on her body. With a bang, the attack erupts, and the light from Yishun's power shines blindingly bright. Shura managed to block Yishun's attack with her sword in time, but the shockwaves still linger in the air. Yishun glares at her and warns, "Disciples of the same sect are like family, no matter what. You should never have attacked your senior sister, Shura." But Shura's gaze remains as sharp as ever. She mutters, "Quite similar." Then she retreats and raises her massive blade. Shura's speed is incredibly fast as she gets in a position to strike. She whispers to herself, "Just the right time to test my blade." Shura continuously slashes, while Yishun keeps blocking the attacks with his hands. Their clashes produce loud, booming sounds. The battle engulfs them in smoke and flashes of light. Luan Yenner can only cry out helplessly, "Master! Shura, stop it!" Despite being scraped and bruised, she still tries to persuade Shura. "The one deceiving themselves is you, junior sister. Look closely. The person in front of you is Master's true self." The two of them clash once again. "Why won't you believe it?" Hearing those words, Yishun asks her with confusion, "Yenner, what do you mean by that?" But before that, he suddenly realizes something and quickly turns back. Shura has disengaged from the fight and flown towards Luan Yenner to threaten her. "Senior sister, hand over the item, and I won't make things difficult for you." A streak of power cuts through the air and shoots forward. Shura's body feels as if it's been cut in two, startling her. The clone she left behind for Yishun has been sliced in half by him. Meanwhile, she has retreated behind him. She quickly hugs her body and shivers. Still have some strength left. Yishun tries to maintain his composure to talk to her. "Shura." The necklace around Shura's neck glows. "You were able to dodge my attack entirely because of that shifting form illusion mirror on you. That was a gift I gave you back then. I'm only asking you." Yishun held Luan Yenner in his arms. His face was serious as he asked her one question. "Are you sure you want to be our enemy?" Xiao Luo suddenly froze. Her eyes widened in surprise. She pulled her hood down again and whispered, "You," she said coldly, "are not my master." The face of Yi Shun immediately darkened. He asked himself, am I not? Then he rushed towards Xiao Luo so fast she couldn't even react. Then I have no choice but to discipline you once again. Xiao Luo panicked and turned back. But by then it was too late. He can still speed up? A massive explosion was caused by Yi Shun's power. Luan Yenner, standing nearby, was almost blown away by the pressure. She looked worriedly towards the battle. Second junior sister. Luan Yenner frowned sadly. A stream of memories ran through her mind. Why? Many years ago, Xiao Luo suddenly rebelled. Senior sister, why are you stopping me from going down the mountain? Luan Yenner tried her best to persuade her. Master is not dead. He is just in seclusion. Junior sister, don't listen to the rumors. Xiao Luo then rushed forward and struck without mercy, filled with anger. Lies. Master's body. I saw with my own eyes. Senior sister, don't lie to me anymore. Luan Yenner's body trembled. A wound had already appeared on her mouth. Absolutely impossible. I personally saw Master off at the cliff where he went into seclusion. Everything you saw was a trick by the villain. Going down the mountain for revenge will only play into their hands. I can't watch you go to your death. Suddenly, Xiao Luo said something that made Luan Yenner's eyes narrow in fear. Venerable Ba Tianchen. Xiao Luo also shed a tear. She exclaimed, hearing the culprit's name, you're scared, aren't you? But I'm not afraid. I'm not a coward anymore. I will avenge our master. Yi Shun and Xiao Luo are still fighting intensely at present. Xiao Luo seemed to be at a disadvantage against Yi Shun's attacks. But in the middle of the fight, he suddenly stopped and looked at the person in front of him. Luan Yenner rushed forward and stood between them, preventing Yi Shun from attacking. Yenner, she still tried to gently persuade them. Master, Yenner begs you. Let's sit down and listen to second junior sister's detailed explanation. The eyes of Luan Yenner flashed with a crimson light. A strange power invaded her body. Fire-like marks spread across Luan Yenner's body, lifting her into the air in pain. Yi Shun could only cry out, Yenner. Xiao Luo then looked behind her. The Blood River ancestor's body had finished regenerating. His soul escaped and rushed towards Yi Shun's disciple with glee. Luan Yenner, this time you are truly mine. The sky was still dark and quiet, but two figures were hastily jumping across the rooftops. Sister, Bai Xiaoyi called out as she followed. Sister, your wounds haven't healed yet. Let me do the scouting. But Bai Qing'er replied sternly, no, it's all because I'm usually too arrogant and indulgent with you. I've spoiled you to the point where you've forgotten your senior sister's teachings. Answer me honestly. After that expert saved me, did you tell him about our mission? Bai Xiaoyi quickly explained, how could I? The mission our senior sister gave us is to find the owner of the heavenly tome and given a token. Otherwise, our 100 Flowers sect will face the danger of annihilation. If I let it slip, may heaven strike me down. But sister, what does this have to do with you insisting on going to see the senior? Bai Qing'er was silent for a moment, thinking about the question. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoyi, behind her, clutched her stomach and cried out in pain. Bai Qing'er quickly turned back and held Bai Xiaoyi in her arms. She cried out worriedly, Xiaoyi. Bai Xiaoyi's body was covered in fire-like marks. Sister, it hurts. It hurts so much. It feels like thousands of insects are biting me. Bai Qing'er also realized this in panic. The symptoms of the Blood River marks activation. Xiaoyi, how did you also? Not just Xiaoyi. Below them, screams of pain also rang out. The people below suddenly showed signs of the Blood River mark. They couldn't bear it and writhed in agony, crying out, it hurts. It hurts so much. Father, mother, save me. Bai Qing'er's face was also touched by a similar streak, causing a sharp pain in her ear. Has it begun? As for Luan Yenner, she kept screaming as she was burned in the flames. The Blood River mark. Yi Shun rushed towards the Blood River ancestor to stop him. But Xiao Luo also descended from above with her saber at the same time. She struck the ground with a powerful blow, splitting it in two. However, he managed to dodge the blow. Xiao Luo's eyes burned with a crimson light, showing her annoyance. The order is wrong. A fist flew towards his right. The blind spot made him unable to react in time. Xiao Luo was sent flying by the Blood River ancestor's punch and tumbled several times. The old man held his own exploded head and replied, Xiao Luo, it's too late. The old man's arm squeezed the head tightly while it was still speaking, looking very grotesque. The blood river mark has gathered Luan Yenner's spiritual energy into me. I have broken through to the third level of the life and death realm. As long as the blood river mark exists, I will be immortal. Xiao Luo trembled as she looked up. Her body couldn't escape being marked by the blood seal either. The order. Could it be that he first obtained Yi Chu's old item, heaven-inspecting treasure seal? And then I took in Luan Yenner. The old man regenerated a new head. Flesh and skin wrapped around it, slowly regenerating. But with the current situation, do I still have to listen to you? You are also something that belongs to me. Yi Shun then kicked him, sending him flying in another direction. The Blood River ancestor's contemptuous voice rang out after taking the full force of the kick. Yi Chu, this attack of yours is really vicious. He was so angry that veins popped out on his face. He confidently declared to him, but the me of now, even if anyone comes, they can't kill me. 100 years ago, I couldn't take your life. Now the time has come. Luan Yenner was still having her life force drained. The Blood River ancestor issued a challenge. Even if you've reached the life and death realm, you're only at the first level. What can you do? Xiao Luo, however, clutched her clothes. She gritted her teeth, enduring the dull ache caused by the Blood River mark. No, even if my realm is on par with yours, there's no chance at all. He raised his red head high and declared, because the Blood River mark is no longer a restriction technique. It is a spirit seal technique. Those eyes were empty and deep with a black color in his red pupils. In this world, there is no thing more advanced than this holy artifact. Ha! Then that head of his opened its mouth and sucked in all the life force he had attached to others. All of you become my nutrients. The Blood River ancestor roared like a madman. As long as I have this holy artifact in my hand, not only can I dominate the continent, but ascending to immortality and becoming a saint is not difficult either. This round I'm sure to win. Suddenly, Yi Shun interrupted him with a strange calmness. No wonder you're so bold all of a sudden. Yi Shun flew in the sky. There was no trace of the Blood River mark around him. So you started playing with spirit artifacts? Huh? The Blood River ancestor gaped in astonishment. The Blood River mark activated by the holy artifact is avoiding him? Yi Shun looked at him indifferently, as if he were an insect. Then he snapped his fingers. Then he created a green dragon in an instant. It coiled around Yi Shun with its majestic presence. Should call me father. Only now did the Blood River ancestor's eyes truly widen as he screamed. What? The ancestor of spirit artifacts. The heavenly tome acknowledges you? Impossible. Even I couldn't lift it. Before he could finish, he was bound by white ribbons covering his body and mouth. The red head also fell out. The Blood River ancestor looked up in fear. Meanwhile, Yi Shun coldly said to him, Who asked you? His face darkened, and his eyes were amber. The presence of a powerful being was created as he pointed down at him. The thing I created, acknowledging me, is only natural, isn't it? What I'm asking is, the Blood River ancestor's head disintegrated right before his eyes. That unfilial son in your hand. It turned into an ordinary skull and rolled on the ground. The Blood River ancestor, still under control, cried out, MMPH. The people in the city suddenly felt the pain in their bodies disappear. It's gone. I'm awake. They touched each other in confusion. The thing on my body is gone. It doesn't hurt anymore. A chaotic atmosphere erupted. Xiao Luo also looked in surprise at the marks on her body that were gradually fading. Let's go. Help is needed here. Luan Yenner was exhausted, so when the Blood River's power disappeared, her body swayed and fell. Yi Shun descended very gently and caught the unconscious Luan Yenner in his arms. The Blood River ancestor's mouth was freed. He asked him this sentence. Made the holy artifact withdraw its divine power. Before, what was the point of me bowing and offering sacrifices to it? Why? I've never heard that the ancestor of the spirit artifact, the heavenly tome, originated from you. His face looked very unsightly. Sweat poured down his wrinkled, ugly skin. The revival plan I taught wasn't. Yi Shun appeared and disappeared behind him. He asked Blood River, It seems you really want to reminisce with me. Now I have time. Every word he spoke now made Blood River tremble with fear. Where do you want to talk? The place where tendons are pulled from the back. Or the mansion of boiling oil and burning fire. Yi Shun was truly angry. He just looked at him coldly. Choose. Without waiting for an answer. The blood river ancestor blew himself up into a gooey mess. Yishin looked at his body on the ground and commented with disappointment. Oh well, you're still the same as before. Just a few words from me and you're scared enough to commit suicide. Then he called out to Xiao Luo, who was behind him. Xiao Luo, he said to her while she was still dazed, listening to him. Your senior sister was in danger, and you still chose to raise your blade against the enemy. I'll spare you this once. Then his following words became even more concise. He didn't even look at her once. 3 days. A cloud of smoke rose and gradually obscured his body. After you've sorted things out, return to the sect. I will give you a chance to explain. Xiao Luo said nothing and just quietly pulled down her hood. She also vanished in a cloud of dust. The battlefield was now empty. From a nearby cliff, a slender arm reached out. Bai Qing'er emerged from behind the cliff, panting. Found it. The moon was still as round as ever tonight. It cast a golden glow on the night sky. Xiao Luo landed on the ground with a thud. She dropped a skull on the ground. Xiao Luo groaned in discomfort. The person in front of her, however, let out a mocking laugh. My, it wasn't easy. The woman in front smiled into a small fan in her hand. To compete with you, after being marked by the blood river mark, and with the blessing of spiritual energy, you still have a strength to run 1,000 miles to this deserted place, as expected of the king of assassins. She looked at Xiao Luo like prey and said with amusement, I almost couldn't catch up with you. How annoying. Xiao Luo staggered to her feet. The skull was also lifted. According to your words, the bones have been brought back. Now, can you tell me? The woman cradled the skull in her hands and replied, You mean Yishan in the Wuji sect? My, how long has it been? Have you forgotten your master's will? She began to recount. To fall into the hands of venerable Ba Tianxin's subordinate. I'm only unwilling. If there's a chance, you must avenge me. When he was alive, the person he loved most was you. That's why he entrusted this will to you. But what about you? You believe someone with a similar appearance, and even attacked you. I'm really going to laugh out loud. Anyone with eyes can see. That was a fake body created by Luan Yenner. I never expected. The mysterious woman brought her fan to touch Xiao Luo's chin and said contemptuously that the king of assassins is just like the empress, a weakling who only knows how to deceive herself. Xiao Luo shouted in anger. I am not. The fan touched her forehead. Then it released strange rays of power. The woman cast a mysterious spell on Xiao Luo. You really don't make it easy for me. Every time, I have to take advantage of your unstable mind. To succeed, Xiao Luo's body went limp and followed her control. The fight, just now, took a lot out of you, didn't it? It's okay. Now I'll let you relax a bit. Relax until you forget what just happened. But the mark spreading across Xiao Luo's body made her grimace. The curse will help you eliminate unnecessary memories. You only need to remember, the enemy who killed your master is venerable Ba Tianxin, and your master is waiting for you to revive him. That's all. Then the woman crushed the skull and cursed the blood river ancestor in disappointment. This useless blood river ancestor finally did one right thing before he died. She was Qi Shanjun. With her hot body but cunning soul, she laughed loudly. It's a pity I don't have time to go see it myself. At the Empress's main palace, the sky was gradually brightening, but the noise inside did not stop. There were guards standing in front of the door, giving instructions to a subordinate. Her Majesty is unconscious. Quickly summon all the remaining medical cultivators here. Bai Qing'er peeked through the window. She looked around anxiously. The situation was far more chaotic than she had imagined. In her hand, she held a flower-shaped stone necklace. The ancestor once instructed, this token protects the two of us sisters. It must be given to the new master of the heavenly book alone. She looked worriedly at Bai Xiao. But right now, there's no chance. And Xiao Tao is... Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling Bai Qing. Greetings, venerable one. The two guards were whispering to him, but Yichin only replied coldly, Umph. Go and rest, all of you. The girl wanted to say something else, but suddenly froze. Under Yichin's gaze, which looked ready to skewer someone, she broke into a cold sweat and couldn't utter a word. Both girls understood his meaning and quickly retreated. As soon as he stepped into the room, he called out his artifact spirit. Luo Luo. Luo Yen appeared and flew towards Luan Yenner. Understood. She touched Luan Yenner's face and pressed her forehead against hers. Master's prediction was correct. It really is poison. Yichen rubbed his chin and asked Luan Yenner, as expected. Even after removing the seal, Yenner is still unconscious. I suspected this when I was holding her. It's just that there are thousands of strange poisons in this world. Luo, do you know what poison Yenner has been afflicted with? She immediately replied to him. It is something lost to time, recorded only in ancient texts. Yichen was slightly surprised and guessed. A type of venom kill seal? This type of poison is extremely potent. The reason it's called a venom kill seal is that it is essentially a curse, carved into the cultivator's spiritual body. The person afflicted by this curse is like a machine with a limiter placed on their spiritual power. The kill seal will cause the victim to continuously weaken. If they try to forcibly break through, it will damage their spiritual flesh, or even cause them to explode and die. He remembered Shura from the battle earlier. Implanting the Blood River seal on Yenner was just the surface. The true killing move was the Venom Kill seal, hidden beneath the spiritual energy. In that case, Blood River was just a pawn being used, and the owner of the mist is the one orchestrating everything. As for Shura, Luan Yenner said to him indignantly, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. The mastermind behind this truly deserves to die. I don't believe Second Senior Sister betrayed the sect to become enemies with everyone. Yichen nodded and reminded her, we will know the truth in 3 days. Right now, the most important thing is to detoxify your senior sister. Luan Yenner was still a bit apprehensive. If it were a normal poison, it would be fine. But the venom kill seal shares a symbiotic relationship with the spiritual body. How do we detoxify her? Master, what are the odds of success? Yichen walked closer to Luan Yenner and replied, we cannot use brute force for this. He secretly searched for something in his clothes. Originally, the kill seal could be separated using the method of inverting the 5 elements. But the Blood River seal drained most of Yenner's spiritual power. Forcibly separating it might critically injure Yenner. I won't gamble on that possibility. Then the only option is, but isn't that? He directly pulled open his robes, revealing his toned muscles. Luan Yenner blushed and gasped. She hurriedly covered her eyes with her hands, but not very thoroughly. Could it be that? Yichen lifted Luan Yenner's body to disperse the poison gas for her. Spirit root resonance. Luan Yenner showed some reaction. The mark on her forehead also reacted, making her body extremely hot. Luan Yenner's rosy lips parted slightly. Yichen gently squeezed her chin to turn her face. He made her open her mouth. Ambiguous sounds rang out along with Yenner's flushed face. Yichen, also with a red face, explained to Luan Yenner. Spirit root resonance allows the kill seal on Yenner's spiritual body to manifest. I just need to guide this seal into my own body, then I can... Suddenly, Qing burst through the door. Stop! Yichen looked at her climbing in with surprise. You are the sister from the 100-Flower sect? Shouldn't you be resting at the inn? Qing tried to look elsewhere while warning him. We can talk later. If Senior intends to use spirit root resonance to detoxify Her Majesty, I'm afraid that would be a mistake. Yichen asked curiously, what do you mean by that? She explained further. My 100-Flower sect. We specialize in the art of seals and curses. When I studied under the ancestor, we save cultivators afflicted by the kill seal. Naturally, the best way to remove the seal is by guiding it out. But there's a trap inside this one. That is, when the kill seal attaches to the victim's spiritual body, the curse also becomes a part of the victim's spiritual power. Qing nervously tapped her fingers together. In other words, whoever guides the kill seal out will also take away her remaining spiritual power. It's extremely dangerous. In this situation, it is better to stabilize Her Majesty first. We need to discuss the technique of foundation reinforcement. Then she exclaimed, my 100-Flower sect calls itself second. Then no one dares to claim first. If Senior trusts me, I'm willing to try. Consider it repayment for saving my sister and me. Luan Yenner secretly reported to Yichen. Master, I used a spell to probe her. Regarding the details of the curse, everything she said is true. It's just that when she spoke of her motives, she is hiding something. Yichen whispered back. I know. Luan Yenner groaned in pain again, making Yichen more anxious. Qing rushed between them. She placed her hand on Luan Yenner's abdomen. Time is urgent. Forgive my intrusion. She had barely placed her hand down when the mark glowed brightly, resisting the intrusion. Bai Qing'er gasped in surprise. Wait. Why does it seem not right? Luan Yenner grabbed Bai Qing'er's arm tightly, making her feel it even more clearly. She is continuously absorbing my cultivation base. Bai Qing'er was helpless as her cultivation was drained. No, this can't be. She frowned and looked up. This kill seal should only be able to absorb the cultivation of the victim. I was only helping her reinforce her foundation. Why? Luan Yenner opened her eyes and looked at her without expression. Why has it been reversed? Why am I the one being sucked dry? Could it be? Luan Yenner whispered into Bai Qing'er's ear, making her shrink back. Luan. Then a strange sensation pierced through Bai Qing'er's mind, making her cry out ambiguous sounds. Ugh! A strong, muscular arm reached out. Yichen softly called Bai Qing'er. Little friend. A white ribbon appeared and flung Bai Qing'er's body away. Yichen spoke to her after freeing her. Your good intentions. I accept them. But Yenner's constitution is too special. It would only end up hurting you. Bai Qing'er was still panting from the earlier effect. She whispered, could it be? Is it because Her Majesty's spirit root has a mutually generating attribute with the kill seal? Yichen picked Luan Yenner up again. He replied, correct. Yenner's spirit root belongs to fire, and the kill seal belongs to wood. When the two meet, it grows stronger. It absorbs the surrounding spiritual energy without distinguishing friend from foe. Your desire to help my disciple. I appreciate it. But the current situation is far more dangerous than what you have encountered. Looking at the face of Luan Yenner falling asleep again, he continued. Originally, I planned to let my artifact spirit nourish her inner core while guiding the kill seal, to provide spiritual power, but I didn't expect you to rush in first. Bai Qing'er sat there looking up in disbelief. Artifact spirit. He actually calls the incredibly precious heavenly book an artifact spirit. Won't the heavenly book get angry? Now she realized with embarrassment. Turns out that was the case. Oh my God, I was so stupid. I initially thought that by helping out, he would treat me better out of gratitude, making the handover of the token more natural. But in the urgency of the moment, I forgot that he is a great figure protected by the heavenly book. Why would he need my amateur help? She looked at him. Hesitant thoughts flowed through her mind, causing Yi Chun to look back at her curiously. He definitely saw through my petty intentions. If he starts to be wary of me, Yi Chun suddenly sighed. He smiled and said, however, having said that, he carried Luan Yenner and walked towards her. Little friend. Bai Qing'er hurriedly replied, yes. Do you have any instructions? Relying solely on the artifact spirit to nourish the inner core is only effective on the surface. The seal healing technique you just used was actually very good. Yenner was even able to move. Therefore, Yichen made a proposal that surprised Bai Qing'er. I wonder if you would be willing to teach me the technique of that seal healing just now? He looked very sincere as he explained to her. Let me perform the seal incantation. Combined with the nourishment from the artifact spirit, it will be like adding an extra layer of insurance in removing the kill seal. Are you willing? Bai Qing'er hurriedly replied. Willing. I am willing. It's just that the seal healing is an exclusive secret of the 100-flower sect. To master it, one needs at least 10 days. Yi Chun placed Luan Yenner on the floor and said, no need. He smiled confidently and replied, if I say I can do it, then I can do it. That handsome body and masculine demeanor made Bai Qing'er cover her face in excitement. She hurriedly turned away, leaving Yi Chun confused. What's wrong? No, nothing. Form is emptiness. Form is emptiness. Bai Qing'er held her flushed face and turned back to reply. Then, please proceed, sir. At Her Majesty's Danton, tap into the Qi Si. This is also the most difficult part. The Qi Si in the body is hidden within the 5 elements. If you tap the wrong spot, Yichen followed her instructions and created streams of pink spiritual energy. Like this. Bai Qing'er was astonished. Qi Si anchor points. Aren't there only 8 of them? Those sparkling rays of spiritual energy surprised her even more. Not only that, he was able to light up all of them in an instant. All the anchor points in the Qi Si. She thought about the seal he created and mused. To put it simply, the seal is connected by the Qi Si anchor points to form a pattern. Then, depending on the desired effect of the seal, the pattern is adjusted to create changes. The more anchor points there are, the more complex the pattern, the stronger the effect of the seal. But even the ancestor could only find 9 anchor points, and activating them would take at least 3 days. Yet what kind of monster is this man? Suddenly, Chun called her, making her turn around. Little friend, he had mastered it beyond that level, so he spoke politely. Well then, I'll leave the rest to you. Chun hurriedly exclaimed. Yes. She was secretly curious. But then again, seal healing. With over a dozen anchor points, how strong will the effect be? She continued to guide Chun through the next steps. The desires in her heart rose uncontrollably. Want to see, want to look. While he was concentrating, she peeked at those strong arms and blushed. Luan Yenner's body tore through her clothes. Overflowing power spread throughout her body. She let out a few sounds. Tears welled up, and her skin turned flush red. Chun watched and suddenly felt a surge of jealousy. I really want to experience it myself, to feel the power of this seal. After a while of successful treatment, the room was quieter than before. Chun put on his clothes and walked out of the room. He called Chun, little friend. She hurriedly turned to ask him, did everything go smoothly? Chun clenched his fist. Thanks to you, Yenner is finally out of danger. Chun was shy. Please don't praise me anymore. Judging from your performance just now, even without me, Her Majesty would have been fine. You saw that I had a favor to ask, so you let me help out of kindness, didn't you? Chun replied enthusiastically, walking the path of Jiangho. Helping others is helping oneself. I have accepted this debt of gratitude, so don't worry about the process. Speak. As long as it is within my ability, I will not refuse. She awkwardly turned her head away. Nothing can be hidden from you. But now is not the time. Please allow my junior sister and me to stay for a few more days. When my junior sister wakes up, I will definitely report to you immediately. He smiled and said, Is that so? Can I ask you for another favor? She replied, Please speak. Chun asked a question that stunned Chun. Little friend, do you know how many people in this world can use the kill seal? She lowered her head, her eyes sad. The kill seal is a curse from ancient times, but now it has been listed as a forbidden technique. Mostly, only rogue cultivators who want to quickly break through realms use it. The ancestor took me to save exactly those people, but I don't think any of them would dare to plot against Her Majesty the Empress. Chun rested his chin on his hand, thinking, of course, but those rogue cultivators, where did they get the forbidden curse to quickly break through realms? Suddenly, Chun hesitated and added, however, under the golden moonlight shining down, she immediately recounted. The ancestor once said, originally, the kill seal was not used to harm people. It's just that 100 years ago, someone modified the formula of the kill seal and spread it throughout the world. But she only mentioned it once. He didn't hesitate to probe. So, do you know this person? Chun hurriedly replied. Huh. She secretly wondered in her mind. Does he know the ancestor's name? Could they be old acquaintances? Suddenly, a noise startled both of them. Chun quickly ran to where Yenner was lying. Yenner, you're awake. She grabbed Chun's hand. Mas, master. She sat up quickly, full of worry. Currently, how is the war situation? The citizens? Second junior sister? He gently supported her and reassured her. Rest assured, everything is fine. Right now, the most important thing is you must try to rest well. Chun's words stunned Yenner. As for your second junior sister, I have other plans. She kept blaming herself. Master, I'm sorry. Yenner looked at Chun sadly, tears about to fall. Yenner deceived you. Luan Yenner sobbed, leaning close to Chun, and cried out. I clearly said I wouldn't hide anything from you anymore. But in the end, I still broke my word. Chun didn't blame her, but gently wiped away her tear. He smiled and said, his tone was gentle, meant to comfort her. Is it related to Shura? Luan Yenner sat back sadly. Yes, actually, I know the reason why second junior sister did that. She began to recount the story to him. That year, when you went into seclusion and sent us down the mountain to train, we secretly returned to the sect. But I discovered a mysterious message in the sect's secret grounds, the place where Master usually secluded himself year-round. In young Luan Yenner's hand was a stone tablet with small characters inscribed on it. It said you weren't in seclusion for cultivation, but were killed by true Lord Bation, with no corpse remaining. Although I tried my best to explain at the time, I couldn't calm everyone down. That was also the reason leading to Shura's corruption. Second junior sister firmly believed that you were dead. She was determined to find true Lord Bation for revenge. I fought with second junior sister to stop her, but in the end, I still couldn't keep her. Yichen thought to himself, true Lord Bation. I remember 100 years ago, he was already an expert at the 7th level of the life and death realm. At that time, Shura hadn't even reached the spirit-shaping realm, right? If she really was lured by rumors to seek revenge, then it would have been a suicide mission. He asked further, what happened after that? Luan Yenner replied with a sorrowful face. After that, the Mystic Pole sect split apart. I took the disciples who believed you weren't dead and established the infinite sect, and ascended to become the empress. After Shura left the mountain, she didn't go find the enemy immediately. Instead, she established an assassin organization to roam the continent. And Luo went alone to the southern border, establishing her own sect to investigate the truth about the siege on the sect back then. She recalled old memories again. But 15 years ago, suddenly, second junior sister came to find me, saying she had found a way to kill true Lord Bation. But she needed to use the Heaven Soul Mirror, which Master gave me back then as a token. The two of them fought fiercely, with no clear winner. I tried to persuade her, but failed. Then a great battle broke out between us outside the Infinite Sect City. The result was that both of us were heavily injured. After that, second junior sister returned many times to steal the mirror, but she failed every time. Finally, she disappeared without a trace. Until today, she leaned into his chest, looking like she was about to cry again. I didn't expect her to collude with that old thief this time, bearing the title of King of Assassins, coming here to seize the Heaven Soul Mirror. This matter is too strange. True Lord Bation is very strong. He cannot be defeated by just a token. Yichen said nothing, calculating in his mind. Moreover, Yenner said, after Shura went down the mountain, she didn't go find the enemy immediately. Then her whereabouts for the past few decades are truly worth investigating. Those names echoed in his head. King of Assassins, Shura. Yichen recalled memories of when Shura was small. Clearly, you were the most timid one in the sect. She was crying in a dark cave. Sob, Master, the road at night. It's so dark. I'm scared. Yichen walked over and scolded her. Shura, why did you run to the back of the mountain alone in the middle of the night? Your senior sister is going crazy looking for you. Seeing him, Shura immediately stopped crying. Master. Then she immediately explained to him, leaving Yichen only able to sigh. But if I don't learn to be braver, they won't play with me anymore. He gently picked her up and instructed her. How about this? Master will lend you my personal treasure. He handed her an object. This object is called the transposition mirror. When you encounter danger, you just need to wipe it. It will transport you to a safe place. Shura asked him in surprise. Does Master also get scared? Do you want to run away? Yichen laughed loudly. Of course. Everyone gets scared sometimes. But Shura firmly disbelieved. Impossible. Every time an enemy attacks, Master is always the first to charge in a battle. Moreover, you have never lost a battle. But he patiently explained to her. Shura looked up at him blankly. It is precisely because I am scared. Yichen's hair fluttered in the wind. He slowly untied the knot in Shura's heart. If I lose, then there will be no one to protect you all. You came to the back mountain to train in the middle of the night. Wasn't it also because you want to play with everyone? Her eyes lit up as if seeing something new. Fear can bring courage. Accept it calmly. In the future, you can definitely become a great cultivator who fears no danger. On the way back in his arms, Shura kept asking, today, can I not be so brave? Yichen happily replied, with Master here, of course you can. He was pulled back to the present by Luan Yenner's calls. Master, she looked at him spacing out and asked worriedly, Master, what's wrong? Yichen quickly stepped back a bit and replied, it's nothing. You don't need to worry either. I have ordered her to come to the sect in 3 days. At that time, all truths will be revealed. Luan Yenner was surprised. You made an appointment with her? She hurriedly stood up and muttered. 3 days later, there's still some time. I will have people set up a formation now. This time, we must keep second junior sister here, right? The old thief Blood River is dead. The forces he left behind in the inner sect also need to be cleaned up. But Luan Yenner's body was still too weak, causing her to stagger. Yichen immediately caught her. Yenner, he hurriedly advised her. Look at you. You can't even stand steadily. Right now, the most important thing is your body. Luan Yenner looked at him with a flushed face. Master. Then her face scrunched up when she heard his next words. Although I used the method of spirit root resonance to remove the kill seal from your body, your inner core was still damaged. You can only recover slowly. No more strenuous work. Luan Yenner suddenly repeated his words and turned away. Spirit root resonance? Yi-Chin awkwardly asked her. Is there somewhere uncomfortable? She immediately reached out and swatted Yi-Chin's hand away when he tried to get close. Luan Yenner puffed her cheeks in grievance. Tears welled up again. Why did this have to be done when I was unconscious? Then she hit him as if to vent her anger. Couldn't you wait for me to be a bit more awake? Stinky master. Bad master. Yi-Chin hurriedly dodged. Saving a life. Does it require picking a time? After hitting him for a while, Luan Yenner was exhausted and panted. Yi-Chin softly called her name. Yenner. She accepted Yi-Chin's help and forced a smile. Speaking of this, why was I hit with a kill seal? This doesn't look like the old thief's method. Moreover, second junior sister isn't good at seal techniques. Luan Yenner's eyes immediately turned serious. She called Xia Chun's name. Xiao Chun. Xia Chun appeared on the roof and reported immediately. Your subordinate is present. As per your majesty's command, I guarded the secret passage in the palace. Lord Shishan appeared with a sinister smile in Xia Chun's memory. Just as predicted, someone tried to infiltrate. That person fought with me for a while, then suddenly left. Xia Chun's arm still had some seal marks on it. The opponent is an expert in seal techniques. Luan Yenner whispered back. I understand. You don't need to worry here. Everything is fine. You stay there. I will immediately send someone to take you back to the main hall. She immediately turned to tell Yi-Chin about this. Master, there is someone else helping second junior sister from behind. The kill seal on me was probably created by that person. Second junior sister has an accomplice. 3 days later, I'm afraid she won't come to the appointment. But Yi-Chin closed his eyes. He replied very calmly. No. He put faith in his words and smiled. Tomorrow, Shura will come. He stood up and calculated as he walked. The fact that she met me but still continued to fight proves that Shura's goal from beginning to end is to take away the Heaven Soul Mirror. She retreated not because she recognized me, but because she was injured and couldn't win. The current situation is chaotic. You're not well. For someone who always walks a dangerous path, this is truly a good opportunity for Shura. Luan Yenner was still worried for him and Shura. But if second junior sister wants to return, her accomplice won't ignore it. The enemy is in the dark. We are in the light. The chance of keeping second junior sister here will increase by a few %. Yi-Chin's fingers touched, as if counting. Then he turned and affirmed to her. Tomorrow is an auspicious day. Meanwhile, at another place, Xiao Xiao stood before a large coffin. She smiled happily, looking at the person inside. At the time, Aswan also slowly opened her eyes as a good sign. Is right. Aswan slowly opened her eyes. Light entered her eyes, making her groan softly. Her face gradually regained its color. She spoke her first words. Where am I? Before she could regain her composure, Xiao lunged forward, smothering her face with 2 large objects. Moss. Master. She got a nosebleed. Suffocating. Xiao screamed happily. Master. Master. You finally woke up. Grandmaster really didn't lie to me. Although she was being smothered by 2 melons, Aswan still noticed the strangeness. Glowing currents flowed around them. Aswan stared at them blankly. Grandmaster, so these things are... Then she sat up abruptly and shook Xiao's shoulders. Suffocating. Good disciple. You met Grandmaster? Where is he? Suddenly, a voice rang out, making her eyes widen in shock. Aswan. Yi-Chin walked in. Luan Yenner behind him couldn't hide her surprise either. Long time no see. He smiled. Luan Yenner also smiled happily with tears in her eyes. Today's life. Do you still like it? Aswan couldn't hold back her tears. But she still tried to smile because she was so overjoyed. Meeting today. Didn't you calculate it long ago? Why ask me now if I like it or not? Yi-Chin didn't forget to thank her. Divination only tells the result. I could guess that we, master and disciples, would meet today. But I couldn't foresee the hardships in this process. Aswan, it's been hard on you. Luan Yenner went to her side and asked with concern. Junior sister, how does her body feel? If you need anything, just say it. Eldest senior sister will take care of you. Aswan's mouth quirked up, true to her mischievous personality. Great. Actually, I do have a wish. But before that, she looked at Chun and suggested, Master, you still have something you want my help with, right? Chun's gaze sharpened. He understood what she meant. Nothing can escape your eyes. At this moment, Shura was on the roof of a building. Her cloak fluttered in the wind. She looked at her heavily bandaged arm. Her eyes were lifeless, devoid of emotion. Using her abilities, she infiltrated inside and landed in the main hall of the house. But someone was waiting. A voice rang out, stopping Shura. Second junior sister. Luan Yenner stepped out. She tried to persuade her. Have you still not cut off that thought? We have the same teacher. Why must we kill each other? At this point, if Master saw us harming each other, wouldn't he be heartbroken? Shura glanced sideways at Luan Yenner. She didn't hold back and unleashed a warning slash. She praised Luan Yenner with a few words. To be able to hide your aura to this extent. Senior sister. Shura posed a question to Yenner, making her fall silent. Why do you have to act so weak and stupid? Second junior sister. Intending to continue, Luan Yenner stopped. Her eyes turned serious as she activated the formation. Forget it. Shura was immediately wrapped in red threads and suspended to be restrained. Those threads were created by Luan Yenner. She exclaimed, the heaven soul mirror that Master left behind. Unless I die, I will absolutely not give it to you. Today, we will settle this here. But Shura easily slipped away without expending much effort. She glided behind Luan Yenner and replied coldly, no need. Luan Yenner saw the blade at her neck and could only look at Shura. With the transposition mirror here, senior sister, you cannot catch me. As for the heaven soul mirror, I don't need you to give it to me. An explosion erupted, neutralizing Yenner's defensive net. I know where it is today. Amidst the smoke and dust, a red bag fell from the shattered box. Shura reached out to pull it towards her. The box jumped up and flew towards Shura. Luan Yenner shouted helplessly. Second junior sister. A shining gem was taken out of the bag by Shura. Ignoring whatever Luan Yenner explained. Don't listen to outsiders anymore. Master really isn't dead. Shura's thin hand grasped the gem. Even now, Luan Yenner loudly begged her. Please trust senior sister this time. Suddenly, that voice changed into a completely different aura. Unbelievable. Shura's eyes widened in shock. She was startled by the sudden change. Shura turned back, intending to attack Luan Yenner. The aura changed. But this Luan Yenner smiled very calmly. I didn't know that. Shura retreated by climbing onto the ceiling, while Luan Yenner continued talking to herself below. Second junior sister. You're also a petty thief. Shura gripped the gem tightly, gritting her teeth in confusion. There's no other way. She dived down freely. Luan Yenner suddenly became unusually cunning, not fearing Shura's threat at all. Actually, it was Chun. He slowly removed the mask he had been wearing. No matter how much you wipe the mirror, it's useless. No matter where you run, you will only hit a wall. Shura, flying wildly in the house, exclaimed in shock. What? Why does the puppet look so much like senior sister? Even the cultivation of the immortal realm is not inferior at all. Then she suddenly stopped when she saw Chun's hand right in front of her face. They collided, causing a massive explosion. The floor cracked open. Shura stood there, terrified. What's wrong? Why show such a bewildered, stupid face? Chun withdrew his hand and said with a darkened face, Didn't I teach you? In battle, you must think 10 steps ahead. Aswan's 4 directions of heaven and earth has calculated all your escape routes. As long as you touch this mirror, consider yourself trapped. Trying to catch you, this is just one of the simplest ways. Aswan is deploying the formation elsewhere. Your wariness is quite heavy, isn't it? Disguising as senior sister to resist. Seems like you quite like this game. Shura was even more surprised when he mentioned that name. Divine Diviner? Isn't she already? Chun continued to speak to open Shura's eyes. You rely too much on the transposition mirror. He looked at her with disdain. Because you are too weak. That's why you always think of running away. Shura, you're still the most cowardly one. Shura was enraged by those words. Power exploded across her face. Shut up. Just a fake. Just an imposter. She swung her blade and shouted. You are not worthy to speak a single sentence with him. Chun didn't dodge, but just waited for Shura's strike. Finally appeared. He smiled sinisterly. At that exact moment, he whispered a command to the formation. Seal. Chun said to himself. Very good. An overwhelming aura radiated from Chun, making Shura freeze. Caught you. A type of seal mark appeared on Shura's face. She gritted her teeth, thinking, What? What is happening? The hand gripping the blade handle was trembling uncontrollably. Clearly just a wooden puppet. Why? Am I in front of him? Feeling it for the first time? Yi-Chen's gaze pierced deep in her mind, making Shura startle. He grabbed Shura's face with his hand and pushed her down. Disciple. Before doing the next thing, he instructed her, Don't move around. Then he released waves of power, straight into her head, making Shura scream in pain. At another place, the light of dawn was gradually appearing on the roofs of the village houses. A bored voice rang out. Lord Qi-Shan held a compass in her hand and complained. Damn it, this compass is truly incomprehensible. She threw it away. Behind her lay piles of corpses, just to find where the Empress put the Heaven Soul mirror. Required 10 lives as a sacrifice. Lord Qi-Shan stretched. Even if Yi-Chun is capable, to open the kill seal I placed on the Empress would take at least a day. Taking this opportunity, Shura must have obtained the mirror by now. A vibration in her tight suit caught her attention. She pulled out a fan and wondered. This aura is the frenzy I added for Shura. She activated it? Could it be? Suddenly, a wave of power radiated from the fan. It spread very quickly, tearing her clothes apart. Lord Qi-Shan screamed in surprise. Ah! Her eyes narrowed in disbelief. It's Yi-Chun. No, how is this possible? Yi-Chun, on the other side, was continuously unleashing power. He actually reversed the spiritual energy into my seal mark, using it to strike back at me. His eyes opened. Lord Qi-Shan panicked even more. No, wait. His goal isn't to strike back at me. The marks left by Yi-Chun confused Lord Qi-Shan. But through reversing the seal, to locate my position, she immediately bit her finger, drawing black blood, and shouted angrily, You dare! From the blood on her hand. She drew a red character and activated another magic. Lord Qi-Shan dragged the stroke down to complete it. I am not such an easy woman. An explosion occurred right on the cliff, sending dust flying high. The sound of the explosion echoed through the area. Luan Yenner was able to walk normally again. She was outside admiring the scenery. Suddenly, a voice called out to her. Senior sister, Aswan was being supported by Xiao Qiao Qiao. She was still in the mood to tease Luan Yenner. Master has been gone for less than a quarter of an hour. And you're already missing him? Luan Yenner immediately draped a fur coat over her. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm worried. Aswan patted Xiao Qiao's shoulder and whispered, Disciple, go get something to eat. She nodded, but her eyes were still full of teasing. Right. You're worried that senior sister Shura will act too recklessly, angering Master with unimaginable consequences, right? Aswan asked Luan Yenner a question. Do you know why Master didn't let you go with him? Luan Yenner replied, Probably, afraid I would plead for her. Aswan denied it. Wrong. It's because Master didn't want you to bear the karmic force again. She shrugged and turned to go inside. Luan Yenner followed her. People often say, everyone has their own karma. That year, senior sister Shura made that kind of decision. It must have been calculated beforehand. Chicks will eventually leave the nest. You can't manage her for her whole life. Aswan leaned close to her and whispered, I know you always wanted to shoulder a part of the burden for Master. But have you ever thought that maybe Master doesn't need you to shoulder it? Luan Yenner naturally didn't know. She fell in a deep thought for a while. Suddenly, footsteps appeared behind them, making Aswan exclaim, but not too surprised. Yi-Chun returned, carrying Shura. She was still unconscious. Master, it's done. He placed her into the coffin that Aswan used to lie in. Junior sister. She is no longer in danger. Luan Yenner felt relieved. She turned and said, Master, you still opened it. He explained to her. Back then, I made an appointment with her for 3 days later. I also planned to let Aswan set up a formation to trap her. Although the timing was a bit early, the result is still good. He frowned, slightly annoyed as he recalled the battle. I discovered on Yenner, after a third person placed a seal on her. I guess this person would also increase the stakes on Shura. Originally, I wanted to use the method of reversing spiritual energy to locate him. I would teleport directly there to find him. But the opponent attracted heavenly thunder to destroy the body, directly cutting off the connection. Luan Yenner also realized the seriousness. She replied sternly, Lizard severing its tail? Master, spiritual energy won't disappear so easily. I will lead the army forward. to the place where the spiritual energy was cut off. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I must find him. Ichin stopped her. Do not chase a desperate enemy. Impossible. This person dared to use heavenly thunder to commit suicide. He certainly has backing. If I were him, I would create an even more tragic scene to lure the enemy deep into the hinterland. At this time, regardless of whether attacking the enemy at the vanguard, or feinting to the east and striking the west to fall into the rear, it is a calculation without loss. Luan Yenner was still worried. That is true, but are we just going to let that person go like that? Ichin didn't intend to be soft either. He added, how could that be? When I reversed the spiritual energy into his seal, I left a signal. Wait for him to relax his guard. Then strike so he can't react in time. They all looked toward Shura. The important thing now is to stand firm. Yenner, you're so good. Wait for Shura to wake up. I'll go ask her. Luan Yenner also secretly hoped so. I hope second junior sister won't be stubborn anymore. Ichin looked at her silently. He had some words of encouragement. It wasn't easy to reunite. It's such a trivial scene. Yenner. Suddenly, Aswan jumped straight over, hooked her arms around both of their necks, and shouted, hell yeah. She was very optimistic and invited both of them. But no matter what, second senior sister, she finally returned. Such a good thing. I think it's worth drinking for 3 days and 3 nights. But then she was immediately shouted at by Yi Chun and Luan Yenner. No, you're weak. No drinking alcohol. They suddenly froze because of their synchronization. Aswan broke into a cold sweat. She let go of them and whispered in annoyance. Fine, no drinking then. But then Aswan came up with another idea. She raised her hand to object. Aswan winked mischievously and said, eldest senior sister, didn't you say before? Whatever happens, you would grant me a wish. I really do have a wish. Both looked at her and exclaimed with suspicion. Wish? Ichin immediately became alert and wary. Besides not drinking alcohol, then a series of actions were listed by him, stabbing into her black heart. Also no stealing phoenix eggs, or stealing evidence, and absolutely no peeping at the bathhouse. Aswan hurriedly turned away, pretending to be serious. Those things were all in the past. I don't do those things anymore. Yi Chan froze, looking very devastated. You don't like it anymore? Aswan suspected him. Isn't this a good thing? Why do you have a look of regret for missing out on youth? Ichin immediately asked her. So what do you like now? Master will remember it right away. Aswan hurriedly swatted his hand away. I told you, don't treat me like a child. Luan Yenner between them suddenly burst out laughing happily. Then she laughed out loud in happiness. Honestly, Master is so conservative. If you say east, he goes west. So many years have passed. Don't you remember, junior sister? Ichin couldn't catch up with her words and asked blankly. Me? Aswan put her hands on her hips and agreed. Also true, huh? Then she gently nudged Luan Yenner's arm, pointing at something ambiguously. Sister is right. Dealing with Master requires speaking your thoughts straight out. Luan Yenner immediately blushed, clearly knowing what she was thinking. What do you mean? Aswan didn't answer clearly, but just announced. Then I'll say it straight. She bent over like a cat and said, Me? I want to play a game with Master and Senior Sister. Hide and seek. Yi Chun and Luan Yenner froze again, exclaiming. Yi Chun rested his hand on his chin and said, And you say you've grown up. Making this wish is no different from a child. Aswan turned to leave, complaining. It's all because of you too. When I was small, you always said I knew divination. Divining directions. You didn't let me be the seeker. This is also a regret of my childhood. She smiled very provocatively and challenged them. I'll give you 2 the time of 1 incense stick. If I catch you then, hee. Then Aswan's body vanished. Luan Yenner anxiously wanted to chase after her, but failed. Why use a spell to leave? Can your body handle it? Swan. Ichin suddenly spoke up to her. Just let the girl go. He looked worried. His hand slowly reached out to her. Yenner, is your health stable? If you're tired, go rest. I'll just play around with the girl. He intended to help, so he gently suggested. I'll help you back to your room. But Luan Yenner suddenly stepped aside, surprising Ichin. She walked straight towards her room and replied coldly. Since it is her wish, then as a senior sister, how can I spoil the fun? Leaving Yi Chun bewildered and wanted to hold her back. But Luan Yenner cut him off by repeating her words. It's fine. She left him in confusion and walked away coldly. Master should also go hide quickly. So Ichin fell in a deep thought. He sat on a high and distant roof to view the entire city. He asked himself a lot. Before, she was still laughing and talking. Why is she suddenly unhappy? Could it be that I indulged Swan's mischief, so she blames me? Luo Yin beside him knocked on his head to remind him. Master, you've been sitting here spacing out for half an incense stick. Hiding here. Aren't you just giving yourself away? I can hear clearly. If Swan catches you, you'll be punished. Yichen waved his hand dejectedly. Winning or losing isn't important. Swan being happy is the main goal. Luo Yin wondered even more. So you plan to lose? Then why are you so depressed and unhappy? Luo Yin tested him by pointing vaguely in a direction and shouting. Eldest senior sister. Yi-chun turned around like lightning. But looking in her direction, he only saw a dry rock, making him very disappointed. Then Yi-chun turned and vigorously rubbed Luo Yan's head, making her hurriedly scream. Hey, if something is wrong, ask senior sister directly. Isn't that enough? Why take your anger out on me? Luo Yan exclaimed in urgency. Senior sister likes you so much. She will definitely tell you everything. Yi-chun also stopped. He muttered. Likes me. A disciple's affection for a master. But she avoided me. She must hate me a lot. While he was still self-reflecting, Luo Yin actually saw Luan Yenner's figure under that rock. Just now she called me conservative. Meaning stupid, right? She hurriedly shook Yi-chun and reported. Master, eldest senior sister is really here. If you keep tearing at me, I'll be discovered. Yi-chun was still sulking. Outwardly, Yenner says she likes me. Could it be that she actually hates me? Luo Yin lost her patience. Her annoyance had reached its limit. Screw hierarchy. Luo Yin directly pushed Yi-chun off the roof. I don't care. If there's something, go ask directly. Don't drag me into it. He fell in panic when he saw Luan Yenner. Yenner, why are you here? You. She also looked at him in surprise. Master. And Yi-chun fell precisely on her, causing both to hug and roll over. He propped his hands on the ground. Luan Yenner lay neatly under his body, looking a bit ambiguous. But what Yi-chun worried about at this moment was very different. Oh no, why did I knock her down? She just recovered. She didn't get hurt again, did she? No. Must quickly pull Yenner up to check. But before that, he gritted his teeth and called her name. Yenner. His sudden question made Luan Yenner blush furiously. Do you hate me? After saying it, Yi-chun realized it and hurriedly stood up. Oh no. Why did I say that? This matter. First, Luan Yenner's arm reached out and grabbed the corner of his robe. Simultaneously pulling him back down, she pressed his body against hers and whispered. Yi-chun's confused face instantly turned bright red. Luan Yenner whispered very softly into his ear like a command. Don't speak. At this moment behind the rock, rustling sounds rang out along with Swan's voice. Humph. Time's up. Sunlight shone down on her as she emerged from the rock's shadow. Where to start looking? She held a bell in her hand, looking around and wondering. Seems like this place is senior sister's study. Should I go inside and check? She hummed as if realizing something and left. Better start looking from the bedchamber. Yi-chun lifted himself up a bit and looked in Swan's direction. She's gone. Luan Yenner's hand once again very boldly caressed his face. Then she hugged Yi-chun tightly. Her feelings were no longer hidden. She spoke each word very slowly, as if to emphasize what she wanted to say. I don't hate you. Luan Yenner was so frustrated that tears welled up. Just afraid that you didn't want me anymore. So I pushed you away first. Not master-disciple affection. I like you. I like Yi-chun. I don't want to be just master and disciple. The eyes of Yi-chun widened in shock upon hearing that confession. Memories of Luan Yenner flowed through his mind. Every word and smile he remembered clearly. 100 years. Finally, have waited for you. Yi-chun suddenly lowered his body, causing Yenner to look up reflexively. Then he responded with a passionate kiss. Their breaths mingled together. A while later, their lips finally parted. Their breathing was synchronized as one beat. The gaze. Yi-chun looked at her tenderly. He smiled and said, not master and disciple anymore. The face of Luan Yenner was soaked in affection. Then, let's do something else. Bright sunlight shone on Luan Yenner's face. Her eyes. She stared blankly, tears brimming. She spoke first. If not master and disciple, then let's be something else. Hearing this, her eyes widened in surprise. Yenner pressed her face into Yi-chun's chest. Her hands turned red with shyness. Seeing this, he also blushed and looked down at her. Her entire chest was now pressed tightly against Yi Chen's body. The two just lay on top of each other in an atmosphere full of romance. This scene was truly a feast for the eyes. At this moment, Yi Chen's eyes were completely red. His eyes wide, sweat running down his body as he looked at Yenner. Luan Yenner, lying on the ground, was equally flushed. Tears still lingered a little. With messy hair, she looked at Yi Chen shyly and said, I will listen to whatever you say. Hearing this, Yi Chen raised his hand. His eyes didn't leave Yenner's chest. While looking, he swallowed hard. Before he could do anything, Luan Yenner's eyes widened and she let out a moan. Her whole body seemed to tense up. Yi Chen supported her back with his hand, pulling her into his embrace, and asked with concern, Yenner. Seeing Yi Chen care for her, Luan Yenner turned her face away. Pinching Yi Chen's shirt, she whispered, Itches. Hearing that, Yi Chen was even more startled. He looked at Yenner with both eyes. The sweat on his face was also increasing. He brought his face close to Luan Yenner's. Yenner, how about we go inside the room? Both of their faces were shy. Yi Chen continued, After all, you haven't fully recovered yet. If you catch a cold, it won't be good. Hearing these words, Luan Yenner showed a pitiful expression looking at Yi Chen. She softly agreed. Bai Qing'er, watching from the side, saw Yi Chen and Yenner being intimate, her jaw dropping. She blurted out a huh. The two heard the noise and turned around. Six eyes looked at each other. None of the three knew what to do. Yi Chen spoke up to ask, Flower Sect, why are you? Bai Qing'er seemed to ignore Yi Chen's question. Her eyes were spinning, stupefied on the spot. While standing there dazed, Bai Xiaohe ran over from somewhere. Sister, wait for me. Wouldn't it be faster if we went together? Bai Xiaohe's voice woke Qing'er from her daze. She hurriedly covered Xiaohe's eyes and led her sister away. Xiaohe didn't understand what was happening and shouted, Sister, what's wrong? Is there danger? Is it the kind where heads will roll if seen? Sister, you don't need to protect me. I'm really fine. Moreover, Senior is here. He will definitely help us. Yi Chen could only stand there with a confused face looking at the two sisters. Yi Chen coughed into his hand, pretending to be serious, then looked up at the sky and shouted loudly, That's right. With me here, you two ladies have nothing to fear. Bai Qing'er's eyes were still spinning. Her mouth kept whispering, Xiao Tao, be quiet. There's no one here, let's go. Xiaohe heard and wondered. What are you saying, sister? I clearly heard Senior's voice. Senior, I am Xiao Tao. You haven't forgotten me, have you? Why is it so cold? Wait, this feeling is like... Just as she finished speaking, Luan Yenner's killing intent rose from behind. This killing intent made even Yi Chen break into a sweat. A while later, at a grand hall in the middle of the night. So that's how it is. You two came here to relay a message on behalf of Ruashi, the two Bai sisters. Hearing Yi Chen ask, they nodded. Yes. The ancestors sent us sisters to travel the central continent to wait for an opportunity, waiting for the master of the heavenly book. This jade pendant is a token from the ancestor. It needs the spirit roots of both of us to awaken. As she spoke, she reached in her chest and pulled out the jade pendant. Previously, Xiao Tao was hit by a seal and fell unconscious, so I boldly asked you to wait. Hearing this, Yi Chen reached out and pulled the jade pendant towards him. Bai Qing'er stood below and said fearfully, It's just that. Senior, are you really okay? At this moment, Yi Chen's entire body was tied up tight. From head to toe, only one arm holding the jade pendant and one eye were left exposed. He whispered, I'm fine. Yenner is just joking with me. Hearing these words from Yi Chen, Bai Qing'er immediately knelt down, startling her sister and Yi Chen. Senior, we really didn't mean to cause trouble. We were just anxious to find you, and happened to meet a diviner who guided the way, so we intruded. Hearing the word diviner, Yi Chen immediately thought of that brat Aswan. Bai Xiaohe beside her also imitated her sister and knelt down. Rest assured, we don't know anything. She shouted again. We didn't see you and Her Majesty doing the nasty. We didn't see anything. We won't imagine anything either. Hearing her words, Yi Chen blushed and shouted, You're thinking way more than I did. Consider me begging you. Hurry up and talk about business. After a moment of chaos, Bai Qing'er calmed down. Yes. Senior, please calm down. We will start right away. After speaking, she and her sister interlaced their hands and touched their foreheads together. The two of them created a magical blue light. From within the light, Smoke rose up, followed by the appearance of a large human figure. A person with white hair, wearing rings, hands clasped together. Seeing this person, Yichun opened his mouth. Ruashi. Hearing this, the person opened her eyes to look at Yichun and whispered, "Long time no see. Your life is even tougher than mine." As she spoke, Ruashi covered her mouth and chuckled. Yichun also smiled back. "Consider it thanks to your blessing." At this moment, the two stared at each other without saying another word. Ruashi laughed lightly, breaking the silence. "Huh, as expected of you. In this world, the only person with a foul mouth like mine is you." At this moment, Yichun looked at Ruashi suspiciously and asked, "So, what exactly is the matter? You sent people out to wait until I obtained the heavenly book to speak. You really aren't polite at all when talking. Clearly you should be begging me. Does it have to do with the person who placed the seal on my disciple?" But when she opened her mouth to praise Yichun, "Your mind seems to still be sharp. This person has some history with me. Right now, my true body is in the forbidden area of the 100 Flowers sect. Seeing her jumping around is truly unpleasant. She even extended her hand to the infinite sect. Conversely, she accidentally built a bridge for us to connect. But it's not just that. Behind this matter, there is a bigger conspiracy." She leaned close to Yichun's ear and whispered, "The destruction of your sect back then is also related." Hearing this, Yichun's face changed color. "How much information do you have in your hands? If you want to know, I will wait for you at the 100 Flower forbidden area. Remember, you must come." Hearing this, Yichun just stood silently watching, not replying. From behind Yichun, a mysterious black figure witnessed everything from beginning to end.